Wearing 11, Simon Harmon.
They were just left.
Shane Slater, number 29. And another welcome to the Ambassador Cruise Line ground for number 65, Mason Rainter. And finally wearing number 44, Jamie Porter.
Oh, right. I've looked at his figures and he is. So he's got a fleet, I've got a load. So that was so can we go forward with some night watch and then he's
So if there's a chance that I certainly like to last.
That's perfect.
That's fine. And if there's a way I can get like a break, maybe around lunchtime or around tea time, just so that then I've got because the first couple of days at Origin, I ended up flying to late.
don't worry. I'm very. I did not.
And the other thing is, any one of us can hold the on our own for 5 minutes.
No, it's just all that.
There's one or two guests maybe popping in.
Right. Well, I'll let you guys
but first things first, we'll start it off. You come in
Yes,
of course. I'll be with you at 11:30. Yeah. When Frank takes over in the what's your first update on?
Waiting to see, but there won't be any.
So that was if I do basically 11:30
Yes.
and then that works exactly that.
You can do it with
break time, so I can just kind of. Well, I don't have to file them.
No, but you can prepare.
Just getting the boards together and stuff. Not, I won't be able to write much.
We're going to start here. Is it BBC Radio? BBC One Up and Right. It's playing because we need a box for each
Somewhere between the two.
that school is the most obvious one to appear to me now. Everyone's quick. This one is quick to my left. Live stream is here.
Oh, the live stream.
What else do you need?
Oh, a lot. A lot of a good man.
I'll pass it. Essex lost the toss.
Do you know what?
Can you see the kettle? Well, I hope that's what we had. That was the information.
At some point, you have to do it.
Although we never lost it, we definitely lost it. You have to find.
Well, honestly, it changed his life.
Oh.
Every
not by the model.
It's basically like a travel mug with a list. Everything sort of fits inside. And then
I'm going to get on this week.
my
Then I'll have it
even,
for the next week.
I brought my coffee from Australia.
You want the Adam Zampa? Yeah.
Oh,
We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Rub it in.
So how have you been doing this?
Ollie.
Oakley is the press officer.
Yes, okay.
He's new you, he's quite good.
Well, he was very good in getting back to me about, I want to try and get the Alison brothers together.
Well, you went to school with him?
Yeah, I played with
Oh, did
Charlie.
you?
Yeah, I'm the year above Charlie.
Great.
So I played with club in school with him.
You can give me the lowdown.
Oh, yeah.
Charlie went to RHS.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
My younger brother is in the same year as me playing hockey.
Graham made such a present from me. I did 23 years and then
He's finished it.
he's finished that. So that is just inside Suffolk. Right. Suffolk is down. My banks are the rivers. Not the child.
Okay. Maybe we should do
Everyone been against them. Yep, very much.
It's a bit of a luxury, isn't it? Having someone who's got ABC English. Get on to many other games.
I didn't have anyone at Trent Bridge last day.
Yeah, no.
5 live were here. Yeah, you've got so you've got a choice. You can either sit in the back here.
Yeah.
If Frank's not there, but just remember you've got to or you can sit in the sun.
So,
Essex, yes. Gloucester, I wasn't right then.
I know, but I want to yes.
Check the scorecard. Which opposition left to go to market? Well, they finished with but nowhere near I understand. That's what we used to do.
Basically, just a straight story.
Yeah.
I was just reviewing the tax returns.
Yeah, that's how I do it.
Yeah. She will have a
Yeah. Oh, I'd have to say off on Saturday. Yeah, they're both Southampton tomorrow afternoon. Well, it's the judge. Things will be said.
Yeah. I've not got much on Essex, but never got
Two spare there, anywhere, by any chance, have you? Two seats?
Yeah.
Just one.
And what I do is I basically quite
I was on the floor. I couldn't move there.
It's a lovely brother.
And a very good morning to one and all, to everybody listening to us from all over the world. Good morning from Chelmsford. It's day one of an exciting Rothesay Division 1 encounter between the hosts Essex here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground and the visitors Worcestershire nonetheless. So a very good morning to them and to you wherever you're listening. My name is Don Topley and I'm bringing you today's coverage here from the Chelmsford headquarters, and I'm very pleased to say we have two wonderful commentators to join me in Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and indeed our third voice. It's great to have her alongside us. It will be Melinda Farrell. So a welcome to Frank and Mel. More about from them a little later, but first of all, the toss. Well, the toss was won by Worcestershire. I think both captains would have bowled, but Worcestershire, Brett D'Oliveira is very happy to insert Essex. And Essex's side, well, it's a familiar side, but there's one debutant. He's the first ever Sri Lankan to represent Essex County Cricket Club, and a very warm welcome. I went and met him when he was bowling, and his name is Kasun Rajitha from Sri Lanka, and he comes highly recommended from the former Sri Lankan coach, which was Chris Silverwood. He knows him well, and he says he enjoys bowling the overs, he enjoys just bowling, and he'll add quite a lot to this Essex bowling unit. He replaces the rested Sam Cook, which is in some ways disappointing, but Essex have had quite a brutal beginning of the season because they seem to have been in the field, and they spent the best part of 340 overs continuously when they bowled for 2 days here against Surrey, then went up to Trent Bridge and won the toss and bowled, and they had a 4 sessions in the field. It was a brutal time for the bowlers, but Sam Cook has been rested, and Kassoon plays instead of him. And of course, Chris Silverwood has a difficult thing to get over there, because Sam Cook isn't an England player. He's not on a central contract, but there is much speculation that he may be involved in the squad for the Zimbabwe game. Is it next month up at Trent Bridge? But he misses out, and Essex aren't really blessed with many support seamers. So Kassoon comes in, makes his debut, and he'll probably bowl and take the new ball with Jamie Porter, and indeed Shane Snater, Noah Thane will make up the line-up there. But as the umpires come from beneath us, it's Rob White and Steve O'Shaughnessy wearing their Panama hats, and to our right, Worcestershire, the away team, is led out by Brett D'Oliveira. And without further ado, to talk about the Worcestershire side, may I invite Frank Watson.
Morning, Don, and good morning, everybody. Lovely to be here at Chelmsford again on a lovely morning. Worcestershire making one change from the side which was so heavily beaten at Headingley last weekend, and that sees an extra batsman coming in. Adam Finch, the seamer, drops out, and Rob Jones comes in for his first game of the season. So the full Worcestershire lineup: Jake Libby, Gareth Roderick, the wicket-keeper, Kashi Fally, Rob Jones, Adam Hose, Brett D'Oliveira, the captain, who dislocated a thumb last weekend and is struggling a little bit, but has been past fit to play this morning. Matthew Waite, Ethan Brooks, who will probably drop down the order with Rob Jones coming into the middle order, Tom Taylor, Ben Allison, and the man who is about to take up the attack from the Hayes Close end, the Kiwi Jacob Duffy, who debuted at Headingley last week. Was a little bit raw, a little bit rusty, having not played with the red ball for a long time. He'd been playing white ball cricket almost exclusively for the last month or so in New Zealand, but he showed some promise, was a little bit wayward in the first innings, but got the ball through, good pace, good carry through at Headingley, and we'll be hoping to do the same this morning on a green looking hybrid pitch here at Chelmsford. It's Duffy to bowl the first over.
And Frank, as you're our guest, would you like the Graham Gooch end or the Sir Alistair Cook end? No, you choose.
Okay,
you're a guest.
Okay, I'll take the first over.
Take the first over.
I'll
Jacob
take the Graham
Duffy.
Gooch end.
And just to confirm, it's Walter and Allison opening the batting, as they have done in each of the games, and it's going to be Walter, the left-handed fella, to face.
Here's Duffy then, over the wicket, first ball of the game and the first run of the game, as Paul Walter just tucks that nicely off his pads down to long leg for a single, and that brings Charlie Allison onto strike. And Don's first update is due shortly, so maybe I shouldn't have taken the first over, but I'll carry on.
Ball or two.
So Charlie Allison on strike. I'm interested to see him, haven't seen him before. His brother Ben is at 4th slip, and be a bit of family rivalry between the two of them. I did have a chat with Ben yesterday about it. I said, do you fancy getting your brother out? And he said, there's nothing in it for me, is there? He said, if I get him out, everybody just says big brother got little brother out. If he does well, it's little brother put one over on big brother, didn't he? He said, what do I stand to gain out? He had a smile on his face.
Mum and Dad are here.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. So here's Duffy, and he bowls, and that one is just steered out on the offside by Charlie Allison into the gully. We've got 4 slips in place, so we've got Adam Hose at first slip, Rob Jones at second, Ethan Brooks at third, and the aforementioned Ben Allison at 4th.
Where will Rob Jones bat?
I think he'll bat 4. I think we'll have Kashi Fally at 3 and Rob Jones at 4. So that's my guess.
Basically added to the batting.
They've added to the batting, yeah. Duffy in once more. Bowls, and that's the first boundary of the day, as Charlie Allison is given a bit of width and strokes it away just behind square on the offside. Nice shot from Charlie Allison, all along the ground, given a bit of width. It wasn't a half volley, a full half volley, but it was over pitched, and just steered it away comfortably for 4. So he is off the mark, and Essex 5 without loss. So we call it the Graham Gooch end, not the Hayes close end now then.
Correct.
It always was the Hayes close end, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, with the masonettes.
Yeah, that's right. Graham Gooch end then. Duffy moving towards us. Big man, probably what, 6'4", 6'5", I should think. Hits the deck quite hard, bowls to Allison. Steers this one down into the gully. Libby does the fielding. And here comes that first update from Don.
Yes, good morning, Nick. It's sunny, it's quite bright here at Chelmsford, but Essex lost quite a significant toss. The wicket is quite green, so it may help the bowlers, and Essex are batting. And the two men out there are Charlie Allison, and with him is Paul Walter. The score is 5 without loss, but a debutant today for the first Sri Lankan ever to play for Essex. Kasun Rajatha makes his debut. Chris Silverwood had him in international cricket and says he just loves bowling overs. Essex are 5 without loss.
The fifth of those runs added by Charlie Allison with a firm push, which might well have gone to the boundary had Jacob Duffy not plunged to his left and made a half stop. So Duffy will now bowl to the left-handed Walter across him. Bowls, and Walter is well, just collapsing his back leg a little bit on the drive and losing his shape, and a thick inside edge running up to D'Oliveira at mid-on. So the end of the first over. Good start from Essex. No alarms for them in that first over. They're 5 without loss, 6 without loss, I think.
Quite a good over, because what was impressive for me was the New Zealand international was very happy to pitch the ball up. And it's those kind of conditions, especially as the ball is brand new. Once that lacquer comes off, you might find there's just a little bit more swing, maybe, and if you pitch it up, a little bit more carry, which is what they're hoping by having this green surface. So, bowling and opening the bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end is Tom Taylor, who's been around the houses over the years, Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire, Derbyshire, a decent seamer, a tall man who moves away from us, past umpire O'Shaughnessy, and this goes through outside off stump with a little bit of carry with this new ball through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, Tom Taylor, as you say, done the full set of the East Midlands counties really before finding his way down to Worcestershire, originally from Stoke, like the Worcestershire head coach Alan Richardson, and he's become, in just one season really, a very, very important member of the Worcestershire side in all formats.
I saw him bowl very well. I think it was at Chesterfield against Essex for Derby. He comes in outside off stump again. Charlie Allison is very happy, has shoulders arms and allows it, shapes up to play and then leaves it at the last minute, and it goes through to the keeper. Being watchful, we had a chat this morning with Charlie Allison, who was looking forward to playing and noted that it's a little bit more greener, so we were talking about head position and footwork is key. You're going to play and miss on surfaces like this, but you've just got to go back and carry on as Taylor comes in. Right arm over the wicket. This is genuinely a play and a miss. A ball that's a little bit straighter, must have moved away. We're not behind the arm, but I would suggest that looked quite a good delivery from the tall right-handed Worcestershire opener.
Yeah, well, I think we might. Will we see a replay? Are we too late for the replay?
No, you might get it. You might get it. The sun is out. It's a gorgeous day. A little bit of high cloud, and you know, the whole place is looking lovely this morning as Taylor turns. He's on his way in, bowls, driven into a squarish mid-on. They take one, and Walter calls his partner back for the second, because Walter will be running to the danger end, and Allison collects 2. Good looking shot into the leg side for 2. 8 without loss.
Yeah, comfortable enough start. That one ball did go past the outside edge, but it takes 2 or 3 overs for the bowlers to really settle, but it really does look green, and went out there had a look at it, a lot of grass on it. You'd feel if they get the ball in the right areas, especially in this first session, that there's going to be a bit in it for the seamers.
Patience is the key for both Taylor bowls, and this is driven by Allison up to mid on, finds the fielder, no run. Yeah, when I mentioned patience there, Frank, the idea really is, you know, as a batsman, you're going to play a miss, you're going to get an inside edge, it's going to be, you're not going to time everything because it is a little green, and bowlers are allowed to bowl well.
Absolutely.
So you've got to be patient as a batsman, but as a bowler, you're not going to nip loads of wickets out quickly or early. As Taylor's on his way in, bowls, this is a playing a miss, and it may have beaten him on the inside there as the ball misses the stump through to the keeper to conclude what I perceive as a very good over there from Taylor. Essex, who have been asked about 8 without loss, and so from my point of view, as a bowler, you have to be patient too. You don't try and bowl 6 magic swinging leg cutters, off cutters balls. You've just got to plug away, almost bore the batsman into submission, and just be patient, because hopefully, you know, Worcestershire have had a difficulty in their first innings so far this season.
Taylor, Duffy bowls outside the off-stump, Walter leaves, taken by Roderick.
So you've just got to be patient, and as I say, and I said to you earlier, people are allowed to bowl well.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, Worcestershire have certainly seen other sides bowl well in both their games up to now. Certainly Yorkshire. I mean, Yorkshire bowled very, very well at Headingley last week in a massive victory. Over 500 runs the margin of victory.
Is that one of the biggest victories?
It was the biggest ever, I think.
it?
As Duffy is in and bowls, Walter plays out on the offside. There's no run. It stays at 8 without loss. That said, I did make the point on X, on Twitter, and had quite a discussion with a few people who were not hysterical, but there was some pretty outspoken criticism, as you can imagine. Had the follow-on been enforced,
Yes.
and the win had been an innings and 180 or something like that, which happens quite regularly, there would have been nobody reaching for the record books. Duffy in bowls, Walter plays defensively up to mid-off, and there's no run. And it would have gone down as a drubbing, obviously, a hammering, but nobody would have said, oh, it's the worst defeat of all time. Okay, the follow-on wasn't enforced. Yorkshire ground Worcestershire into the dirt a bit and humiliated them almost, but it's cricket, it happens. You know?
Yorkshire didn't enforce the follow-on. One, because there was plenty of time in the game. 2, to help and rest up their own bowlers.
Exactly. Who bowled really well. As Duffy bowls, and Walter almost takes the bat away from this one, just sort of stuns it down on the offside. And their bowlers, a unit of 4 seamers, none of them express pace, but we're talking Ben Code, Jack White, George Hill and Jordan Thompson. They bowled really well.
I'm interested in Code because I think
he's a good bowler.
He had a decent summer last
very
year,
good
along
summer.
with Sam Cook.
Yeah, similar bowler. So
Yes.
maybe swings it a little bit more. Duffy in bowls. Walter drives nicely, but only to D'Oliveira at mid-on. Duffy bowling nice and full. Gets the ball through. He's got quite a bit of pace. Big man. Hits
lad,
the deck
isn't he?
quite hard.
Bowls a heavy ball.
Yeah, absolutely. But Paul Walter's been in good nick, hasn't he, so far this season?
He scored well.
He's made runs in both the first games, hasn't he?
He opened the batting because we got no Dean Elgar.
Yeah.
Not to say that we've missed him straight away, a quality batsman, but Walter scored 95 against Surrey.
Faces up now as Duffy bowls, and he cuts this into the ground. Kashif Ali at backward point fields at the end of the over.
And then he had a very good knock against Nottinghamshire in the first innings, but unfortunately
76.
he did give it away.
And runs in the second. What I was going to say is, and it's easy to sort of sound as though you're being a bit patronising, but Paul Walter's one of those players. I think I might have said this last year. You know, he's doing really well in all sorts of formats and even, you know, in franchise cricket and whatever, but he goes under the radar a little bit, doesn't he? He's a very, very capable cricketer in all sorts of different ways, I think.
Taylor starts his second over from the Sir Alistair Cook end, outside off stump, left alone by the right-handed Charlie Allison through to the keeper, where 4 slips are adjacent to the keeper. Keeper today is Gareth Roderick, who will, well, he doubles up as an opening batsman.
Played every single game for Worcestershire last year in every competition.
Did he keep wicket in most games as well? Yeah, brilliant. That's a great effort. He's a genuine all-rounder when you bat at the top of the order. And in comes Taylor. Taylor's driven down the ground. It's a bit of a half volley. Nothing wrong with that, but equally a very good shot from Charlie Allison, who takes the second boundary of the morning as he's driven back past Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire. Dead straight, that is. Beautiful shot by the Essex right-handed opener.
Yeah, lovely shot. He'll feel a little bit better, having played and missed a couple of times in the last over, but it was in the slot, to be fair. There was no risk about the shot. It just played nicely straight through it. And as you say, Tom Taylor he's pitching it up, giving it a chance.
Yes.
That's the price you occasionally pay.
Nothing wrong with that. In he comes again. Not quite as full. I might suggest that he's probably annoyed at going for the boundary, and he's bowled a slightly different length with a little bit more behind it, and it's certainly carried through nicely to the keeper. Roderick, I think he's got a couple of scores, hasn't he?
Yeah, they've had 2. I mean, they've had good starts, Worcestershire. It's not been the start of the. It's not been the start of the innings that's been the problem. It's been middle order collapses, and that's why Jones has been brought in.
I think there was a big collapse at Yorkshire.
Both games.
This is just a little shorter again, not short of a length, but on a length for the tall right arm seamer, and Allison plays into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, the same at Taunton in the first game. Good start.
Yep.
And then a middle order folding, and it happened again at Headingley, and again, you know, it happens. We all know that. It's part of cricket. It's how you respond to it that really matters.
4 slips waiting. Taylor's certainly running in. Bowls. These have got him LB. No, just not quite straight enough for Steve O'Shaughnessy. It was slightly an ambitious shot. He's been beaten as the right-handed Charlie Allison there, because he's gone for the drive and it's missed the line but hit the pad. But the umpire, Steve O'Shaughnessy, has said not out.
It must have been very close. It had a look about it, didn't it, of the way that he sort of misjudged the line, and it looked a good shout. We're not behind the arm. I haven't seen a replay, but umpire O'Shaughnessy may be feeling that it was just going down. It was a good shout. Good response from Taylor, having been driven in earlier in the over.
In comes Taylor. This is driven down the ground. That wasn't quite a half volley. That was a wonderful check drive shot just on the leg side, in between the stumps and the non-striker Paul Walter. That was an even better shot compared to the half volley earlier in the over. That was an impressive shot.
It was a good over in cricket terms, wasn't it? Because Taylor was driven, then he came back with that really good delivery that almost produced the LBW, and then Allison put that out of his mind and hit the next one beautifully down the ground. So 8 runs came from it. Taylor will feel a little bit disgruntled by that, but it was good competitive cricket. 16 without a loss as Duffy starts a new over, and he hits Walter on the pad as he looks to work it away on the leg side. And again there's an appeal, but less convincing this one, and umpire White says no. Possibly
Walter
pitched outside leg, I think.
Just fell over a little bit with what we call in batting terms the 10-ton head. I think he just started to fall over with the heavy head. He's got to be aware of that. Keep playing straight.
Waits again now as Duffy is in and bowls, and he does drive nicely, but up to mid-off where Taylor fields, and there's no run. He's going back to Paul Walter, and Essex listeners and viewers will of course be well aware of his value, but Worcestershire followers might not. I mean, he's a man for all trades really in the game, isn't he? He can bowl a little bit of left arm seam, he can bat at the top of the order when he's needed to, like here, as he waits. And Duffy bowls, and he's bowled him. Well, I've done him, I'm afraid. The old commentator's curse. 2 stumps, disturbed. The middle one left, and Paul Walter's innings ends. I was going to say he can back down the order in white ball cricket, and of course he can. And he is a very good cricketer, but today, sadly, not his day. He's on his way. Jacob Duffy has struck. Paul Walter is out for 1. That was a very full delivery, and pretty sharp, I think, and he just maybe fell over it again a little bit, and the timber was well and truly disturbed. Just watching the replay now, pretty full. Played round it a bit, looking to work it through mid-wicket, misjudged it, and that's a good breakthrough for Worcestershire. So Essex are 16 for 1 in the 5th over.
Yes, Frank, I agree with you. Just started to play across the line, and we've seen at the other end Charlie Allison has played 2 beautiful straight drives. In fact, he's got all the boundaries this morning, I think.
Yeah, he has. Walter only got 1 run.
We saw an off drive. So Worcestershire, quickly seeing Charlie Allison, will have said he likes to drive. So do we offer as many driving opportunities? But on this wicket, you've still got to pitch it up. But it brings Tom Wesley to the crease, the Essex captain, who lost the toss. He's at the crease with 21 on his back, with a short sleeve sweater. He's taking guard. I suggest he's looking for somewhere like middle, scratching the surface on this fresh pitch, which is only 5 overs here. 4 slips are in place. There were 3 slips for Paul Walter, 4 for Tom Wesley, and Jacob Duffy is ready, and so is the Essex captain, Tom Wesley.
So here comes Duffy. He bowls, and Wesley lets that go outside the off stump. So Worcestershire getting that important breakthrough in the 5th over. The wicket of Paul Walter. I've just had a message saying, congratulations Frank, you definitely got that wicket, because I was just saying what a good player he was. It happens. I don't believe in any of that nonsense, but it's amazing how often it happens.
But you'll take
I'm happy to take it on this occasion. The trouble is when it works the other way. Anyway, 4 slips in place for Walter. Hose first, Jones second, Brooks third, Allison at 4th, and Duffy is in and bowls. Good sharp delivery. Walter is forward. Combination of inside edge and pad, really pushing that one back up the pitch. Good atmosphere, good weather. Love coming here. Proper county cricket ground. Those of you that haven't been here, it reminds me a lot of Worcester. Not in terms of its, perhaps, its aesthetics, but size and atmosphere, and the number of members in and so on. I just love it. Proper county cricket. Duffy in again from the Gooch end. Bowls. Good carry through to Roderick. End of the over. A little bit wide, that one. Left alone by Wesley, who is yet to get off the mark. Charlie Allison has played attractively this morning, and he has scored the bulk of the runs. He's on 15 at the moment. The man out is Paul Walter, bowled by Jacob Duffy for 1. 5 overs have gone, and it's 16 for 1. Worcestershire having won the toss and chosen to field.
Nothing significantly new to Chelmsford this season. A couple of our smaller stands have become a little larger to increase the capacity here. Adjacent to the pavilion, the Ambassador Cruise Line Ground Pavilion, there's a green seating there which used to be marquees. As Taylor comes in, bowls. This is driven with a slightly closed face, which Allison has played to mid-on where there is no run. The Tiptree stand, named after the jam maker. Well, there are other jam making companies available, but the Tiptree stand is a little bit bigger than it used to be. We have 1 or 2 new toilets in the pavilion, and probably the most significant thing is there's a war memorial behind us by the river to commemorate those who passed away in the Great Wars, as Taylor bowls, played into the offside off the front foot by Allison, no run.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday when we arrived in the afternoon, and the team were practicing. I went for a little wander round and a wander into town. I saw the war. I thought, yeah, nice addition, I think. nice addition to the ground.
Well,
As I say, I'm a fan of the old-fashioned grounds a lot of the time, even those that aren't particularly popular. Wantage Road at Northampton, I really enjoy going there. I just like the feel of it, with the red brick streets around and so on.
Taylor in, played into the leg side, probably a little straighter, played into the leg side sensibly and securely by Allison, 16 for 1.
And you sense the history of the game at the big venues, don't you, at the test grounds, and there's lots of pictures in the museums and everything else, but there's also a history of county cricket at the various HQs like Northampton and here and even Derby and even Grace Road. Not popular with a lot of people, but for me the history and the important part that they've played in county cricket makes them special. It really does.
Taylor in, bowled, comes right forward there, great foot movement by Allison where there is no run. We're celebrating this year, Frank. It's actually a century. It's the 100th year of Championship cricket at Chelmsford, at this particular ground. 100 years, there you go.
Yeah,
to
brilliant.
Celebrate. As Taylor forces the ball into his right hand, turns and is running in up the hill here at Chelmsford, and again Allison comes forward with good footwork. And we were talking with an old schoolmate of his at RHS, so Ollie Mann, who was a year above him at school, remembers him well, and they met up off the square this morning, which was an enjoyable reunion, and we were all talking about the footwork required on such a surface as this. As Taylor on his way in, passes the umpire, driven down the ground. That is a gorgeous shot. We've seen 3 of those, which has been driven past the bowler down to the Sir Alistair Cook end to conclude the over. Essex have moved to 20 for 1, and Charlie Allison has 19 of them. So well played, Charlie. Driving well.
Yeah, very good. Nice balance, nice shape to that drive. He's driven a couple of times slightly off the inside edge to mid wicket, but when he's hit those I think 3 times now down the ground, it's been perfectly balanced, and he doesn't have to do a lot, just make sure he gets the middle of the bat on the ball and it races away as it has done there. Duffy is in again to Wesley, who is forward pushing at this, and it's quite a quick delivery, goes sharply down into the gully where Libby fields. Backward point, really. We were just saying the other day, Don, you don't often see these days the old-fashioned gully position. You're tending, more and more I'm seeing teams go with a 4th or 5th slip rather than a proper gully, and the backward point a little bit deeper. An odd little quirk of the modern game.
Or batman.
In comes Duffy and bowls here, down the leg side this time, taken by Roderick, and it makes me think of, there were certain players over the years, both, well, certainly back in the sort of 70s, 80s, 60s, where you just knew so-and-so, Edrich, Mallet, would be in the gully, always. They just went out and went in the gully, and they stayed there for most of the time. Some great gully fielders. Duffy in bowls and Wesley's off the mark. Slightly hesitant push out on the offside, but got enough bat on it to take it in front of square, and Libby, who is in that backward point position, moving around to his right.
And Libby will open the batting. Gosh, Jake Libby loves batting here at Chelmsford. His record here is phenomenal.
He played one of the longest innings in the history of Championship cricket, didn't he?
Yeah,
First game of the season 4 years ago, I think.
One of the games he played here, he was on the park for the whole of
that was the
4
one, I think.
days.
That was the one. Duffy from the gooch end hits Allison on the pad, and he's given. Big shout for LBW, and that was an example of where he might have fallen across it a little bit. He's not a tall man. It hit him quite high up. But big shout, and the umpire Rob White gave it pretty quickly. So a second wicket for Jacob Duffy, a second wicket for Worcestershire, and Essex now 21 for 2. Just watching a replay now, not the best quality. Looked a decent shout from what I could see. Umpire White certainly thought so, and that is good from Jacob Duffy, who has had Charlie Allison LBW for 19, and Essex losing their second wicket with the score on scoreboard's a bit slow, 21. So 21 for 2, both wickets falling to Duffy, both openers back in the pavilion, and a good start for Worcestershire's new overseas player. Well, I say new, it's his second game, but he's looking a lot more bowling with a lot more rhythm and consistency this morning than he did at Headingley.
Well, he has bowled very well coming down the slope at the Graham Gooch end, which was in old money the Hayes close end. To our friend Ken, who writes in, Ken Newbury, who writes in often, he would rather keep it at the Hayes close end, but we do try and celebrate some of the former players, so Alistair Cook or Graham Gooch, etc. But Duffy's got 2 from that end, which is with the slope, which brings to the wicket. It's going to be Jordan Cox, who scored a magnificent 100
big
2 games ago.
Big character Jordan Cox waits now as Duffy's into him, but he lets that go outside the off stump. Shame he didn't make him play at that one, really. First ball was got your heart in your mouth a little bit, and it's nice to get one that you can leave alone. Just get used to the light, get used to the pace. Cox goes for a little walk, a little prod of the pitch. But this is a key period now for Worcestershire. It's a good start. It can become a very good start if they can pick up another 1 or 2. We expected movement. We expected it to be tricky early on this surface. Here's Duffy again. He's in and he bowls, and Cox is forward, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. That is the end of a very, very good over from Jacob Duffy. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 7. His figures. Tom Wesley has 1. Jordan Cox yet to score. The men out. Walter for 1, and Charlie Allison for an attractive 19. Problem for Charlie Allison, I suppose, Don, is that he keeps getting starts and not yet has he gone on to anything significant.
Well, against Surrey, he dropped the anchor a little bit. Paul Walter raced ahead of him, but he played very nicely. I thought he looked really quite good. Frank, we're going to say goodbye to you for the moment, and thank you for your contribution. It's lovely to see Frank Watson, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Well, he's going to be replaced into the commentary box by Melinda Farrell, who has made her way up to the mecca of cricket here at Chelmsford this morning, courtesy of British Rail. But it's going to be Tom Taylor to start this 8th over. Comes in, driven down the ground by Tom Wesley. Well, no stick here at all to Taylor. Taylor's bowling quite full, but both Allison firstly, now he's been dismissed, and we've now got Tom Wesley, who is driving back past the bowler quite full. Nothing wrong with that on this service. You don't mind being driven. What you don't want to do is be cut on wickets like this, because that suggests you're bowling too short. But a cracking shot from the Essex captain. He moves to 5, scored 25 for 2. Taylor on his way in. 3 slips waiting. This is very full, pretty straight, driven into the onside, where there is no run. And a very warm welcome to Mel. Lovely to see you. You're going to have 3 cracking days in Essex.
Thanks, Toppers. Gee, that is a warm welcome. Thanks for having me down here. It's lovely to be back. It's ages since I was at Chelmsford, but cracking day, cracking crowd, cracking all round, cracking cricket. Some good bowling and some lovely shots.
Taylor on his way in, driven again, back past the bowler for the 5th boundary that's gone. I don't want to say a half volley. That probably wasn't. He's driven it. It's quite full, but it's not got a Christmas gift or an Easter gift, or it was still a very good shot driven back past the bowler. 3 slips awaiting, and if now Wesley nicks it to slip, the bowler's going to be ecstatic because the bowler has won despite going for 3 or 4 boundaries back down the ground. As Taylor comes in, this isn't quite as full, and Wesley is tight, bat and pad tight together, played back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Yeah, you're right, Toppers. I mean, we saw Charlie Allison play some beautiful drives down the ground towards us, but 4 of them, and then he was gone. So I think the bowlers will be all right with that. I mean, to have 2 in the shed, back in the shed already, you'd be pretty happy with that the opening half hour of play.
Both teams would have bowled Wesley as well. He's out there batting as Taylor comes in. This is a little too straight at leg stump where it's well fielded. No, it isn't. It's gone past him. And I think is that Brett D'Oliveira who's going to have to just jog over towards the pavilion wall, which is beneath the balcony on the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, and there is 4 runs. So that was a healthy shot from Wesley, who just loves it on his legs. Probably Taylor's worst ball of the morning.
I thought he'd stopped it as well because it was such an impressive dive and a roll. Look, I'd give him 8.6 for that one.
Oh, what a hard lady that is. And this is a decent ball, not quite as full, not quite as straight, to conclude the 8th over. A decent ball, which Wesley happy to leave. It does carry through to the keeper, and that's a decent ball to finish off that 8th over. Essex, having been asked to bat this morning by Brett D'Oliveira, have moved to 33, but have lost 2 wickets.
Bit of cloud around today, and the sun just coming out fully. I really must say the balcony in front of us is pretty much packed, and to our right as well. I'm so happy to see this. I love seeing this on a sunshiny day, Toppers.
Fridays are terrific days at Chelmsford. They really are.
Here is Duffy to Cox, right arm over, just flicked into the leg side. They won't get a run. It's fielded on the ring. Gee, it's been a terrific morning so far for Duffy.
Yes.
And I think the coach Alan Richardson would be looking for something strong from his side this morning. They were put to bed pretty well and truly by Yorkshire last weekend, so he was saying he was really looking at how they were going to bounce back for this. 4 slips still in for Cox. Here's Duffy bowls. Again, clipped just a little bit finer on the leg side, so gets past the fielder at mid-wicket. Fielder coming in from the deep keeps it to a single. Adds 1 to the total, 34 for 2. Wesley on 13. Cox has got off the mark with that single.
Just to give you an introduction, we're at the top of the river stand, and downstairs used to be the players' restaurant years ago, but it's now become the umpires' area for Championship cricket.
Wesley waits. Here's Duffy bowls. Good length ball, and it's just played up to mid-on, no run.
And to your right, which is the sort of 2-floored pavilion, which is getting quite old now, but it's the Tom Pearce stand, who was a wonderful cricketer. Well, I think he played a number of sports, who was celebrated, and it's his stand. So listen, it's always frequented well. You're in the sun. Most have got their hats on sensibly.
Duffy bowls, and it's just squeezed out by Wesley. It gets between the fielder backward point and 4th slip. Just pulls up those, so they'll get a couple. So that's a bit out of my eyesight when it goes down there, isn't it? I'm leaning over past monitors and laptops and half out the window.
There's a balcony, isn't there? And of course we lose about 5 to 10 yards of boundary. So when we have night games, T20s, we're reliant on the crowd atmosphere to tell us whether it's caught or not.
Duffy in bowls again, just outside off stump, and he tries to squeeze it again, Wesley, but it is fielded by backward point, so stops them from scoring. Well, it is lovely. You know, I've never been to a county match here, Toppers. I've been to some quite a few women's internationals, because of course this is a great place. It's all been traditionally a wonderful place for women's internationals. Crowd really gets behind it here. But yeah, this is my first time here for a county match.
Oh, welcome. Welcome
Thanks.
to you all.
I haven't been here since, I reckon, before the pandemic. Duffy in once more, forwards, up-ish, push towards, extra cover, bounces, drops just short. No run, and that finishes the over from Duffy. He's been tight, 3 runs coming off that one. It's 36 for 2 with Wesley on 15. Off just 16 balls too. He's racing along. Cox just the 1.
Well, you're listening to Don Topley, Melinda Farrell. We've got Frank Watson from BBC W&M, but we have the first bowling change this morning from the Sir Alistair Cook end, a man who has bowled this end on many occasions. Ben Allison, well, he was initially on loan last year to Worcestershire, but he's made the move more permanent, and there was a nice gentle applause there to welcome him back to his old ground. But sadly for Ben, he's not going to be bowling his brother, because his brother has been dismissed. And Mel, you're keen on chatting to the two of them, aren't you?
Oh, why not? I love a good brotherly love story.
Well, as Ben comes in, bowls outside off stump, and that's a genuine play and miss against Jordan Cox, who looks to the heavens. He feels whether that was a really good ball or whether he just played down the wrong line. But a good start from Ben Allison, who's returned to the parish.
I don't think that moved too much. I don't think that swung too much. I think he might have just pushed at it a little bit.
Yeah, got his line slightly wrong, maybe. 3 slips for Ben, who probably mum and dad are here. Dad was quite a decent rugby player in the north of Essex, Tom, and Ben is on his way in. Up the hill, this is down leg side, he's gone for the LBW, but I sense that was going down, and to be honest, I wasn't interested in that.
I think you know what, he started that very wide again like the previous ball.
Yeah.
I think he might have been well outside the line of off stump.
Well, you've picked up something. If you have a look at his action, I don't know if you've seen him bowl much before.
I have not.
He almost bowls over the perpendicular. So he bowls, technically, if he tries to get quite close to the stumps, he's always going to appear to be a little further wider. He's on his way in again, bowls. This is driven into the covers to D'Oliveira, where there is no run.
I see what you mean.
Ben Stokes bowls a little bit over the perpendicular, if you understand what I mean. And Ben does. Now, I'm not saying this. It's harder for him to get an LBW because he's coming from a little wider. Because he's coming from not over the top at 12 o'clock. It's almost over the perpendicular. He's away from us. Up the hill at Chelmsford, he bowls. This is played nice and straight, but into the offside where there is no run. 36 for 2, having been put in. Are Essex and the 2 men out. Paul Waters bowled by Duffy. He went first at 16 for 1, and then Ben's brother, Charlie Allison, who has had a pretty okay season to start with. He was LBW to the same man, Jacob Duffy, for 19, having hit 4 boundaries, and the score was 21 for 1. These two have put on 15 runs, and Ben Allison is on his way in, bowls. And this is a little straight, little too straight, played into the leg side. There is no run. Yeah,
so it's obviously that opening at the top of the order because Dean Elgar is not here yet. Do we know how far away he is, Toppers?
Well, first and most importantly, congratulations to the family, because his wife has presented him with twins.
That's lovely, isn't it?
I couldn't tell you if it's a boy, a girl, or what, but I do believe he may be available, fingers crossed, for the 4th round. And he's been dropped at third slip. That's well bowled. And Jordan Cox, I think, gets away. I do think it would have been around the third slip's bootlaces. We're going to see the replay. Mel?
Tough chance that. He's angled the ball in. It's bounced a little bit more, I think, come off the top of the bat. It really tough. It almost dropped short. Rob Jones, I think that is at third slip. And he's dived for it, but very, very difficult chance.
But a chance.
But a chance. You want to try and take all of those. Gone for 4 in the end, and Rob Jones just stayed on the ground for a while.
Yeah.
Really disappointed. It was a tough chance, though.
Then look at the bowler, because it's cost him 4, hasn't it?
It has, and it would also have been his third wicket.
There's a bit of an old saying about slip fielding. You would rather see it dropped than fall short. So that was the end of the over. That's a great saying for me. I always relate to it. Would rather see it dropped than fall short.
In comes Waite, it is. I was thinking it was Duffy. Next ball was left outside the off stump. So it was actually Waite. Apologies. Didn't realise that they had changed.
Yes.
Couldn't see his number from the back until he turned around. Yeah, first over from him.
Slightly different angle, Mel. Slightly different action. He, for me, slightly lower arm, smaller man. So the lower arm accentuates any swing, and the pace is a little bit different. He's not as tall as Duffy.
He's in once more over the wicket. Nice bit of bounce from him on that occasion, and the ball just moving away a little bit too. So getting some good movement, left alone by Wesley.
If I look across at Frank, I think I'm right in saying Waite has done quite well with the bat. He's dropped anchor or helped save the game at Taunton. When Taunton, Frank will talk about it, but Worcestershire batted for the best part of 200 overs to save the game at Taunton.
He's in again, full delivery outside, just on off stump actually, dug out in the end by Wesley.
Mel, our listeners will no doubt pick up the accent.
Yours? You're a local, aren't you?
So can you introduce, because I think you have got the most wonderful job in cricket media.
Wesley Waite, as in comes Waite. That's got in between backward point and third slip. Is it going to go all the way for 4? It's rolling towards the boundary. 2 players on the chase, and wonderful fielding in the end. Manages to flick the ball back in. Again, it's just out of my eyesight, that part of the ground when it goes down towards that deep third area. But well done in the end. Saved 2 runs, so they get the 2 from it. 42 for 2. Wesley moves on to 17. Yes, look, I'm a dual citizen. Let's get that out of the way.
Okay.
I'm a dual citizen, so I am allowed to reside here as well. As Wesley lets the next one go straight through to the keeper. Getting good bounce weight too.
Yeah, yes, yeah. Normally you get more bounce from this end, but yes, you're right. Tell me, you must have just cricket season after cricket season after cricket season.
I don't do winter.
You don't own a coat, do you?
Oh no, I do. And I own coats purely for when I arrive in England. Yeah, to go to Kidderminster. Frank knows. Last year I did the first couple of games at Kidderminster, and I don't think I've ever been so cold in my life. Here is Waite again. That is driven just to the left of Brett Oliveira. It is. He's fielding up at mid-off. So he stops the run. It's the end of the over. First one that we had from Waite. It's 42 for 2. Wesley on 17. Cox on 5.
But you do follow the summers.
I do follow the summers. It's just when I get here, people will often see me post a picture shivering somewhere with a caption, "Summer sport my bottom," because it often isn't quite a summer sport, but no, Kidderminster. So it's the only time I've ever bought a piece of branded cricket gear.
Ben, Allison moves away from us, bowls nice and straight, driven very nicely by Jordan Cox up to mid-off. There is no run.
Yeah, so I was caught short when commentating on Worcestershire. So I'm very careful about, making sure I'm impartial, and I don't.
Yeah.
But I do own a Rapids
okay.
hoodie because I thought I was going to die from frostbite, hypothermia.
Okay. My Mrs. T always tells me layers.
Yeah, there weren't enough layers. I had to be like the Michelin Man.
Ben Allison, it comes down the wicket to Cox, and I think that's gone for 6. It's gone a long way. That may have gone into the fir trees to our left. That's gone down the ground, but I have to say Jordan Cox left the crease. He advanced down the wicket because he knew Ben Allison was going to bowl in that particular area, and that's a gorgeous shot. First 6 of the morning as he shimmies down the wicket. Well, he's shown his cards there. He's not going to allow Ben Allison just to bowl at him, and the umpire's now inspecting the ball because it may have gone onto the concrete, it may have gone onto the road, and whether the seam or the stitching, the quarter stitching. Umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy has the ball. He's marching across to the square leg umpire Rob White, and I suspect they may look at changing the ball here because there's the dual carriageway behind us, but there's about 15 metres of they're just going to have a look. They've gone to get the Chancellor of the Exchequer's box, the box of balls, the suitcase, of which there's about 12 balls in it. And Rob White is running. Steve O'Shaughnessy is following him, and here out comes the box, the executive briefcase, a bit like the Chancellor of the Exchequer would use.
It's a nice little zip one, but goodness, what a shot that was. It's brilliant. The footwork ensured that ball was right in the slot for Cox, and he dispatched it with some style as well. A nice bit of aggression. It's been a fun morning this first hour. We've seen some really lovely shots. We've seen the bowlers come back. It's just been a really good, nice day one morning contest, hasn't it?
It has, on a little bit of a green wicket here at Chelmsford, and Worcestershire won the toss, inserted Essex, and the 2 openers went for the score of 21 for 2. So Walter was bowled by Duffy for 1, and Charlie Allison, who couldn't stay out there long enough to see and face his brother. Well, Duffy got the second wicket, that of Charlie Ellison. He was LBW for 19. But a new ball has been given, so it's in the 12th over. They've substituted it. The bowler's looking at it, shining it on his rump, and he's about to recommence. Allison bowling to Jordan Cox. Cox comes forward, plays into the leg side, may have been an inside edge. He'll be looking for 2. He does. Cox calls his partner back, and Essex move to 50. And there is the little ripple of applause. Yeah, I love it. I mentioned how good the crowd is today. You can tell by the way they've reacted. They're really enjoying this. Good fifth. They're happy to get the runs reasonably briskly, but it has come at the cost of 2 wickets. So you can see why Worcestershire was so keen to bowl first and get things underway. And I mentioned that cloud. The sun's going in and out at the moment of the clouds, very high cloud. Allison, this time it's driven into the leg side, possibly just closed the face a fraction, finds the fielder at mid-wicket, no run, 50 for 2. That's the second shot in a row that it's come almost an inside edge. So there might be some encouragement for Allison seeing that, because just not quite coming off the middle of the bat. As a batsman, with the angle that we were talking about, Ben Allison bowls over the perpendicular, there is a tendency to look to play into the leg side. He's in. This is a play and a miss. Good delivery. Probably held its line through to the keeper. Well taken by Roderick. Score 50 for 2.
Yeah, I think that one did hold its line straight through. But yes, it's great to be here. I mentioned coming here. I did get slightly lost on the walk here,
The walk
Toppers.
from the train station.
Yes, it's different to what I remembered. I came a slightly different way.
Okay.
I was looking for there was a back path I'm sure I used to get here that took me through a park and under a tunnel. And, and I was trying to find it. Got a little bit lost.
In comes Allison again down the wicket. Early indication there from Jordan Cox. Played it in sensibly and safely into the offside to conclude the 12th over of the morning. And Essex, after being inserted, a 50 for 2. Did you come through the shops?
No. I came
Did you
along
go
a road.
over the bridge?
Well, no, I came down a road and then I was going to the Google Maps was telling me to go around and over the bridge. And then I saw a little park with a tunnel that I thought might have been the tunnel.
Yes.
So I started going under it. And then
you were the wrong side?
I thought it was the wrong side of the river. So before I went too fast, I asked some locals and they directed me over a little bridge over the river.
Yeah.
And then I came up inside. So I was happy in the end. Here's Waite. Well, first ball, that has been an inside edge, I think, almost, or flicked around the corner very fine anyway, and it's gone for 4. So just straying a bit leg side, and went very, very fine. So another 4 added to the total. Wesley going along nicely. He's on 21. It's 54 for 2. So look, I do tend to, you talk about me going all around the world. I do tend to bumble my way around the world. So I do often have to rely on the kindness of strangers. So the Essex locals stepping up as Waite steps in bowls. And this goes down the leg side as well. Didn't get anything on it. It's taken well behind the stumps.
Yep. What you've described is fairly familiar for those who are not acquainted with a train station and how you can get to the ground. It's only literally a 10-minute walk.
It's closer than I recall, actually. I sort of felt it was longer, but then I'm pretty bad. I mean, last week I did end up being locked in Old Trafford, so I make a habit of travel disasters, wandering around after 8 o'clock at Old Trafford. Couldn't get out. Here's Waite. That's just played towards mid-wicket by Wesley. No run.
Can I ask you, it was an accident or was it by
well,
design?
I didn't purposely.
Somebody else locked you into Old Trafford.
I certainly didn't do it on purpose. No. Oh, Toppers. What can I say? I was the last one out of the press box. I couldn't find
Filing
anyone.
a very late report then.
Well, there's a bit more of an analysis piece rather than a report. So, I'm a bit slow. I came out. I was wandering around the ground. Every gate I came to was locked.
Yeah.
I couldn't see a way I could climb over. I ended up standing. I thought maybe
arrested.
I thought maybe I could get out via the hotel. And they've brought in, by the way, we've seen that ball go down the leg side a few times, and they've just brought in a leg slip as well. As Waite is in, first ball outside the off stump, but just it's come off the hip of Wesley, which is why there was a half shout. So I ended up standing at the bottom of the hotel. And there was a man on his balcony, and some random fellow, and I ended up, he's yelling out to him, do you know if I can get out of by the hotel? And he wasn't from England. I don't think he really knew what I was saying.
He wasn't there for the cricket?
No, not there. And so he managed to convey that he had no idea, and I obviously had no idea, as Waite is in, and it's just driven straight back to the bowler by Wesley. Gets past him, but no run. And then as I walked around again, so it was nearly half an hour that I was wandering around looking for a way out. I came across a couple of staff members in a kitchen, and I was knocking on the door of the kitchen saying, help, help. Anyway, they found a way to let me out. It was only the next day when I was telling everyone what had happened that I realised I wasn't locked in. I'd just gone out the wrong way. Waite is in, and again driven back past the bowler. Mid-on collects, no run, end of the over, 54 for 2. Wesley on 21, Cox on 13. So, yeah, if I just left the press box area a different way, I was out of the ground. But no, I walked around the inside and then couldn't get out. That's kind of typical for me, Toppers. I've been locked in a lot of grounds in my time.
Have you really?
Yeah, I have.
The mind boggles, Mel. The mind boggles. We welcome people to contribute. We often do get quite a number of contributions from different media outlets. As Ben Allison starts a new over, and this time Cox advances towards the delivery, and this time push drives it sensibly and smartly for 4, back past Steve O'Shaughnessy. What a gorgeous shot again, a great connection from the Essex number 4.
That was a lovely shot. Second time we've seen him come down the pitch, but instead of going over the top, played a really lovely drive all the way along the ground. As really smart bat. He's just trying to put him off his lengths a little bit, some good footwork, and just showing the range of ways that he has to deal with him as well. It's prompted a little bit of a discussion, a bit of a brains trust chat, but Cox has raced to 17 off just 17 deliveries. So he's scoring quickly, Essex, despite having lost the 2 early wickets. Yeah, now Worcestershire have to think about things a little bit.
We have a lot of very knowledgeable cricket fans who listen to our commentary. They really do. And you're welcome to get in contact with us. We've had a couple of emails already on BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com. But I know, Mel, you have a Twitter, which is
at Melinda Farrell.
We have Frank Watson from BBC WM, and you can hit at Frank Watson 58 should you wish to liaise with Frank and myself. It's at Toppers SNR, as in at Toppers Senior SNR. So you're welcome to contact us. We've got a couple of emails which I will mention as Ben Allison moves away from us up the hill past Steve O'Shaughnessy, short of a length. Keeper standing up now. Great tactic. 3 slips waiting, but the keeper's coming up, which stops then Jordan Cox running at the bowler, coming down the wicket, because if he was to miss it, the keeper could snaffle it and take the bails off, which would be then a stumping. So this is good cricket from Worcestershire, after tremendous cricket from Jordan Cox, but Worcestershire want Cox to stay in the crease because they could get him LB as Allison bowls, driven into the offside. He takes a quick single there, does Cox, because it divides mid-off an extra cover. 1 run to Essex, 59 for 2.
I have to say this is at the risk of sounding like an absolute nuffy, which I'm not. I don't qualify. I'm not smart enough to be a nuffy. No. I love nuffies, and I'm not very good at being nuffy. But one of my favourite things in cricket is seeing a keeper up to the stumps. It just makes it fun. He's actually dropped back now, Roderick.
Because he was staying in the creases, Tom Wesley. Wesley leaves it through to the keeper. He's happy to stay in, where Cox was advancing down the wicket. And of course, Worcestershire don't want that to happen. How do they stop it? Keeper goes up bravely to stand with the lid on, but he's standing. He's a very good wicket keeper, and now he's got an opportunity of not just the LBW, but an additional wicket, that of a stumping. As long as a bowler isn't too proud to have the keeper stand up, it's a good skill. It's a great tactic. Allison on his way in, right arm over. This is driven back from a length to mid-off, and there is no run.
It's funny you say that about being proud, because I've spoken to some keepers who do that, and that they've sort of said, you do want to make sure, because some bowlers see it as a bit of an insult to their pace.
They do.
But
they do.
As long as they've got a good relationship, they're all right.
Don't want to be too emotional about it, because it's a great tactic.
I love it.
Yeah, it
makes it fun.
Well, can you imagine one of Essex's predecessors, James Foster? playing a miss there as the ball's outside off stump. Good over, good, great delivery to bowl that last one as Wesley plays and misses. Essex after 14 overs are 59 for 2.
Yeah, it was a good comeback after that first boundary. Some nice captaincy by D'Oliveira as well, just to rein things back again. So I sometimes do some associate cricket, and keeping up to the stumps because the bowlers often aren't as quick. You do see that a lot. And I was doing a T20 match last year, and it was the keeper, who was an excellent keeper, really great hands. He stood up for the entire match.
And
probably,
can you remember which match or who the keeper was, or is in which country? When you say associates,
yes.
Would that be Division 1, 2, 3?
So it was the European ICC World Cup, ICC T20 Men's World Cup, Europe sub-qualifier Group B, I want to say.
Which team did he represent?
I'll give me a second. I'll think about it. Here's Waite. And he is back up the stumps, and that ball's just nipped away past the outside edge of Cox's bat. And there you go, because Roderick was right there on his heels.
Good take.
Really good take, because that ball did kick up quite a bit. Now I'm going to think about it.
He's only standing up
I
for
reckon
Cox.
he's
Not Wesley.
Yeah. I have a feeling it was it Jersey. Was it the Jersey keeper? I'm going to have a think about that.
Right.
As Waite is in once more, and that one has come off the outside portion of the bat, and it's heading down towards deep third. Is it going to get chased down? Yes, it did get chased down. Yeah, nice work in the end.
Good bit of fielding from in front of the Tom Pearce stand. That was, yeah, where we're blinded.
Yeah, we are a bit. It's a bit tricky when it goes down there. I'm playing a bit of a guessing game. But yeah, I really like this. It just means, you know, the batter then has to come back and outthink the bowler with the keeper up, as he is again crouching. As in comes Wade. Oh, that one again, the bounce. I think that might have hit him in the midriff. And Cox he was down on one knee for a little bit, just nodded as if to say, yeah, fair dues. That one's come back in a bit and got me fair and square. I love it when you see this punch and counter punch that we've seen this morning. Been really entertaining cricket. 2 slips in now, so one has dropped off. Weight is in. And that one's outside the off stump, and he has played and missed at that one. Boy. So outside the off stump, and you can see now Cox has just gone for a little walk, and he's hyper aware of Roderick.
He is, and of course it's great tactic, and he's going to have to stay in his crease. It's given a better chance of an LB. He's given the added chance now of a stumping as well if he does leave his crease with the keeper standing up. This is very good cricket here by Worcestershire.
Waiting again. This time he does get bat on ball, but not. He just almost twisted his bat as he played down on that one, Cox. Ball dribbles away, no run.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to leave in a moment and welcome back Frank Watson, but you're listening to Melinda Farrell, Don Topley, Frank Watson, bringing you ball-by-ball coverage of this Division 1 encounter here at Chelmsford. Essex, who have been asked to bat, and they're facing the visitors, Worcestershire.
Weight in, outside the off stump, a little bit tiny bit of away movement. It's left alone. It's left alone by Cox. And there's no run. 61 for 2 at the end of the over.
I think you're all right, Mel.
I know, I just suddenly couldn't hear myself in my ears.
I've switched myself off to welcome back Frank.
That's all right, you do that. I just couldn't hear myself and what... Hoped that I hadn't gone off the air, but hopefully you can still hear me. And I'm going to have that little change in commentary. Allison continuing. First ball, next over. Again beats the outside edge of the bat. Good morning, Frank Watson.
Good morning, Mel. Nice to be back with you.
Lovely to be
And
back with you.
yeah, little bit warmer than our first commentary stint together last season, which was at Kidderminster. Heard you talking about it a little bit earlier. I've never been so cold either.
Are you hearing me in your ear, by the way?
Yeah. I'll tell you what. You carry on talking, and I'll just check that everything's going through okay.
Well, that next ball by Allison's actually a full toss. Slipped out, very full too, but Wesley missed out on that one. And there is no run. Yeah, so it's just when Topper's turned himself off, I could still hear that note, not mine. So, hopefully, if you're out there, you are listening in as we just get a few things sorted out. Wesley on strike. He's on 21, waiting the right-hander. As in comes Allison, who clips that through the leg side, quite square. So mid-wicket has to run back and chase it. I'll just get the single. And it was, in fact, a no ball as well. So the extra run there. Lucky I've got my technician Frank. No, it is lovely to
We
be
seem
here.
to be going. We seem
Good.
to be going out okay.
Good. We had some wonderful. I really enjoyed myself at Worcestershire and Kidderminster. Here's Allison, an expansive drive, completely misses it, and because Cox has got Roderick back up there behind the stumps again. Roderick unable to take it cleanly, but no run.
Yeah, Jordan Cox is one of those players, and he very much in the modern mould, who will not allow the bowler to dictate, doesn't like to be tied down, puts pressure back on the bowler, and he's tried to do that right from the start today. And he's used his feet well. I mean, that six came from nowhere. He will not be bowled out. Worcestershire were on top at 21 for 2. These two have fought back well, not without the odd encouragement for the bowler. That edge that Cox had, he was only on one when he edged to second slip, and I'm not sure it carried. I watched the replay. It was one right. You know, it would have been a great catch diving forward, just bounced below Rob Jones's hand really.
In once more, Allison, a full ball just turned to the leg side, but no run. Yeah, I was a bit unsure. That's why I was saying very, very tough chance.
Yeah, really. I mean, you know, occasionally somebody will dive
Borderline.
forward and pick them up, and it's really good. But it was dying on Rob Jones, and he dived, just got his hand, just bounced in front of his right hand. But Cox, he's got that ability to just not allow that to worry him, put it out of his mind, and he's tried to dominate, hence Roderick being up to the stumps.
Cox is there now. Roderick on his heels. Next ball, he just turns it into the leg side again. Oliveira hovering there. Mid-wicket saves any runs. Yeah, so I did. Look, I really enjoyed it. Look, I must say, because this is the first time that I've seen you, my condolences too, because we did lose JC, and he was a big part of the reason why I loved coming to Worcestershire.
Yeah, you and all the other journalists in the cricket world. We've talked about it a little bit, but there'll be a lot who don't know. Just talk about it at the end of this over. Allison's last ball pushed out defensively on the offside. 64 for 2 then Essex. JC, who Melinda referred to, a man called John Curtis, well known to Worcestershire listeners, I'm sure, not perhaps to Essex listeners, but basically the doyen of the press box at New Road. JC started operating the scoreboard at New Road when he was a schoolboy. First ever member of the Junior Pairs Club. The press box was named after he and 2 other journalists last summer, which was lovely and timely. but he was also a journalist known throughout the country for his football work. I'll just break off as Matthew Waite starts a new over. That one's left alone outside the off stump. And covered 5 World Cups with England, friendly with various managers and players over the years, well known throughout the country as a football journalist. Wonderful stories abound about him. Very close friend of mine. I must say I miss him greatly, and it'll never be the same again covering Worcestershire. It was something we did together, but great tributes have been paid to him by the players and by journalists around the country. Just break off as Waite bowls again, left alone outside the off stump. They did a tribute at the Hawthorns, West Bromwich Albion's ground, where they put his picture up on the big screen on the first Saturday after his passing, and that was very special. And I've had many inquiries about funeral arrangements, which there aren't any yet, but the club will be playing a big part in that, and there will be a lot of quite famous people there from the world of football, I think, in particular. So there's a lot of football that not a lot of people knew about with JC, but New Road was his spiritual home. Matthew Waite in again, and again outside the off stump, and again left alone by a watchful Tom Westley, and it remains 64 for 2. Yeah, you're right, Mel. The press box at Worcester was a special place to go because of JC, and quite how we'll manage, quite how many vegetarian lunches we'll know to get, or what we'll do if the coffee machine breaks
That's
down.
what I was going to say. Who's going to fix the coffee machine?
No idea. So greatly missed, a wonderful man, and I think as Waite bowls again and Westley defends out on the onside and there's no run. Just a final word on it there. The first home game a week today against Durham at New Road, there will be a tribute, I think, from the club, and a minute silence and all that kind of thing. And it's odd, really. And every county loses people close to it. Alex Stewart's wife passed away last week, of course, and we send our condolences to him and to Surrey. But just in recent years, Duncan Fernley going, Josh Baker last year, it seems to have been just a little bit too frequent at New Road. As Waite just gets his line wrong with this one, and it's very nicely clipped away on the leg side by Westley, and they should have got 3. They thought they were going to get 4. In fact, they only get 2 because it's a good bit of fielding by Kashif Ali running around and flicking it back inside the rope. So 2 runs only for Westley. First runs off the over, 64 for 2. He goes on to 22. Cox has 20. The 2 men out, both falling to Jacob Duffy, the Kiwi. Paul Walter bowled for 1. Charlie Allison, LBW for 19. But a good partnership developing between these 2 stocky right-handers for Essex. And Worcestershire, having made a really good start after winning the toss, will definitely want another 1 or 2 wickets before lunch if they're going to feel that they've made the most of these reasonably helpful conditions. That will be 4, as Waite again is too straight, and Tom Westley just leans on it, clips it nicely through mid-wicket, and this time it does go all the way out to the Felstead School stand out at mid-wicket, end of the over. Cox remains on 20, the non-striker, and Captain Tom Westley moves on to 28, and it's 70 for 2 off 16.
I'm happy to say that you've got me again, Paul. You've got me again next week, so I will be at that game.
You will, and that'll be nice for you to
I will
pay tribute to JC.
I will. I was lucky enough to be there on that day when filmed. I actually filmed it on my phone when they dedicated the press box, renamed it, and sent that to the Cricket Writers Club.
Yeah,
I was very glad I did as well.
The Cobb, the Curtis Oldnall Beddoe press box. Chris Oldnall still with us, I'm pleased to say.
Love that. Here's Allison's next over. First ball driven, but well fielded, mid-off, diving. It was driven very straight. I won't get any reward for it.
Tom Taylor.
It's really well done. A lovely shot. He just dived, managed to get one hand to it. So Tom Taylor, formerly Northants, but seems to have fitted in well, Frank, at New Road.
Yeah, very, very important member of the squad already at Worcester.
Here's Allison in again. just driven straight back past the bowler with no force, no run. And then, of course, you've got Duffy here as well. One thing that combination, that Alan Richardson and Ashley Giles, they've got a knack of picking up good New Zealand overseas in general. But the problem is they had Nathan Smith last year, who was outstanding, and then those guys down at Surrey came and nicked him. Now they've got Duffy. And it's Allison in now, bowls. That's just defended out to the offside. Kashif doing the clean-up.
Yeah, Worcestershire have had a good relationship with Kiwis over the years. You can go right back to Glenn Turner and John Parker, even back in the 70s. But in recent years, as you say, they've had some good overseas Kiwis, and Nathan Smith, they were hoping to get him back, to be fair, and I think he wanted to come back, but Surrey stepped in and made him an offer he couldn't refuse, I think.
Next ball is absolutely cracked off the bat, but it does again go straight to Tom Taylor this time, has a bit of easier fielding to do.
We had Logan van Beek, of course, briefly last season and previously, and over the years, as you say, a string of New Zealanders really have played a big part at Worcester, and Jacob Duffy is the latest in a long line, and he's made a good impression, good solid character, fitted in well, it would seem.
Roderick up to the stumps as Allison is in, and that's come off the outside edge of the bat, but too wide for second slip. There's a chase on, it's not going to be successful, it's 4 runs. So Cox just breaking the shackles a little bit. He's been a little bit hamstrung with Cox up there. They've got their plan. That brings up, I think, the 50 partnership. Is that what they're clapping?
50 partnership, and it's an odd mix, really, isn't it? An edge bringing it up. There's been some good positive shots at that edge to slip. Bat's been beaten a few times. It's been good cricket this morning, but I think Essex have just seized the initiative a little bit in the last half an hour or so, having been on the back foot after losing those 2 wickets.
Cox waves. Allison is in once more. This time it's just a little bit straight. Turns it leg side. But Brett D'Oliveira runs back and keeps it to a single. Takes it to 75 for 2. Wesley on 27 and Cox on 25, just after bringing up their 50 partnership. And after 18 overs, it's 75 for 2. Just had the bowling speeds come up. Allison up just between about 75 and 78. So that's when you think if you've got the keeper up to the stumps, that you still got to be pretty sharp when you're bowling between 75 and 78, Frank.
Yeah, well, as an ex-keeper myself, I can sort of add a little bit to what you and Don were saying. I mean, it's the best fun for a wicket keeper. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Matthew Waite starts a new over from the Graham Gooch end. First ball is defended out on the offside by Cox. It's the best fun, provided the bowler is bowling a decent, consistent line. If he keeps firing it down the leg side or whatever, then it's not so easy. And the other thing about it that you have to do it really to appreciate, I suppose, is the effect that length has as well. If he's banging it in just a little bit short of a length, it's actually, you can see it easily, and you might have to ride with it, but it's not a particularly difficult take. That's a beautiful shot, as Matthew Waite gets this one wrong in the sense that he's just a little bit short of a length, but he hasn't banged it in short. It just sat up quite nicely, and Cox timed it magnificent. It was a beautiful cricket shot off the back foot, high left elbow, straight bat between cover and cover point, and raced away. He's a very, very good timer of the ball, Jordan Cox, and once he's in, really difficult to bowl to, I think. What he's done here is he's put the pressure back on the bowlers, had a little bit of luck, but also played a succession of excellent shots. And there's another one there, not bringing him a run this time, just pushing it up to mid-on, but he's raced on to 29 as Cox. Wesley, who also actually got off to a bit of a flyer, he's on 28, and Cox has dominated this partnership
Well, it sort of feels like everything's happening around Cox in that they've got this plan. They're bringing the keeper up. Roderick is still up there, keeping up to the stumps, and it feels like it's all sort of centering on him at the moment, whatever's happening.
And he's winning at the moment, I think, as he's defensively forward to a good one from weight. Just going back to that thing about standing up, that length thing. If the bowler starts going pretty full, then you're in trouble as a keeper, perhaps, because a ball at 78 miles an hour pitching, say 2 feet in front of you. If it goes past the bat or even 3 feet in front, that's a pretty difficult ball to take. If it's pitching 6 feet away and it's bouncing up to waist high, that's a little bit more comfortable. But they're all top keepers, these guys. Well, most of them anyway. But that's the real fun, standing up. It's the real fun of the game. 4 more for Cox here, I think. No, it won't be 4, it'll be 2. But it's nicely timed. Tom Taylor chases it back from mid-on. Jacob Duffy, in fact, chases it back from mid-on, and they get 2. But you can see Cox. He's coming at you as a bowler, isn't he? He's irrepressible. He wants to dominate. Even when he defends, it's very positive. His footwork is good. He's busy. He's at it all around the crease. He wants to dominate. You can just sense that, and he does tend to do it 9 times out of 10 when he makes runs. He does it in this fashion, and he's got Essex on top now at 81 for 2. His weight is in again and bowls to him, and that is another lovely shot. And that's what I mean. No runs, but the intent in that shot. He's driven it on the up. D'Oliveira has to move to his left at mid-off. Diving stop. The intent, the positive intent from Cox is palpable, and the bowler knows it. And Waite takes his sweater at the end of the over and is walking away a little bit ruefully, having gone to the boundary in that over and conceded 6 in all. And Worcestershire, having made that good start, as I say, they will be thinking now that they need a change, they need a breakthrough, and they're going back to Tom Taylor, who could maybe consider himself a little bit unlucky this morning, and might just now, I think, Mel, feel that with the actual lacquer having gone off the ball, he might get a little bit more movement, and it might be more dangerous than his first spell.
Well, remember, we have had a ball change already.
And we've had a ball change as well.
Yeah, Cox sent it over onto the concourse very early on.
They got it back, but obviously too damaged. Yeah.
But it is Taylor back into the attack. He's in over the wicket. First ball shoots through, left alone. Little bit of away movement. He's bowling from, we're at the Sir Alistair Cook end, aren't we?
Yep.
If I am right. So that's the old river end.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
good. Like to get
right.
my...
River's right behind us, isn't it?
It is. I did cross it. I don't know
I
if you
did. I
know.
went for a little walk this morning, and I did find that little pathway through at the back of our press box here.
I found it eventually.
Yeah.
I get there eventually
Yeah.
as I bumble my way around. Wesley waits as in comes Taylor. Again, just lets this one go. It's just got a little bit of nip back. But it is, yeah, it's lovely to be down here. I'm just so happy. I'm not even wearing a jumper, Frank, and that for me is
Well, it's
a big
April.
deal.
Yeah, as well.
It doesn't matter if it's April.
Yeah.
It was April.
No,
when
to be
we
not
were-
wearing a jumper in
Yeah?
April
Oh,
at cricket
I
in
see.
England is pretty good.
That's
Isn't it?
all right. I've got my hot coffee, which I've brought from Australia. So I'm set. Here is Taylor once more, and again just left outside the off stump by Wesley. Not tempted.
Yeah, quite a crucial little period, I reckon, now, actually, between now and lunch, because if Worcester don't pick up any more wickets before
Yes.
lunch, then it's Essex's morning. If they pick up a couple, then they'll feel that they've started well. My old par for lunch was always sort of 80 for 2. Well, we're there already, and we always are these days. Teams always seem to score more quickly than they used to.
In once more, Taylor, and there
got
is
him.
got him.
I've done it again.
Wow, terrific work by Taylor. Great catch in the end. Diving, so just caught the outside edge. Wesley's patient in the end innings comes to an end. He departs for 28, and that third wicket does come. So that'll make Worcestershire feel much better, and you can see the delight for the players as well, taking that third wicket. Just a feather outside. Brilliant work by Roderick as well. He ended up flat on his front as he dived to his right. Persistence pays off in the end, Frank Watson?
Yeah, well, I just said it when they made the change. I mean, always nice, I think, if you make a change. Johnny Bairstow did it about 6 times last week at Headingley. Make a change and the guy that you bring on gets a wicket in his first over. Jordan Thompson did it about 3 times, I think. And Tom Taylor's done it there. It's a big wicket because they needed it. They really did. It was a partnership of 60 for that third wicket, and they'd come fairly quickly. Cox, as we said, has been imposing himself on the bowling, and what had looked like a pretty good start was just in danger of fading a little bit, but in fact Tom Taylor has struck and Gareth Roderick's picked up the catch. So ideal bowling change, and now of course, as I say, one might bring 2 and Worcestershire could be right back on top. But intriguing. I like the look of this pitch. I think you can play shots on it, but it's obviously got a fair bit in it. Worcestershire will be very glad that Sam Cook's not playing, because he is an outstanding performer in these sort of conditions. Obviously Jamie Porter will still be a handful, and they have the debutant, the Sri Lankan Kasun Rajitha in the side, who is obviously a decent performer. Haven't seen him in the flesh, but yeah, we shall see. As Taylor is in again, and this one is clipped up to mid-on, and there's no run. It's you, I think, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's all right.
I was in flow.
You were in flow, and it's wonderful to see. Always love being on with you, Frank. We always have fun. But what a comeback this is so far from Taylor. So no runs off this over. Gets the wicket, breaks up the partnership. And I agree, if Worcestershire can wriggle out another one and go to lunch 4 down, they'd be pretty happy. Here's Taylor. Oh, and that is a play and a miss. He just pushed at that one, did Critchley. It wasn't far away from the outside edge of the bat, and that is a wicket maiden for Taylor. What a terrific come back into the attack that was. After 20 overs, it's 81 for 3. Essex, after losing the toss and being inserted on a glorious day at Chelmsford. The clouds actually just building up a little bit now. That might make things a little bit interesting too, Frank.
Yeah, Matt Critchley, the new batsman, 145 not out in the first game of the season against Surrey. So he's had a good start to the season, got a 50 at Trent Bridge as well last week. All-rounder, leg spinner, formerly with Derbyshire. Been a good signing for Essex, and well, they've got power all down the lineup. No more than these 2 at the crease at the moment, I would say. Critchley and Cox, dangerous pair. What Worcestershire would give for another wicket now, what they would give to get rid of this guy. And there's another bowling change as Jacob Duffy comes back into the attack. Picked up 2 wickets this morning. His first ball is banged into the pitch, and Cox on his toes steers it down to third man for a single. It goes on to 32, and that means that Critchley, taller of the 2, will be on strike against the Kiwi Jacob Duffy for the first time. Critchley yet to get off the mark.
I do love this. I've had a couple of tweets come in. I still call them tweets.
Yes, anyway.
From Seb Dove. And he says, what? Oh, I'll tell you after this ball.
Is Duffy then into Critchley? Bowls, and Critchley's turned round a little bit. Thickish outside edge, runs down on the offside.
Seb says, while I agree having the keeper up may be a good tactic in theory, we all know that having the keeper stand up is the most emasculating thing that can happen to a bowler.
Yeah.
I mean, if the grade cricket has taught us anything, it is this. The grade cricketer, I think that is.
Yeah. I know what you mean. But as a keeper myself, I used to love doing it. I used to love it. And it was always actually, if it wasn't too serious a game, particularly, friendly cricket, Duffy in again, bowled, left alone by Critchley. It was actually quite good fun to just annoy bowlers by going up and have them try and bowl a bit quicker and just take it and grin, and it was, yeah, always good fun. But yeah, I know exactly what he means. It's just, I mean, you know, they work in pairs, don't they, these guys sometimes, and I think against Jordan Cox, somebody like Matthew Wake would probably quite be pleased to have the keeper restricting the batsman's movement. Here's Duffy again, he's in bowls, and Critchley's off the mark, just turning this nicely off his hip out to Kashif Ali at long leg for a single. Through they go. So 1 to Critchley, and the total goes up to 83 for 3.
See, I made the point before you. I'm glad that it's the most fun for the keeper, because, as I was saying, I think it makes for fun cricket to watch.
Yeah,
so,
it's definitely. I think any keeper will tell you standing up to seamers is the most fun. It really is. Duffy in bowl.
Ooh. Ooh.
That's banged in short, and it's a wide. It's bounced so far over Jordan Cox's head that umpire Rob White says that's a wide, and Duffy just looks a bit unhappy as he struts back to his mark, just finding out just how hard this deck is. And it is. I was out there and had a look at it yesterday, and it's got a bit of grass on it. It's a hybrid, and it's also got a bit of firmness to it as well, as we saw there. Here's Duffy in again now. They're getting a bit ahead of steam here. Cox, though, plenty of time to get in behind that and play it out on the offside.
Well, there's some very helpful and interesting information that I'm not sure who it is. I'll find out, but that they've left in here. And so I didn't realise 11 pitches here at Chelmsford, for 5 of them are hybrids.
Right, yeah. One thing I can say is that this is totally different from the pitch that Worcestershire played Essex on here to the back end of last season, as Cox is out, caught by Roderick at slip. Good delivery from Jacob Duffy, his 3rd wicket of the morning. Just turned Cox round a little bit and he felt for it just outside off stump. Little outside edge, looks really dejected. Ball dying on its way to Roderick. Good catch, low down. Now, keeper will tell you that was a much better catch than the one before, because the one before was higher. It was spectacular, but it was actually quite easy to take. That one, that's a really good delivery from Duffy. Had to play it, and it's died on Roderick, and he's taken it just off the turf. You see it from the other end now. Turned him round. He's got to play it, and it's dying on Roderick. That's a really good catch by Gareth Roderick, and kept it in his gloves when his elbows hit the ground. Big wicket. It's that second one I was talking about. Suddenly, bang, bang, 82 for 2 becomes 84 for 4. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Worcestershire back on top. Yeah,
what a great session we've had, and I echo that. That was absolutely brilliant work by Roderick, who, let's face it, he's been such a key this morning, hasn't he? Everything he's done, keeping a lot of the time up to the stumps. He's taken every ball up to the stumps almost flawlessly. I think I can only think of one where he got a glove to it, not quite clean, but on that occasion, great ball by Duffy, who was frustrated previously by the wide and bowling a bit too short. But what a comeback. And really, we've seen Worcestershire come out all guns blazing, get on top, Essex fight back. But now Worcestershire's turn. As in comes Taylor to continue. First ball is a play and a miss. So everything just going Worcestershire's way at the moment, and now it really is a time for Essex to rebuild again. So is that Michael Pepper who's come out? It's Critchley on strike who's off the mark, but Pepper, a new batter who is at the non-strikers end, just stretching a little bit as Taylor is in once more, over the wicket, driven straight down to mid-off, no run.
He got 100 against Worcestershire last year in this in the corresponding fixture, I think, Michael Pepper. So he'll be hoping he can repeat that. Very different circumstances, and as I was saying, Mel, a very different pitch. That one was like a beach at one end, and green and helpful at the other end for the seamers. But this one is green all the way down and quite firm.
Taylor is in, and Critchley just watches this one go past. It did nip back in a little bit, is very watchful, but you can hear by the shouts from the Worcestershire players and the clapping that they feel they're on top a bit more now, offering lots of encouragement. But speaking of pitches and conditions, how are things looking at New Road,
Yeah, well,
Frank?
they're looking okay, I'm pleased to say. The ground is in pretty good shape.
Taylor in bowls. That one just cracked out into the covers, no run.
Still a couple of areas of the outfield that don't look great, but the square itself, given where we were, late flood, February, I think, probably the latest one. They had a tent over it for a good while, growing it under lamps and that kind of thing. That's gone, and we've got a really nice looking covering of grass on the square at the moment. Don't want to predict what the pitches will be like, but there will be pitches, and it looks better than it has for some time.
Taylor is in, and this has just caressed towards mid-wicket by Critchley, no run. Oh, remind me again of the head curator's name there.
Steve.
Steve.
Yeah, Steve Manfield.
Yeah. What a guy he is.
Yeah.
I feel so...
Yeah.
I spoke to him often sort of early last year when we were at Kidderminster.
Yeah.
And that poor bloke.
He came from here. He worked here before. This is the driest county ground in the country.
Wow, well, he
it's
certainly had his work cut out.
Yeah, incredible, and he remains cheerful.
Always. Here's Taylor. This time the ball left well and truly alone.
And I bumped in the winter to the groundsman from the King's School next door to the New Road, who suffers exactly the same issues as Steve does, and he's been there longer, and he has to put up with it with a smaller staff and less equipment. So, pretty amazing effort from him. When you come back, do you want to be on this side? No, it doesn't matter. Thanks to Melinda Farrell, she's off for a well-earned break. Great to be with her again. Don is coming back in. As Jacob Duffy prepares to bowl over. He will be bowling to Michael Pepper, who's yet to get off the ball. Is that back nicely here? There is Duffy into defensively down. Offside, Jake Libbyfield at backward point, so 84 for 4, having been 81 for 2. Worcestershire with that double strike, just re-establishing some control and superiority after that partnership of 60 for the third wicket between the Essex skipper Tom Westley and the ebullient Jordan Cox, but they've both gone now. Duffy is in and bowls, and forward comes Pepper and plays out into the covers where Ben Allison is the fielder. And there's no run. Welcome back, John. And well, I was going to say honours even when the third wicket went down. It's gone a little bit back Worcestershire's way now, but
definitely.
It's a decent pitch, isn't it? You can play shots on it, as Jordan Cox showed. One of them, a quite extraordinary straight hit down the ground for 6 off Ben Allison, which in the context of the morning's play was quite startling. As Duffy is in and bowls, that one's down the leg side, and Gareth Roderick skips across to take it, with Pepper having missed it, looking to turn it off his hip.
Well, 21 for 2. You were in the pound seats.
Yeah.
And then it was a very good, hard-working partnership, third wicket partnership of 60 to get to 81 for 3. But Roderick took 2 catches, that of Wesley and that of Cox, and it's left a bit of a dent to Essex.
Duffy bowls, and again, good pace, as on the back foot. Pepper is defending down into the gully area. Jake Libby comes in to do the fielding. Bowling figures then for Worcestershire so far. Duffy in his 7th over, 3 for 13. Pretty good effort from the big Kiwi. Tom Taylor, unlucky I think, 1 for 26, probably bowled better than that at the beginning. Ben Allison, 5 overs, no made, no wicket for 25. Almost had Jordan Cox caught at slip. Let's break off as Duffy bowls again, and Pepper is fortunate, inside edge down to fine leg, didn't know much about it. gets a single, gets off the mark, and Matthew 8, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 20, the other bowler used. I had a look at the replay of that edge. I've mentioned this 2 or 3 times that Cox had. He's only on one. It would have been a really big wicket, and it died. Well, whether it carried, it was absolutely on the edge. It bounced just at the little fingertip of Rob Jones as he moved away to his right at second slip. As Duffy bowls to Critchley, who defends on the offside. That is another very good over from the big man Duffy. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 14 for him, 85 for 4 at the end of it. After 23 overs, Worcestershire having won the toss and chosen to bowl. The men out: Paul Walter for 1, Charlie Allison for 19, Tom Wesley for 28, and Jordan Cox for 32.
Certainly been Worcester's morning, and probably, am I right in saying, probably one of the better sessions they've had this season?
Yeah.
Fair?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. They've, I mean, they had Somerset 39 for 3, you know, before Banton went and got his 370. So you look at moments in games, don't you, and sessions and opportunities missed and so on, and you can usually find somewhere along the line where it all went wrong. But hindsight's a great thing, isn't it?
Taylor moving away from us. And he bowls. This is a good length delivery, which is played into the leg side, and there is no run. Michael Pepper and Critchley batting together. They both scored centuries last time they were here at Chelmsford. Against Surrey, we had 3 centuries as well as a 95 in that first innings from Paul Walter.
I think Pepper got 100 against Worcester as well last year here, didn't he?
Taylor turns, running in hard, 3 slips waiting, outside off stump, left alone through to the keeper. Frank, we've had a few emails, if I just can mention a couple.
Carry on.
It's at BBC Essex Cricket at BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, but you can contact Frank at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, at Melinda Farrell, and at Topper Senior. But the first is a gentleman called Ron Clark, and he's currently up at Driffield in Yorkshire, where Taylor bowls again, drags Pepper, the tall wicket keeper, onto the front foot, and there is no run. As an ex-fast-ish bowler, would you prefer to put your feet up or rest, or would you like to keep playing so as to keep your bowling rhythm going? I understand about today's workload on fast bowlers, and there are many examples in county cricket on how it can be littered with multiple injuries as Taylor comes in, bowls, and this is on the front foot, eventually gets forward, does Pepper, plays straight back to the bowler, no run. But I do think that the Sam Cook reality, that he does deserve a call up to the England team, and I wish him the best of luck. So Ron Clark, thank you for your email. It's a difficult one. Essex have bowled a lot, Sam's bowled a fair amount, Simon Harmer's bowled a lot of overs already as well. But Sam Cook has been asked by England to be given a rest, of which Taylor bowls. Is down the ground, hits the stumps on the way through. There's no parry from any fielder, so it's a dot ball. The umpire does the fielding and then readdresses the stumps, no run. Difficult one because England, Rob Key was at Trent Bridge last week and he witnessed Porter and Cook. Cook bowled beautifully. Jeff Arnold said it was one of the better spells of county cricket he has seen from an opening pair. But the problem is he doesn't have a contract with England. Essex pay his wages, Taylor's in, and this is played into the offside. Not played particularly well, but it's probably cannoned off the inside of the thigh, and that concludes the end of the over. No leg by, just a dot ball, 85 for 4. So Essex lose their bowler because Silverwood was a former England manager, coach, head coach, and he knows the pressures these bowlers are under in county cricket to bowl the overs. And England need him. With so many England bowlers injured, Wood, Cass, Stone, Pennington. Tongue's come back today, I think. There are a shortage of quality bowlers that could be associated with...
They asked Tongue to miss the last game for Notts.
They did.
Even though he'd got...
But he's an England
10
contract.
wickets in the previous, or 8 wickets in the previous game. Yeah,
But
exactly.
England pay his wages, so
yeah.
they do tell the county
Yeah.
what to do. But Cook is not on an England contract.
Duffy in, bowls, and Critchley turns this off his pads down to long leg. Kashif Ali is the fielder down there, and they take a single as the sun re-emerges here at Chelmsford. Beautiful, beautiful sight. As beautiful in its own way as Cheltenham, perhaps not as aesthetically pleasing, but to traditionalists like me and Don, a beautiful sight. And we've got a lovely view here as well at Chelmsford. This is the ideal height for me. I was at Headingley last week and I horrified one or two people when I said I thought it was too high, our commentary position. It's a great position, it's a wonderful ground, but it's a little bit too high for me. Yeah. As Duffy is in and bowls, and on the back foot defending Pepper into the offside, and everybody looked at me, but it is, you just can't judge perspective and movement quite that well when you're so high. Anybody who's been to watch football at St James's Park, Newcastle, as an away supporter will know exactly what I'm talking about. Not quite as high as that, but this, we're on the second sort of floor here, and it's perfect. At New Road, I love it, but it's too low, isn't it, our position at New Road? It's a good angle, third man, but we're not quite high enough, I don't think. So this is perfect for me.
You're a hard man to please.
Well, this is it, isn't it?
We've pleased you.
Oh, Duffy bowls, big shout for Elby going down. I think that one
Just
angled in.
Just
look wrong, yeah. But so yeah, we can't quite see all the playing surface. That's probably the downside here, but you're never going to get, well, you might occasionally get the absolutely perfect position, but for me, height wise, being about one or two floors up is ideal, and that's where we are here. And we're also, it's quite a small ground, so the window open, you can hear the players, and you almost feel, don't you, that you're in touch with the game. It's
top
really
of the action. Yeah, agreed.
Duffy in again, bowls, and forward comes Pepper, very positive in his movements, his footwork is good, big keeper, all-rounder, really, such a good cricketer, potentially on the verge of a great career, I think, Michael Pepper. And as I say, got 100 here against Worcestershire last year in that fixture that played such a big part in Worcestershire first staying up and then going on to finish in 6th. It was a good effort for the pairs. It's Duffy bowls outside the off stump, left alone, and Roderick takes. For a team that was newly promoted and had been tipped to go down, it was a good effort, and a team that had lost Ed Barnard, Josh Tongue and Dylan Pennington in going into that season as well. To finish above Warwickshire and above Nottinghamshire was quite a feather in the cap. Everybody's saying it's got to be repeated this year. Budgets are crucial in trying to recruit players, of course. It's not as easy as people think. As Duffy is in and bowls, and Pepper walking into this, defends on the offside, and there's no run. So the tough start that they've endured to the start of this season is not entirely surprising. And I'm not for a minute, in case people start getting in touch, and some do and have, I'm not defending bad performances. I am putting them into context, and you know, whilst it's easy to say you should have strengthened after last season, you finished 6, you should have strengthened, that's easy to say, not so easy to do. You're not missing any cricket because somebody's coming out with some drinks, and I think one of the batters might need something going on out there. But going back to that, yeah, you should have strengthened is one thing, but how and in what respect? Go and get an overseas batter who can come in at number 3 and average 40. Well, yeah, but that costs a huge amount of money, and if you haven't got that money, you can't just do it. It's not that easy. So you've got to find these gems and bring them through your academy and so on. But you know, I could list, and I know players move, and people don't ignore it. But you know, I could list almost a team of players that have left Worcestershire in the last 5 years, and it's hard. It's hard to replace them. It's hard to do that. You know, even I've said in the last 2 weeks, Tongue and Pennington took 10 wickets for Notts in a game in the first round, and Barnard and Haynes scored hundreds in the last round. And you know, those players were with Worcestershire 2 seasons ago, so it's pretty hard to replace 4 players like that, just like that. So patience is what Worcestershire supporters need, and the players need their backing and their support. That's not to say that they played well at Headingley. They didn't. No. That's not to say that they played well in the first innings at Taunton. They didn't. So just a bit of context, really.
Well,
you haven't missed any cricket, because I don't know what it was, but they had a drink, and I think maybe somebody had some tape on their bat. And here's Tom Taylor.
In he comes, Bowles, and this is driven down the ground. We've seen it a few times today that Taylor has conceded a boundary back past him. That was a fairly foolish half volley, and it was dismissed by Matt Critchley for 4. Good looking shot there. Regarding bowlers, we've got an email in for Mel when she comes on air after lunch about Ashes bowlers. But Phil Britton has just mentioned, written in and said, I've noticed that the former Essex captain Paul Pritchard, as Taylor comes in, bowls, this is not quite as full, driven into the leg side where mid-wicket does the fielding, has got a new job, but he's also named his son, wait for this, Paul Pritchard has named his son Lewis Bow William. So he's going back to the days of 3 Pritchard. Initials, LBW Pritchard. I don't know, to be honest. I trust this is true. Yes. Anyway, Taylor in, driven into the offside, well fielded. No, it's not. He dives over the ball, and it will race across the dry outfield for 4 towards a large scoreboard here at Chelmsford. And umpire Shaughnessy signals 4, and the score becomes 94 for 4. He goes on to say, does Phil Britton from Tenby in Pembrokeshire, does he want to see on the scoreboard LBW Pritchard? I'm sure he does. Paul Pritchard just been announced that he is the new Hampshire ladies coach, as Charlotte Edwards has moved upstairs into the England job, and Taylor Bowles played into the offside, finds the fielder, and there is no run. So there's a bit of news from Paul Pritchard, formerly captain, played as a stalwart for many years in the 80s, 90s, and finished up as captain. That he went down to Dorset Way and was looking after various amounts of cricket, including junior cricket. He was in Dorset, but now Hampshire have encouraged him to take over Hampshire ladies. So Taylor in, played off the back foot into the offside. There is no run. Score still 94 for 4, with Critchley on 10, and Pepper just has the 1 run. Do you remember Paul Pritchard?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Wonderful fielder.
I do, yeah.
Played the ball extremely late, elegant, played the cut shot very nicely, very elegant with batting, great fielder, quick, athletic across the floor, good hands, as Taylor Bowles plays with a forward defensive into the leg side, and the fielders all run because it's the end of that 26th over. Essex, having been invited to bat, are 94 for 4.
Yep. And, well, what are we, 5 minutes away from lunch, so I think they'll want to try and get 2 more overs in before lunch, if possible. Jacob Duffy, a fairly lengthy run. They might only get 1 in, but that would explain why they were running. And another wicket would give us a real stranglehold on the morning.
Well,
I think it's their morning, having got 4, but there's been plenty of positive cricket from both sides. Jordan Cox in particular, 32 off 44, 4 fours and a 6. Tom Westy played some sweet shots, 5 fours in his 28. And Charlie Allison started quite nicely, 4 fours in his 19. So the batsmen have played shots, but the bowlers have had plenty of help. Oh, and that's a good one from Duffy. First ball of the new over. Through outside the off stump and beating Pepper's forward push. Most uncertain shot that Pepper's played yet. He's looked pretty good so far. He's only on one. He's faced 16 deliveries. That's the first one that has really troubled him. The rest of the time his footwork's been very positive. And that was a good one. Duffy asking a lot of questions here. 3 for 15 so far for the big Kiwi. In his 9th over. Down the hill from the Graham Gooch end. He bowls full and quick, and Pepper, I think he jammed that one down into his foot and he goes limping away on the leg side. Always hurts like hell when you do that, and the ball's gone quite hard back up to the bowler. Well, either that or he's hit his toe with his bat as he brought it down, but he looks in a bit of trouble. Just goes for a little hobble, goes to prod the pitch and prepares to face again. 4 balls left in the over, 3 slips in place. Duffy on top, trying hard to pick up a 4th wicket before lunch. Pepper just taking some time out with that little walk, and legitimately so, having suffered that blow to his toe. As Duffy is in and bowls, and that's a good leave. Good pace outside the off stump, but a bit of bounce too, and Pepper leaves it. Still struggling a bit with that toe.
Duffy has had a previous spell with Worcester.
Not with Worcester.
No, where did he
Kent
play?
and Notts.
Kent.
Yeah.
Was it Notts? Right, okay.
Not with, and very brief. I think 2 games at Notts.
Really?
Last year, and then a very brief spell at Kent the year before. So a little bit of experience of English conditions. He's not a youth. He's not a raw youth. He's 30 years old, I think. A Targo man, and yeah, here for a decent spell. Comes in again now and bowls, and on the back foot.
Still
Pepper
struggling.
plays that back up the pitch, and he is in a bit of pain here, the Essex keeper. A couple of players going in to ask him if he's all right, and either he's a very good actor and he wants this to be the last over before lunch, or he's in proper trouble. But with the other players,
yes.
It is going to be the last over before now.
I think there's a little bit of yes.
Well, there might no.
It's either that or they're saying, "Excuse me."
I mean,
you're affecting our over rate.
He's actually going down there, and you know when somebody fakes an injury.
Yeah.
In football, they do it all the time, don't they? It's so annoying. Physios are coming out now, but when somebody limps as convincingly as Pepper has here, then you think it's a real injury. Do you know what I mean? You can't fake that kind of limp. He could be in a bit of trouble here. You know, this could be a broken toe or something like that. I think it's toe. I reckon it's not ankle. The ball went down onto it, I think, when he played that first ball of the over. That's the impression I got anyway. Anyway, the physios are out there now having a look, and he's. We shouldn't laugh, should we? But when you look at, he's still got his helmet on. He's rolling around, and the physio now. Oh well, hang on. I might be wrong. It might not be toe, you know. It might be ankle. It might be ankle. It might even be knee.
Do you think he squeezed it from bat to
I
foot?
thought he squeezed it onto his toe, but you know when you hit the inside of your knee with the ball or with the bat, just there, you know, where you just ran the bat down, and it could be one of those, and they could be really painful. He doesn't look quite in such pain now. They're twisted, they're waving, they're moving his ankle. I think it's left ankle. I think it's left ankle.
So?
Yeah, I'm looking through the binoculars. Anyway, you're not missing anything. Don's update will be coming soon. It would be lunch, but we're going to have a slightly delayed lunch now.
Have you got an update?
1:30 I've got.
Oh, is it?
Plenty of time. Yeah, it's ankle, I reckon. Humps are saying, should we go and have some lunch, chaps? Yeah, we're going to have some lunch.
Sensible.
Yeah. Yeah.
So lunch is taken. 94 for 4. Pepper is on 1. Matt Critchley on 10. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will adjourn for lunch, and we will come back to you in about 40 minutes' time. Thank you very much for joining us here at Chelmsford, and we look forward to coming back in 40 minutes' time.
Thursday, 2 people were arrested and questioned on suspicion of various offences. That was a good morning's cricket. Founder of an Indian-based humanitarian charity told BBC that the cost of living crisis levels of donations. Charles Storer, who's from the Hope Aid Direct organisation, said it's feeling the strain of dwindling support for its work in war-torn Ukraine in particular.
We always need more, and it's not us that needs it, it's the people out in Ukraine. The need is enormous. Despite everything that's going on to try and stop the war, I can't see the war ending for quite a long time. Even if it does, the people in Ukraine will need help for many, many years to come.
Essex takeaway restaurant has reopened after
and just almost collapsed as he couldn't continue, and he's now hobbling off alone. The non-striking batsman Matt Critchley's caught up with him, and he's holding the bat, limping, doesn't look good. This is the Essex wicketkeeper, I might add. Oh, shames, bad news. And Noah Thane just pats him on the back. One Cambridgeshire boy pats on the other Cambridgeshire chap, and Michael Pepper crosses the boundary line. Bad news, not just for Michael Pepper, the batsman, but remembering he is the Essex wicketkeeper, Mel.
Yeah, that is a real blow. I mean, he wasn't just hobbling. It looked like he could barely walk off. And it straight away, as soon as that ball struck, you could see he was in a world of pain. Absolutely no question. So that is a huge blow for all of those reasons. Another player gone back in the pavilion, but also, as you say, the wicketkeeper as well. And so Worcestershire really are on top at the moment.
Duffy in, plays an absolute jaffer is that turns Noah Thane square. What a magnificent delivery to receive first up. Pleased for Thane that he didn't nick it. 94 for 4.
We saw Duffy bowl a bouncer earlier that went way over the batter's head. But on that occasion, you can just see how he's come to terms with the hardness of the pitch here at Chelmsford, because that ball actually had terrific bounce as well. It was an absolute snorter of a ball.
Matthew Waite is going to start after lunch from the other end, which he bowled. He bowled at the Graham Gooch end before, but now has moved to the Sir Alistair Cook end. So just to recount, Michael Pepper went off injured just before lunch. They had an early lunch. He's come out. He was full of enthusiasm. He tried to get going, faced one ball, went on the back foot and almost collapsed.
Here is Waite, right arm over to Critchley, just plays it out into the covers, no run.
Yeah, shame. Gosh, at the moment Essex have lost one of their, a gentleman who scored 100 2 games ago here at Chelmsford against Surrey and played so nicely. But what are Essex going to do if he's struggling to keep?
Well, also, if they're effectively 5 down, as Waite is in once more, it's just turned into the leg side by Critchley. No run. Effectively 5 down without 100 on the board. So I've got some work to do.
Now, with Kusan Raitha, the Sri Lankan joining Essex, that brings Chris Silverwood's squad to 16. The 17th man is Dean Elgar, still in South Africa.
As Waite is in, whipped away off the toes, down towards deep backward square leg. They'll come through for a single.
So 16 players are on that Chris Silverwood can choose from. And you reduce Sam Cook out of it, that means 15, because England have asked Chris Silverwood not to involve Sam Cook in this fixture, because there is a chance he may be involved in the England game against Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge. And of course, when you get an injury to Michael Pepper, that could present problems for Silverwood in the coming weeks, because he has a very small squad.
Waite into Thane, a new batter who lets that one go. At ball nipped away massively off the seam as well, by the way. No run. So would Cox, I was about to say, so Jordan Cox is a keeper, isn't he?
No, he is, and would have made his England debut in New Zealand in the winter.
Yeah.
But he's had an injury in which he couldn't keep wicket. Now, whether in an emergency he has to, perhaps, but I am worried that Cox isn't 100% fit to keep wicket.
Waite is in. That's come off the outside edge, but wide of the slips. 3 fielders chasing, and they'll keep it to 2 in the end. A little bit streaky way to get off the mark, but that'll do for Thane, who scores 2 runs. The score now 97 for 4, just after lunch. Yeah, that's an interesting point there, Toppers, because that was my thought that we might see Cox keeping.
Yeah, he would have been an England Test cricketer if he had been fit in New Zealand.
So who else can keep? Here's Waite. He's in. He pulls his length back, and again he's getting that ball to really nip away off the seam, but it wasn't tempting for Thane. Didn't make him play it. And at the end of that over, it's 97 for 4 with Critchley on 11, Thane on 2. But remembering that Pepper has retired hurt, so in effect, unless he's able to recover from what looked like something reasonably significant, they're almost effectively 97 for 5.
Essex need Pepper. Gosh, how can they patch him up? As Duffy comes in, this is a heavy ball, which is probably a leg stump half volley coming down the slope, and Matt Critchley has driven it square of the wicket to sort of deep mid-wicket. That is a good looking shot, but I have to say probably Jacob Duffy's least best ball of the day.
Okay, you can say worst. You can do it. He's bowled magnificently up till that point, 3 for 15. So that's spoiled his figures a little bit. But of 9.1 overs, 3 for 19, you're going to be happy with those figures any day.
Misley as well. 3 slips waiting. Jacob Duffy a little bit shorter. Critchley plays back and across into line, slips it into the leg side and takes a quick single. Well bowled. Good cricket from Essex. 102 for 4.
For Duffy, of course, coming and massively experienced, well, not massively, he's played 104 first-class matches. More known to, I think, most fans for he's just been named world number 1 T20 bowler in the ICC rankings.
And he comes, bowls. This is on a length, playing a miss. Noah Thane playing quite an aggressive drive there, plays and misses, 102 for 4.
Yeah, so that's only in the last week or so, I think, a couple of weeks that he's been named, had a terrific home season, particularly in white ball cricket, playing against, I think it was Pakistan and Afghanistan. But he has in the past been Otago's leading wicket taker in the Plunket Shield.
As Duffy bowls another good looking delivery right about 4th stump, and Noah Thane, all he can do is play and miss, 102 for 4.
Bowling a tighter line now, but that ball not nipping away as much, but he's making them play. Yeah, so he in 2023 he was Otago's leading wicket taker at Plunket Shield.
Yeah.
And then that great summer in white ball cricket. But I think this is a wonderful opportunity to show more what he can do with the red ball.
He's in, right arm over. Thane comes forward, plays a proper forward defensive into the offside end of a very good over, but it did cost Duffy the 4 runs, and Essex have moved to 102 for 4.
You saw in that, seen in this innings, I guess, or the spells that he's bowled. He has been feeling around, feeling his way around about the length to bowl, and he didn't really give away much, but the hardness of the pitch, he looks terrific.
Sorry, 1 ball left. Duffy bowls. This is driven up to mid-on to complete the over. I peaked too early then. Have you been ever out on the middle here?
Have I been? No. No.
Women's cricket?
I don't think I've... No,
Okay.
I don't think I've been out to the middle.
What time are you coming in tomorrow?
What time am I going to get out of bed? No, I'm going to get up and I'm going to go for a walk or a run in the morning. I've got to pick something up at the shops before I come in. What time would you like me in here, Toppers?
Well, no. I always come in early. That's me. I get up early. I come in early.
As Waite, it is now in over the wicket. Oh, there's a big shout. Umpire shakes his head straight away. It was a long way down the pitch, probably outside off as well.
just didn't look right. That.
He's a long way forward. And probably height was a factor as well.
The reason I say is, would you? I always do a morning video.
Right.
And I've lost my able assistant tomorrow morning.
So you want me to be your assistant?
Wait for this. But I want to take you out to the middle. There's a reason.
All right.
Seriously, a reason.
Here's Wait, and that ball comes down the pitch, a couple of steps down the pitch, Critchley, but just plays down on that one, sends it straight back into the turf in front of him.
It's rather unique out there.
Right.
You have many slopes.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah.
Because I heard you talking about the slope. From here where I am, I can't really tell. So I'll ask you about the slope just after this next ball, as Critchley waits, and Wait is in, and there is another shout. That looks closer.
Closer.
But umpire's still not interested. They have got their tails up well and truly at the moment, Worcestershire. That one did look a bit closer. We might have another look, Toppers, on the replay. Just having a look now. Pitches outside off stump, nips back in.
Off the back leg.
Boy,
that's good shout, have to say. Good shout there.
Yeah, you wouldn't have been surprised if the finger had gone up at all. It's very tight. Good ball. Here he is again. This is driven very nicely straight past the bowler, but D'Oliveira is there from mid-on to clean up.
Now, in your Australia...
my Australia.
They're all flat,
yeah,
large expanses of field boundary with not really many slopes. In England, a smaller country, we've got lots of grounds that possess slopes, and I'm going to go through some of them with you in a minute.
As Wait trundles in, Critchley comes down the crease again, and this time he does get it away past a fielder at square leg, but there is a sweeper on the boundary. We'll keep it to... I've missed them getting to 100, by the way, in there, because they're now 104 for 4. Was that the
boundary?
Oh, that was previous over.
Yeah, off Duffy. The least best ball is bowled.
The least best ball. Well, that is something. 104 for 4 it is now. Anyway, yeah. So obviously I know about the Lord's slope. That's the most pronounced. And at Hove there's a slope too, isn't there?
And that's going up the wicket.
Yeah, right.
Not left to right of the wicket, like Lord's.
Here's Wait. Ooh, has a little fiddle at this one as he comes down the pitch again, but nips away a bit. Critchley is coming down the pitch, but he's playing with fire a little bit, one feels. 2 off the over from Wait. 104 for 4 now. Critchley on 18, Thane on 2, and it's a little bit of a dicey period here, I feel, after lunch. They are building a new partnership. Thane's only on 2, but gee, it does feel a little bit not convincing when you think about how Cox and Wesley were batting in that partnership this morning.
Duffy effort ball there as bowled, and Thane eventually keeps it out, but I don't know if it just kept a bit low or he was late coming forward, but either way Thane looked a little bit uncomfortable. And you're right, Mel, this is if Essex lost a wicket or 2 here, they're going to be right amongst it. Worcestershire at the moment are bowling and taking the ascendancy just at this right moment with 3 slips waiting. In comes Duffy running in hard, hits the deck. This is driven, it's opened into the offside by opening the face of the bat. That's the reason it went there, and Thane will get off strike. He moves to 3, score 105 for 4.
Just really enjoyed watching Duffy. I actually would be keen to see what his speeds have been as well, but it's such a good signing. I mentioned before how well he'd done with in the Plunket Shield and then white ball cricket for New Zealand. Good white ball signing for Worcestershire.
And he comes, bowls, effort ball there again, driven out to the offside no run. He bowls what I call a heavy ball. You know, there were Malcolm Marshall, who were, you know, the great fast bowlers of yesteryear. But I think he bowls what I call a heavy ball. When it hits the bat, you feel it on the bat.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that came up as 83.9.
Did he?
I think that's what it was.
Which in today's cricket is not express quick.
No.
But it's a heavy ball. When he comes, he bowls, and this is driven into the vacant, well, in between the mid-off and extra cover, and they take a quick single. Good cricket from Matt Critchley, and good cricket all round of the fielding, but also Essex moved to 106 for 4.
83.9.
Yeah, that's not pacey. It's not fast and nasty.
No, it's
That's
not.
good, quick enough, but he bowls a heavy ball. And how else do I describe that?
Well,
when it
people
hits
do.
the
A lot of people
splice,
ask that. Yeah.
Splice. It hits the splice. And as a batsman, you think it will hit the middle, high middle, but it hits the splice. And it's a bit quicker than you anticipate. He's in, played into the leg side. They look for a single, but turn it down because square leg moves quickly to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
They certainly, I've mentioned, you know, the white ball cricket as well. And I guess for a county like Worcestershire, who don't have, you know, a wealth of, that other counties do, to have a player like him come in as an overseas signing, who you know can do a job for you, or you certainly hope will do a job for you in all formats, is gold.
In he comes, 3 slips waiting off the back foot. Thane gets back and across, plays it up to mid-off, survives the over. Essex 106 for 4. Remember, Essex were asked to bat at the toss this morning, so Worcestershire have done well. They will be keen for the odd wicket now, right now, where Essex will just have to keep battling and be patient and build partnerships, because teams are allowed to bowl well and Essex have to play safely and responsibly.
Yeah, it's so far a very good response. I mentioned them getting really touched up in their match against Yorkshire last week, Worcestershire, but
You weren't there?
I wasn't there.
No.
But I obviously I
Hard.
take
Yeah.
I take notice of the various scores as Waite continues. Here's Bell. Oh, that one was a big shout. Was there bat in that? He did ask the question, but he turned around and almost half put his finger up. Did Waite in appeal.
So we were talking about slopes. So
slopes,
Canterbury's got a slope.
Yes, that's right.
Quite an awkward. And why do slopes matter? And I'll tell you straight after this ball.
Critchley waits as Waite in, and that's a nick, and he's gone. It's another terrific catch for Roderick. He came over in front of first slip, rolled and dived. He has been absolutely outstanding behind the stumps. That's the first wicket for Waite, though, who has probed and probed away. And that is the 5th wicket to fall for Essex. Remembering they have one player, Pepper, retired hurt as well. And took another step forward, did Critchley. He's been doing that and playing with fire. Terrific catch. What a game that Roderick has been having with the gloves so far.
Yep.
He's been pretty much flawless behind the stumps.
Do you know when he started to keep well, when it was noticeable? Can you remember this? When Cox was mucking about at the crease and started to advance to some of the bowlers, he then came up as a tactic. And from the moment he's come up as a tactic, he looked good behind the stumps. Suddenly you saw him and noticed him. And since then, he's taken the 3 wickets to fall, caught behind, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's really been impressed. I know Frank Watson will love seeing it as part of the Wicket Keepers Union.
Oh, Frank were part of the Wicket Keepers Union.
Oh, he is. You're
Don't
proud card-carrying member.
Don't they say goalkeepers and wicket keepers are all bonkers? Don't they? Hey?
I don't know.
Don't they? I thought they used to say that.
Wow.
Hey?
But goodness.
Fidging around behind the sticks, mucking around, making their own gloves and things like that.
Well, not forgetting Essex have lost their wicket-keeper with Pepper perhaps not being able to return. We will find out when we can, and we don't know what the situation is with Jordan Cox, recovering from an injury suffered earlier. But boy, oh boy, this has been a really good morning and first part of the afternoon. Wait, first ball in for Simon Harmer, and there's another big shout that umpire not interested. They are keeping the pressure well and truly on Worcestershire.
They are. This isn't the same team at the moment that had a difficult game against Somerset, had a difficult game against Yorkshire. Listen, they've won the toss, and Alan Richardson will be over the moon with his charges. They've bowled pretty nicely all day.
He certainly will be. Harmer on strike again, the right-hander takes a big step forward and leaves very definitely. The next ball was well outside the off stump. Well, that first match that they had against Somerset, I was at Edgbaston, but I can tell you I was watching that on the live stream. That was some serious ticker to hold on for that draw. What a magnificent finish that was to that game.
Frank will know more, and you possibly too, Mel, but I remember looking at the scores and saying, they're not going to bat on. They're not going to bat on.
Oh, it was terrific. Full delivery. Yorker Harmer manages to dig that one out to mid-on, no run.
And of course they batted on, dare I say it, to give the lad a chance of his 300, wasn't it, or more? And in the end, Worcestershire were 9 down. So we did say in our commentary box in here, I hope they don't, they don't get upset about that decision.
Last ball of the over from Waite, and it's just defended to D'Oliveira at mid-on, who picks it up on the run. Change positions. It's 106 for 5. Now Harmer yet to score. Thane on 3, but I just will keep reminding you, if you're tuning in, that Michael Pepper has retired hurt. So if he can't return, then it's effectively 106 for 6. So, looking around at other scores, Sussex are 147 for 2 against Surrey.
It's a change of bowling, isn't it? Is it? Yeah, no, it's Jacob Duffy again, starting his new over. This is played on the back foot into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, so Sussex 147 for 2 against Surrey. What a start! I saw them the first week.
Have you noticed the bowling attack for Surrey? It's phenomenal county cricket. Have a look at that bowlers.
So
in comes Duffy, 3 slips waiting. Oh, little edge there, played with soft hands. It's going to run away to the Tom Pearce stand, and Noah Thane will collect 4. Essex moved to 110 for 5.
Oh, it's a much needed relief. Yeah, watched Sussex the first week again at Edgbaston.
Yeah.
And then they had that terrific win in the second match. Though, Paul Farbray saying they weren't there to make up the numbers or just try to stay up. They want to have a real crack at being up there in the top 4.
What did you say the score was there?
147 for 2 now.
As Duffy bowls, played off the back foot up to the bowler, who throws the ball to mid-on, no run.
So Dan Hughes made half century, 62. Tom Haynes is still out there on 42, alongside Tom Alsop. So that's very interesting, but great to see them so competitive coming up.
If I could just advertise this as Jacob Duffy comes in outside off stump, well left alone by Noah Thane. 3 slips waiting, no run. Frank, is it possible that you would kindly take over from me at just after 20 past? I have an update at 20 past.
I've got a 2:30.
Have you?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I can hold the fort, you fellas.
No, you
I'll hold the fort whenever
Could you do
guys
the
have to
4
do your
updates this afternoon?
No,
then?
I don't do updates. You do those. I'll just keep
We'll-
talking.
We'll have to manage it. As 3 slips come in, waiting, and Duffy bowls a delivery that is driven, slightly different length, that delivery, where he's been banging it in. He's pitched this one up. Thane has driven to mid-off, and there is no run.
So just looking, Somerset having a bit of a time of it against Hampshire, 94 for 6. So doing very well. Abbott, Wheel and Fuller taking 2 wickets apiece. Just have a wee look at what's happening elsewhere.
Has driven again up to the offside top, and it's the captain Brett D'Oliveira, who's very energetic. He's running around encouraging his troops to get through the overs to keep the over rate up, and that concludes the end of the over then. 110 for 5. We've had 33 overs at the crease. We've got Noah Thane on 7 and Simon Harmer to face. He's still not out.
So just another little look around at Yorkshire. They're 94 for 3 against Durham at Chesterless Street. All 3 wickets falling to Brendan Doggett. So that's the situation up there as Waite is in, and this ball just defended strongly by Harmer towards extra cover. No run. And other game being played today is Warwickshire and Notts at Edgbaston, and Warwickshire 34 for 2. It's been raining up there, so that match is delayed. So 34 for 2 at the moment up there. So that's your little roundup. Back here, 110 for 5. In comes Waite, and oh boy, he is causing some problems after lunch. That ball was full and nipped away. Harmer and played, well, we'll say he played inside the line of it. Let's be generous. I think he might have played inside the line, but boy, that's some nice movement that he's getting off the pitch. Waite.
Yeah, he's nicely bowled a spell from the top end, now come down this end. Formerly of Yorkshire, I think he was.
He's in again now. Good solid defence. Defensive shot into the covers by Simon Harmer. Yeah, he is ex-Yorkshire. His early career really blighted by injuries. He was Young Player of the Year, I think, at Yorkshire in 2016. But has found himself very much part of things at Worcestershire. Can bat too. In again. Defended straight back towards Waite. He's got a century. 109 not outs, his highest score. So can bat. Oh, average is a tick over 30. So yes, can bat. Very, very handy. Again, that's one thing important at a club with few resources is making sure that everyone's contributing as much as possible in as many areas of the game. Harmer waits. In comes Waite. Just takes a step forward and watches that one carefully as it goes back to Roderick.
Yeah, we were talking slopes, weren't we? And the difference is somewhere like Hove or Lords. Hove, the slope is up and down the pitch, so you can run away. A bit like Chelmsford here. You can run away from the top end, the Graham Gooch end, as you come into bowl. It's like, and then you go up at the crease, which is what I want to show you. It's a bit like Crown Green at the crease tomorrow morning.
Waits in, and that is wristily flicked past a diving short mid-wicket, and that's going to not go all the way because Brett D'Oliveira was hiding from me under the stands, and his come in and cut the ball off. 112 for 5. Harmer on 2. Thane on 7.
So one of the things you have a problem with as a batsman, when you stand at Lords, one end you fall away to the offside, And when at the other end, you fall away to the onside. So you're very aware of your balance at Lords because the slope goes across the wicket. When you play it somewhere like Hove, you're running away as a bowler down the slope, and you've just got to be careful that you don't run too fast and run away with yourself and lose your rhythm and the timing of your delivery. Quite often you run away with yourself, you get to the crease too early. So those kind of things you have to think about. And when I played, I always looked at the slopes and where the wind is. As Ben Allison bowls, and this time he's a little bit slower than Duffy, but Noah Thane, who will know these two will know each other so well because Ben Allison was on the Essex staff for a good few years. Went to school in this city of Chelmsford, Newhall, where his brother went to a school just inside the Suffolk boundary, which is the Royal Hospital School at Holbrook.
I wonder why they didn't go to the same school. Is that a bad question?
No, not a good question. I think in modern day society, I think it was possibly to do with scholarships. As Ben Allison comes in bowls, and this is force from his angle where he bowls over the perpendicular, and this time Thane has driven it out into the leg side.
Sign of just to where Worcestershire are in this game. Yeah, we're in the 35th over, and Allison, who's not as quick, has come on, but they've still got 3 slips in.
Good. Well, you can only say that's aggressive skippering. Good. Like to see it happen. You can have 3 slips, and the bowler's got to bowl to that line. In comes Allison. There's a nick onto the pad, which then misses the stumps as it rolls down to the keeper. Slightly fortuitous there. Well bowled.
It didn't miss the stumps. You can see Gareth Roderick is still on his knees at the moment with his hands on his thighs because he cannot believe that missed. That tells you how close it was. Not far off chopping on.
It's interesting you were talking with Frank about the beauty of wicket keepers, weren't you? When you were earlier this morning. Allison on his way in, 3 slips waiting, little too straight, clipped into the leg side off the back foot, finds short mid wicket where there is no run. When we look at wicket keepers today, and of course it was probably during my own career, that Jack Russell was moved aside for Alex Stewart, who was an improving wicket keeper. Jack Russell was the better keeper, but you needed an all-rounder. And these days we have, wait for this, Michael Pepper, he's tall as me. Ben Folkes, I look at him eye to eye. Jamie Smith, tall. So wicket keepers have become taller and playing a miss. What a good delivery. Outside off stump through to the keeper, no run. So interesting, when Frank comes on, we'll talk about wicket keepers in his day and the wicket keepers today. Now, being taller, you used to be small, diminutive, and you're able to move easily. But today, keepers perhaps are taller, and the benefits of that is that they have a longer reach, which means first and second slip can move around a bit more, a bit further away. So is that the benefits? This time, nice delivery, bowled on off stump, played back into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, 112 for 5. Your thoughts on keepers? Because they are. What about Gilchrist was quite tall, wasn't he? He wasn't small.
No. I suppose it's changed so much too, just even the role of keepers, because you talk about someone like Jack Russell, who I never saw keep, but everyone talks about him as being the pure keeper, but it's seen so much more now. We've seen that with England and the decisions that they make about selection. This is the idea, you mentioned Gilchrist, him changing things in particular, so that it really was seen as, they became keeper batters, didn't they? As weight. He continues from the Sir Alistair Cook end, first ball, just defended into the leg side, down to mid-on by Harmer, no run. So even the whole role around wicket keeping has changed, and there's a constant debate still going, isn't there, about whether you want the best operator of the gloves, or you want the best batter who can also do a job.
Do a job. Well, we had Butler for a couple of years, which at the time stopped folks getting to the England coach.
Wait in, and there's another big shout. I think there might have been some bat in that one though. It ballooned towards the slips, but I got excited for a moment. I don't think there was real conviction. Let's just see the replay. Oh, was there any bat on that? But it going down? Right.
Yeah. Just sometimes LBs look right or wrong. It didn't look right to me.
They're under pressure, all right. Harmer waits again as Wade is in. Defends this one more solidly. Yes, so go on. Get the keeper debate.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I'm just, going back years. The Hampshire wicketkeeper, son of the former England wicketkeeper at Sussex. I've forgotten his name. Little fella, lovely fella, at Hampshire over the years. Frank, can you remember the Hampshire wicketkeeper? Hampshire wicketkeeper, little fella. Bobby Parks. And of course his father played for Hampshire.
Waiters in again. That one just turning to the leg side. That was less of a shout, really. I think they're just going to get excited at everything at the moment.
The second team coach here at Essex is Barry Hyam. He had a period that he wouldn't be viewed as a tall keeper. Just looking around, David Bairstow was a very strong keeper. And maybe in some respects, Johnny Bairstow isn't. It would be viewed as quite tall.
As Waite comes in and bowls, just drags his length back a little bit, but it's well defended by Harmer.
You had, was it? Who was keeping wicket at Lancashire? Warren Hegg back in the day, not particularly tall. Is it George Hill? George Hill's small, isn't he? Is he the Yorkshire keeper?
No, he's a bowler.
Who's the Yorkshire keeper?
Johnny Tattersall was quite tall, actually.
Is he? Johnny Tattersall is tall. So we're seeing tall wicket keepers in this era.
In comes Waite, and that's not missed by much. It was left, it nipped back in, and he's got his hands on his head, Waite, because again, he can't believe that one has missed. It's a little bit streaky, you might say, for Essex at the moment, but the end of that over, a maiden, I do believe it was from Waite as well, testing Simon Harmer. It's 112 for 5 after 36 overs. Harmer's on 2. Thane is on 7, trying to rebuild, but that ball is doing a bit, and they're bowling well, Worcestershire.
As Allison bowls, and this is played into the leg side, finds mid-wicket. There is no run, 112 for 5.
So it brings up one of the things that I always say, where cricket is really bad, we've got all these analytics now and that have come into the game, but cricket has always been really, really bad at taking notice of fielding. So you never even used to on scorecards. If your sub-fielder took a catch, you didn't know who it was until quite recently.
Allison in, a little bit leg stumpish, but off the back foot finds that short mid-wicket fielder where there is no run.
So we didn't even record it very well. And then, there's the vagueness of saying, so-and-so's worth 20 runs in the field. Is that an update coming?
Yeah. Keep talking,
but it's always been so vague. So while the analytics on bowling and batting were advanced far before it has been on fielding, if you compare it to, say, baseball.
Yes, baseball has many more as Allison bowls, and this is played outside the off stump through to the keeper, no run.
So it's just one of those things where we don't know, I don't think we don't do all of that well enough around fielding. It's a lot better now. It's like with wicket keeping.
From elsewhere with JP. BBC Essex Sports.
Thanks, Victoria. First things first, let's get off to the county ground in Chelmsford as Essex take on Worcester on day one of their county championship match. On the top list.
Hi Jake, it's been an interesting and challenging time since lunch. Essex went to lunch on 94 for 4 with Michael Pepper injured. He came out after lunch and lasted one ball, didn't get dismissed. He had to retire hurt formally, which brought Essex really a man down. But Critchley was the man out not long after. He was caught behind off the bowling of weight for 19. 106 for 5 has become 112 for 5, but we're concerned about Pepper.
Thanks very much, Don. You can keep across all the action there. Sport website and app with live.
As Allison bowls again, which is played into the offside. 3 slips still waiting. The 3 slips, I think that is Hose, Jones,
Jones, Brooks.
Who was the last
Brooks.
one? Brooks, yes, made the move across from Warwickshire, I think he did. Jones from Lancashire, Hose from Somerset. There you go, there's the 3.
Warwickshire.
Via Warwickshire, as Frank Watson says. Outside off stump, moves away, goes wide and wider, and that concludes the end of the over. 112 for 5, and Thane has 7, and with him Simon Harmer on 2. Simon Harmer about to qualify as a lawyer.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, seriously, he is about to finish in his finals. He's got one more piece to do, and it should all be over for him in about July, and that's for post cricket, and it's great to hear those kind of stories because he's a good man, he's a great human being, and he's a very fine cricketer, but he's obviously a very intelligent man.
Wade continues. He had a good over last time. First ball is defended by Harmer, and it was a real battle in the last over with these two facing off against each other. Beat the bat a couple of times. There were a couple of LB shouts not given. But yeah, he has. I just wanted to... I will finish on that point about fielding metrics, by the way, because it is where cricket does fall massively behind baseball. In comes weight. It's driven up to mid-off by Harmer, no run.
And of course, part of the reason you're saying this, that you have quite an interest in things American. Because but no, you do. You have visited, I have visited, I've had 2 trips, and I even went to see the world champions, which were the LA Dodgers. I saw them.
But it's just one of those areas, and I've written a bit about fielding before as well, and the cricket has been bringing in some of those baseball metrics where they look at people's ability to sprint from a still start. Here is Wade. That ball just straying down the leg side too straight, but Roderick does well to stop it going any further, no run.
He does.
But yeah, so there are all those things, because when you look at it, a really great fielder, for example, can get to a ball if it's hit in the air and not quite make it, goes down as a drop. Whereas someone who isn't as good a fielder doesn't get to it, and so it doesn't go down as a drop, if you know what I mean. Here's Wade. Simon Harmer lets that one go, no run. So a good fielder, and it's really funny because it'll go down as a drop. Someone else who's not as quick.
Yeah.
But the idea of attacking the ball, getting off to a sprint, how quickly you can get to a sprint, and cut off the singles. So that whole idea of, they're worth 20 runs in the field, was starting to get more to the point now where starting to actually know how many runs someone's worth in the field. And that goes for wicket keepers as well. Weight in, let go by Harmer outside the off stump, no run.
I tell you what, we mentioned it this morning. Back in the day, Essex are a good side today, but back in the day, Essex were a very fine side in the 80s and early 90s. And I'm going to use fielding there. We would drop a few, but we were closer. And I said to you this morning on air, I think it was, or to Frank, you'd rather see the ball dropped than full short.
In comes Wade. Oh, that has clipped him on the pad, or just above the pad. So he's a bit too high, but this little to and fro between Waite and Harmer. It's a second straight maiden that Waite has bowled to Harmer. Another good over. It's 112 for 5. So Harmer's stuck a bit on 2. He's faced 22 balls. Thane is 7. He's faced 30. They're finding it very hard work after 38 overs.
Definitely. But yeah, you'd rather see the ball dropped than fall short. So in other words, if you keep seeing the ball fall short because you're too far back in the slips, then you're not dropping it, but you've got to come up closer to take the gamble of dropping it because you're closer, but you don't mind it being dropped. Oh, that's close for me. That's an LBW appeal there from Allison, and he's quietly asking the umpire from afar, going down? And not forgetting the angle that Ben Allison, and umpires will be aware of the angle that he releases the ball from over the perpendicular. 3 slips are interested. The keeper was noisy, but alas, the umpire wasn't interested.
To be fair, he did angle that one in a long way, and it did nip off the seam. So it didn't look, so it looked like it actually probably struck him maybe in front of middle or middle and leg, but maybe going down.
Allison in, this is clipped to mid-wicket where he fields, he dives and prevents any runs, well fielded at mid-wicket. Good looking shot that too from the Essex youngster, the young all-rounder from Cambridgeshire, who is a learning bowler, who's always scored runs, good cricketer, has a younger brother as well. You talk about the Allisons, and here we have the Thanes. There's Noah Thane, and there's a Thane in the academy who's a few years behind him. So there's some good cricket being taught and encouraged in Cambridgeshire. This is down the leg side. Thane gets out the way through to the keeper Roderick, who dives well to his left to prevent any buys. 112 for 5.
I can actually tell you a couple of interesting things about Noah Thane. And the reason being, he was at the Under-19s World Cup last year in South Africa. I was commentating on that. And what they did during that World Cup, they got the young players to fill out a survey, like a little questionnaire about various things. I actually went and looked at it yesterday. I dug up his questionnaire.
As Thane, that man, faces Allison, who they will know each other, played against each other for many years, or with each other in club cricket, etc. Carry on.
So his nickname is Noggin or Stout. I was going to ask you if you Stout or Noggin is the other one.
Noggin.
So I need to do some investigating. Noggin is your head, isn't it?
Yeah, but isn't it?
On your noggin.
Yeah.
So I need to find out why.
Allison to Thane. Thane comes on the front foot, drives it up to mid-off, no run.
So all the players were asked which. Yeah. If they were to describe their playing style to someone, sort of what would it be? Who do they sort of emulate? His was Mitch Marsh. Interestingly, Mitchell Marsh. So, so big Michael Jordan fan.
Yeah.
Favourite holiday destination, the Yorkshire Dales.
Really?
Yep.
Last of the summer wine.
Yes. I've got a couple more.
Okay, Allison bowling to the man who likes the Yorkshire Dales. Squares him up. That's a good delivery to complete the over. He negotiates it on the back foot. Score 112 for 5.
Well and truly stuck another maiden. This is a testing time. So the wicket he would most like to take anywhere in cricket, anywhere in the world, David Warner.
He is quite young, so he would have been quite... what's the word? Enthused by David Warner in his prime.
And the bowler he would most like to hit for 6, Josh Hazlewood. So I like that he's looking straight at the Australians. He wants to get stuck into the Australians. But my favourite bit as we see Waite is going to continue. I'm going to make you wait for this as Waite
so what you
runs
did then?
in. Bowls to harm. Oh, Nick, and it's dropped.
Dropped.
Oh, he's been troubling him, and the Nick finally came. 2 slip fielders diving towards it. And I'm trying to see who that is, still lying flat on the ground. And it's Jones again. It's the second time he's had an opportunity. He was at second slip and he dived in front of first slip. They both sort of crossed over as they went for it. But Jones, we gave him a bit of a let-off earlier on when one maybe dropped just in front of him, but that was a real chance. Here's Waite again. Just pushes that uppishly towards a fielder at a catching mid-wicket. Everything is suddenly happening here at Chelmsford. Boy, that was a real chance on that occasion. It was sort of around about maybe shoulder, chest height when he got to it.
Well, we're right opposite where it actually happened. We're not in line. But what we could see is the second slip dived went first and first slip went behind him. And it would have made a very good photograph.
In comes Waite. That's just pressed up towards wide mid-off. No run. Oof. There you go. Well, there have been some chances. So I better get this in while I can, by the way. Noah Thane, this is my favourite thing. The players were all asked what would be their walkout song. So, you know, a bit like wrestling, you get to come out. What would your walkout song be? Now, Noah Thane was in the under-19s. He's only 20 now, as Waite. Runs in, bowls to Thane, who drives that nicely. And, oh, there could be a mix-up here. Boy, that's been fielded by Zach Kashifali there, and Noah Thane had set off. He was halfway down the pitch, had to turn around. The throw was wayward towards the bowler's end. Might have been interesting if it had been down at the batter's end. But so if Noah Thane was going to walk out and to a song, it would be Night Boat to Cairo by Madness. Madness is a long time ago, right?
That's my era.
Well, bit of ska. Night Boat to Cairo by Madness would be his walkout song.
Interesting. Do you think that's influence from Mum and Dad?
I've no idea. Wait in. Just push to that short mid-wicket. No run.
Interesting.
Yeah. And remember, he's 20 now, so he was only about 18 or 19 when he made
let me tell you,
call.
you probably didn't recognise him straight away because you would have known him at that World Cup with a 1980s mullet. He had a decent head of hair. He now has removed it all. And he's got probably a hairstyle probably closer to the Mods and Rockers.
Well, look, Madness, that was a short hair era, though, to be fair.
It was.
Wasn't it?
It was.
That's right. Runs in. They've got 2 catches in, and there's a big shout. Yes! He's given this time. He has threatened and threatened. They have appealed, and he is absolutely pumped Waite because he has his reward, and Thane departs. Essex in quite a bit of trouble on day 1 here at Chelmsford. A 6-wicket falling for 113, and they've got a player retired hurt as well.
Absolutely. Worcestershire, having won the toss, are doing so well. They've bowled tidily all day, and they've bowled well. And I'm going to use this word, they've bowled well as a unit. And they've supported each other in partnerships. And Essex are obviously, could in theory be 7 down because of the injury to Pepper.
Well, that ball was absolutely brilliant. They've appealed and appealed. You've been wondering if the ball's been going down maybe leg side or a little bit high, but that one, he just...
Where he bowled earlier today from the Gooch end. And he supported his mate at the other end very well. They've bowled well as a unit. That's the impressive thing from me. Essex are under a bit of pressure. It brings Shane Snater to the crease, and Snater's known that he likes to play a few shots and get on with it. Well, We shall see. With him is Simon Harmer batting at 8. He's taking his guard to commence a new over. It's going to be Ben Allison to bowl. 3 slips waiting. And Mel, I'm looking at Frank, but I think he's about to do an update at 2:55. But maybe after 2:55 we could bring Frank in to give you a break.
Whenever
Is
you
that
are
right?
like,
Is that
you're
all
the
right?
boss.
As Ben Allison is in, driven by Harmer. On his big front foot, it goes to the left-hand side of Brett D'Oliveira, who dives, but Essex get through for a single as it's gone to his weaker side. Good cricket there from Harmer, 1 run. Shane Snater, do you know much about him?
No, except he's one of 2. He's one of 2 brothers, isn't he? Is he?
Do you know? I don't know. Zimbabwean, but has played
Yes, Zimbabwe, but has played for the Netherlands. 17
Correct.
matches, I do believe.
cousin of Jason Roy.
That's it. It's a cousin to Jason Roy. I knew it was a relative thing. Yes.
Yep. But can bowl some very good deliveries. Bowls wicket-taking balls. In comes Ben Allison, back in the county of his previous cricket career. Snater gets off. He plays it into the leg side off the back foot. 1 run. 115 for 6.
Oh, gee, I bet Ben Allison, he's been watching his fellow bowlers on the wickets here. He'd love to get one. He hasn't got one yet. He's bowled really well, given up just 27 runs, and he's in his 9th over at the moment. So he has threatened, but he'd love to get one on the board, wouldn't he?
He would.
Sun's out now again.
Yeah.
Very
Always
bright.
gorgeous when the sun's out. As Allison bowls, driven onto the leg side past the non-striker. There is no run. Simon Harmer, who's bowled a decent amount of overs so far this season. And I told you about Simon Harmer and his news. Yes, about his degree, about to complete as a lawyer. But let me just say, most importantly, he is soon to become a father.
Oh, that's lovely news.
He's facing, comes down the wicket, takes a stride at Ben Allison, and there is just a dot ball. Big moment for him soon. Good man.
Well, he's had an interesting career, isn't he? It was sort of lovely to see him come back into the South Africa side after he spent a lot of time out of it. It's an important part of that as well.
Good bloke.
South Africa, of course, going to be here for the World Test Championship. Well, not here in Chelmsford, here in England. World Test Championship final against Australia.
In comes Allison, shovelled into the leg side from the angle that Ben Allison bowls, and Harmer's manipulated it there with a bigger bottom hand, and he will collect 2 runs. 2 runs to Harmer, 2 runs to Essex, 117 for 6.
Yeah, nicely played in the end by Harmer. He's really had to weather a storm as well, particularly those overs that Waite bowled to him.
That you were commentating on, they were maiden after maiden, weren't they?
Yeah, it was tough old going. He's not out of the woods yet. Oh,
Allison bowls a corker. He drags Harmer more to off stump, and the ball, it may have just done a little bit, but what a beautiful delivery as it thumps into the gloves of Roderick, and it completes the end of Allison's over. 41 overs gone, 117 for 6.
yes, good bounce off this deck that you keep telling me about. They're going to show me tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's really
We'll
good.
look at the
He's bowling
slopes,
well, Wade.
because the other thing about the slope here is there's a little one that goes towards the pavilion, but when you bowl from the top end, you run down, and then, as I mentioned earlier, you go up at the crease like crown green bowls. But this end is just a steady incline which you have to climb.
Is is that also called Waterloo bowls?
Oh,
Crown green bowls.
I don't know.
So
Don't
someone,
know.
if you're out there listening, tell me if I've got
Gosh.
that completely wrong. But there's something. I feel like there's something about Waterloo bowls and Crown bowls.
I've
'cause
never heard of Waterloo
Well,
bowls.
I've when I'm in my previous life, when I first came over to England and worked for Sky Sports, as weight is continuing in, and that's up a little bit of an outside edge in the effort, a little bit from Snater, but just goes to backward point, no run. One of the first things I ever did for Sky Sports was I went to Blackpool. That's my first time in England. And one of the first places I went to was Blackpool, and the illuminations were on as well. And it was for Crown Bowls, but I thought it was also called Waterloo Bowls.
Okay.
So someone needs to tell
Welcome
me if
to
that's a thing.
write into BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com.
Is Wade, and that is absolutely smoked by Snater. 6 runs straight down the ground. That's the second 6 we've seen today, and it was just as impressive as the one from Jordan Cox earlier. Much more of a flat battered shot, but had a little bit of width, sat up, and he absolutely threw his hands through that one.
Well, if he lasts long, Snater will always be entertaining. He loves, what do they say in South Africa? Go big or go home.
In South Africa?
Yeah,
No, I don't know. I think they say that everywhere, don't they? Go big or go home?
Yes.
We definitely say that in Australia.
Do you?
Oh, of course.
Well,
That's how I live my life.
keepers come up. Roderick's come up to the crease to keep him in his own crease.
In comes Wade, and that is now driven
One-handed.
straight down the ground. Takes his hand off the bat. It doesn't matter. He only needs one hand because he has timed that beautifully. It's
Going to
good
wake up
fun.
the crowd.
Well, as you see, Roderick was up to the stump, so he couldn't come down the pitch this time. We saw that almost exactly that sequence when Cox was in earlier. He went for 6. They brought the keeper up. He then played a drive down the ground for 4 along the carpet, and that's what Snater's done here. So he's had enough of being dictated to.
We've had an email in. We've had a few in, and it's been amiss of me to mention them, but after this ball,
As Waite is in over the wicket to Snake, keeper up, hand goes up in appeal. Umpire not impressed. But after 10 runs off the previous 2 balls, I'll be happy to have a dot ball. Just looking at this again, that was absolutely going down the leg side.
Gary Kane writes to us and says, I want to say that's bad news about Michael Pepper for him and for Frinton Cricket Club, because Essex will take our keeper.
Oh.
Who is the Frinton keeper?
Waite is in, and that is just nicely played down towards the deep third boundary. Just enough width, and he really just caressed that one down, guided it down Snater. So that's another boundary for him. And all of a sudden, Waite, after bowling maiden after a maiden, is getting a bit of tap. 2 boundaries and a 6 in this over with 1 ball yet to come. So his figures have taken a bit of a hammering. He was 2 for 28, he's now 2 for 42.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely though. What we've noticed about this fella Waite, he's bowled very straight to the Essex batsman.
He's in again, and just off the back foot and on his toes, Snater plays that into the ground and into the offside. No run, so a dot ball to finish. That is a terrific over for Essex, and one that's much needed. Snater has raced to 15 off 7 deliveries. Harmer's out there on 6. And after 42 overs, Essex 131 for 6. But do keep in mind, Michael Pepper has retired hurt, and you've had that email about him.
Right, Ashes bowlers, Hyde, Don and Mel. Okay, one for you, this.
Oh, hello,
With Sam Cooke being finally called up by England, we don't know that,
No.
we hope so. And England seemingly having a plethora of seamers, some of which are injured, to choose from. Which 3 seamers would Mel not want to see lining up for England in that first Ashes test? As Ben Allison bowls and plays a bit of footwork, but he misses it. His first touch wasn't quite as good as he'd hoped, and there is no run. So, right, listen,
Well, hang on. Can I just say something first?
I know what you're
Say
going to
hello,
say.
Sam Atkinson. I just want to point out to you that I have a British passport and an Australian passport. So by asking who I wouldn't like to see, you're assuming that I support Australia.
Okay, I'm going to change Sam Atkinson's email now reads, Mel, which England seamers would the Aussies not like to face? As this is bowled by Ben Allison, and Harmer plays it into the leg side, no run. Come on.
Do you know, I'll give the Australian answer. I know what the Australians would say. They would say, I don't care.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Come out, give it your best shot.
Okay.
But it's interesting because I was listening to Ben Jones from CricViz talking on the Wisdom podcast a couple of weeks ago about conditions in Australia.
3 slips waiting. Allison's in, down the leg side. There's nothing on it. Keeper does well. Dot ball. And
just that in the past few years, pitches have been changing in Australia, and they don't play the whacker anymore. They've got drop-in pitches. There's a bit more homogeneity. I don't know if that's a word, but they're a bit more homogenous in not having homogeny. Oh, thank you, school teacher Frank Watson.
Master in charge of English.
I know. He's going to get his ruler out and smack me on the knuckles.
Do you not notice he writes in red pen? Outside off stump, through to the keeper, no run.
But so he was talking about, this is why a bowler like Scott Boland has done so well in Australia, that it's not necessarily out and out pace that does it. So I have a few thoughts on the way England does things. It almost seems to be like there's this contest of ideas between selecting players or bowlers, for example, that take wickets in domestic cricket.
As Allison bowls, driven up to mid on, no run.
So you have the bowlers like Sam Cooke who perform on the county circuit, do really well. And then on the other side, this idea that you go, what are the characteristics that we want in a bowler? Oh, we want high release point, bowls at this amount. The way that they selected Shoaib Bashir, a bunch of other players. What's their ceiling? That's the other buzzword as well. And I don't quite know which way they're going to go with all of that. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. Selection's always a bit of a guess, but some might say some are more educated than others. So I just don't know which way they'll go with it.
As Allison bowls, plays and misses. This has dragged Harmer out to off stump for the end of the over. The play and misses. They're good lines against Simon Harmer there. 131 for 6.
But I think certainly Jofra Archer is one name that we still don't. I don't think we know how Jofra Archer has come back from the various injuries, quite where he's at or where he will be at in terms of durability, the full pace, everything. He's taken some tap at times in the IPL. Bowling in the IPL is nothing like bowling in a 5-test series in Australia. So I just feel like there's a lot we're not sure about with Jofra Archer. He's certainly one that Australia would be looking at because he's never got the opportunity to bowl in Australia, at Australia.
Well, we've got many of our bowlers around the circuit who have injuries. I mean, Cars, Wood, Ollie Stone, Pennington. It's an interesting one. So you can see somebody like Rob Key or Luke Wright last week at Trent Bridge pleading with Silverwood to release Sam Cooke from this fixture.
Change in bowling. Taylor has come back into the attack, bowling from the Sir Alistair Cooke end. I'll get in trouble if I don't get that. First ball driven to mid-off, no run.
Can I ask a favour?
Yes.
Would you stay on? We're going to change plans. I'm going to ask Frank to take over with me. If he nods, yes. And then if you don't mind, I'm just going to speak to this gentleman who's come in because he's going to come on air not too long further down the line. Is that all right?
Of course it is. Taylor, He's in over the wicket. That's a play and a miss from Snater. Oh, that one just with a bit of nip as well. And Taylor coming back into the attack and on the attack straight away. Things still a little bit dicey here for Essex. Something for, really would be something for Worcestershire if they were able to keep them to 150 in their first innings. Here is Taylor, a real effort ball, bangs that one in and it's driven just wide of mid-off. Now it's going to go for a single and he brings Snater to 16. 132 for 6, and welcome back to Frank Watson.
Good afternoon. I've been away for ages.
I know. Well, I was quite happy to get you back on them.
Yeah.
So I'll leave it up to you and Tom.
Just wait till you don't call the shots in the opposition penalty and commentary box, penalty box, commentary box. Just wait to do what I'm told.
As Taylor is in, and that one whistles past, and watch carefully all the way by Harmer, because again he's just getting that bit of a nip. One thing, so I always like any kind of quirk in a run-up, Frank. I'm always looking for.
Yeah.
Some people have a thing about actions.
Yeah.
I like a run-up.
Yeah.
I like the way Taylor, and I remember seeing this at Northants, he's got wide elbows. He's got the wide elbow run.
We had a lot of chat about run-ups at Headingley last week for a couple of reasons, which I'll go into in a minute.
Elbows pumping as Taylor is in again, and that left again by Harmer, but quite confidently.
We're talking about Matthew Waite, who gets into that. He gets his stride length is long right from the start of his run-up, and he sort of works quite hard with his arms as he comes up. As does Jack White, who's moved from Northants up to Yorkshire. Really appears to be quite struggle together, but they get it right at the end. And then there's others who, Taylor's slightly quirky, there's others who just smooth, the Michael Holdings. It is really interesting, isn't it, watching the different ways of getting through.
Next ball is banged in short of a length, and actually Harmer did quite well to get on top of that one and play it out into the offside. So that's the end of Taylor's over, 132 for 6.
Picking up on a few things you and Don were talking about, going back to the keepers, I was having a long conversation with a couple of players recently about how things have improved, because there are certain aspects of the game you cannot say that they haven't improved, can you? Fielding, for goodness sake. I even said to somebody, the great players of 25 years ago, Graham Gooch, Graham Hick, people like that, if you take their stats, if they were playing now, I reckon 20% of the boundaries they hit would be stopped. Either chased down or sliding stops or whatever. The numbers would change if you factored in improved fielding. I'll just break off as Ben Allison starts a new over. And Snater cuts and misses, taken by the keeper, no run, 132 for 6 it remains. But fielding has definitely improved. We run faster, we jump further, we throw further. Therefore it would seem we swim quicker. It's all the rest of the things that happen in the sporting world. You would think that probably we bowl quicker now. I don't know. I've seen, it's difficult, isn't it, when it gets around about 90 to make comparisons. Some people say Frank Tyson was really quick, and Lindwall and Larwood break off as Allison bowls, and that's edged in the air past slip. It wasn't a chance, down to third man for a single, 132 for 7. But logic, you have to think they're probably bowling quicker now. Pitches might be a bit different, etc. And then you talk about wicket keeping. And this is the one time where I think that standards haven't really improved that much. I really believe that. Especially standing up. I'll just break off again as Allison bowls. Defended this time by Harmer. And this is no criticism of any modern keeper. There's some good keepers around now, but I see Ben Folkes standing up to the stumps, and I think he's a really good technician. Ben Cox at Worcestershire for many years, very good technician. I saw folks take a catch last year off the inside edge, and somebody put the video on Twitter and put, "This is the highest class wicket keeping." Just look at Bob Taylor did that all the time. Jack Russell did that all the time. They stood up. They rarely dropped the ball. Their standards were very high. I honestly believe that I never ever saw a better. I have never seen a better wicket keeper break off as Alison Bowles. Harmer turned round by that one outside edge, runs out on the offside for no run. I've never seen. He was an idol of mine as a young player. Alan Knott is the best wicketkeeper I've ever seen for me in terms of his overall contribution, batter as well. Bob Taylor, great technician. Jack Russell, great technician. There have been, Ian Healy was a great keeper for me, who influenced the game did much more than just his work with the gloves. But that's the one area that I possibly think we haven't seen better than certain individuals. Alison Bowles, Harmer turns this nicely down to long leg for a single. He's been very watchful, Simon Harmer. He's played sensibly. He's watched a little bit of carnage at the other end. Shane Snater's come in, all guns blazing. Worcestershire have kept nicking the odd wicket out since lunch. Missed a couple of chances as well, but haven't been costly. It's not. I think this is a pretty tricky surface to bat on. Allison in bowls, and Snater just gets another run down the leg, so I think it's going to be a leg by. This one might have come off the thigh pad. No, he got a glove on it. It's the end of the over, 135 for 6.
And I guess, well, of course, as always, it'll be interesting to see how this pitch plays later, whether Worcestershire have dodged the bullet by being able to insert Essex and avoid it on day one. And, of course, they'll be hoping that by the time they get out there, that things have eased a little bit. But, mind you, there still looks to be a bit in it, doesn't it?
It's so green. There's so much grass on it. I don't think it's going to. It's not like it's got bacon sunshine on it either, that it's going to flatten out much. I really think we're looking at a result pitch here. I might be wrong, but I think we are.
Taylor in, bowls to Snater, a short ball, and he's pulled it nicely, but there is a fielder down on the long leg boundary.
Matthew
Waite does well, actually. Came to him pretty quickly.
I think it's Waite, actually. Might not be.
Just the single in the end.
It's Duffy, actually.
Definitely Waite?
No, I think it's Duffy. I'm just checking. He's a lot taller, isn't he?
It's all right. Well, I've got two windows and a monitor in front of me, so.
No, it is Waite.
It is Waite?
Yeah. Just having a chat with Alan Richardson, bowling coach down there.
As Taylor is in again. Oh, and this time Harmer has an almighty swish at that one. Outside off stump. Good bounce. Didn't connect. So here's sirens in the background. I've heard a few sirens. Something's going on here.
Something's going on, yeah. We're very close to the town centre here at Chelmsford, and a little bit of action.
Is that a police siren or a fire truck? Do you know the difference?
I don't know the difference.
I don't either. Taylor turns, runs in, elbow pumping. And this time it's just played nicely into the leg side, back down towards the long leg. I'll come through for a single. And just quieted down a little bit more. 2 singles so far in the over. Harmer's moved on to 8.
I also think, when a player comes in and plays like Snater has, it almost makes me think that from what he's seen and from what he's heard of the batters coming off, he's thought, you know what, I'm just as likely to get runs by going out and playing this way as I am by going out and trying to hang around.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Whereas Harmer is backing himself and his technique to just, to stick around. Harmer's been out there. He's faced 41 deliveries, 42 deliveries for his 8.
In comes Taylor, full delivery on leg stump and tries to swish it to the leg side, Snater, but goes past him. Roderick, we talk about keeping and how well he's done, not only in taking 3 excellent catches, also standing up to the stumps, but there have been a couple of times when they've on the leg side, and he's done a really good job of ensuring no buys.
Yeah.
He gets a gold star today for his performance so far. Taylor is in. It's outside the off stump and just pushed down towards wide, deep third. And he come through for a single.
Worcestershire had a brilliant keeper in Ben Cox for many years, as a lot of people know, and Worcestershire supporters were horrified, or many of them were horrified, when he was only offered a white ball contract and then eventually was allowed to leave, and he's gone to Leicestershire where he's playing in all formats because he'd been a brilliant keeper. Gareth Roderick had come in, and some people thought, well, you know, he's not as good as Cox, or he's not technically as good as Cox.
As Taylor in this one, he pulls a length back, and another good stop again as the ball nips in. It ended up a long way down the leg side, even though it passed outside the edge of the bat, and just gives Roderick a chance to just show what we were saying about him again.
And I was going to say, he had a difficult time after he first moved to Worcestershire from Gloucestershire, but having got the gloves, has just been so consistent. He's not a flashy keeper at all. He moves his feet really well, which is one of the reasons that he's so good at takes like that down the leg side. But he's just ultra reliable, and as I've said on many occasions, Worcestershire listeners will be familiar with this, but you know, last season he played every single game in every single competition, and that is extraordinary. And he opens the batting in red ball cricket as well as keeping wicket, and he has become hugely important. But as a keeper, he's undemonstrative, isn't he? He's just very, very consistent. You don't notice him, and that's it. That's a sign of a really good keeper.
Oh, I'll come back to that point as
Jacob Duffy's into the attack to replace Allison. His first ball is rather wayward down the leg side, and it brings 4 leg byes. It was quickish, but it was ill-directed. Flicked Snater's pad and went down to fine leg for 4. So 4 cheap runs, 138 for 6.
Now you say that, and I always agree. You always say if you don't really notice a keeper, he's had a good game. But we really have noticed Roderick today for all of the right reasons.
Yeah.
Really
I mean, you've got to notice a brilliant catch, and that would be silly to say if you don't notice him. But it's
Everything.
it's the throws that come in, gather them cleanly. You know, standing up, taking the ball cleanly, as you were saying this morning. Duffy in, Snater on the back foot, throws his hands at this, doesn't really time it. Going to get 2 though as Tom Taylor chases back in the covers. Snater's going to make things happen here. He'll either get out or he'll race to 50, I think.
Yeah.
He's not going to hang around.
He's here for a good time,
Quite
not a long
exciting.
time.
Exactly. 142 for 6. He's on 20, Snater. But even allowing for that, you know, it's not. He's hit a 6, got off the mark with a 6. He's on 20, and he's faced just 17 deliveries. And Duffy is in, and he plays this one up to mid-on. Not much foot movement. If Duffy gets his length wrong, Snater will throw his hands at it. He could slice it over slip or whatever. If he gets it right up there, he might get through him, because there's not a huge amount of footwork, but whatever, it's going to be worth watching this little contest.
I think so. Because we saw when Cox came out and he was aggressive, there was a bit of to and fro in the planning.
Absolutely. Duffy in bowls, and he's dead straight with that one, but Snater's eye is good enough. Again, not a great deal of foot movement, but he brings his bat down straight and punches it up to mid-on.
And I don't think Worcestershire are going to want to allow him to do too much damage.
You're right. I mean, 200.
Under 200.
Be a decent score on this pitch.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's, I suppose, effectively 7 down with Pepper being injured, although he could bat with a runner. Duffy again short, and Snater swivels round. That's a good shot, nicely played hook shot down to deep backward square, where there's a slight misfield by a substitute fielder, Fateh Singh, who is on as a sub, and they get 2. But again, it's not going to be dull while Shane Snater is on strike, and that is for sure.
Couple of the short balls from Duffy's not quite worked out the ideal length.
Yeah, I would agree. It's either too short or... Oh, and that one's just squirted away off an outside edge into the covers, and he nearly got his man. But yeah, you can't take your eyes off it when Snater's on strike. Something's going to happen. It's not always pretty, but again, he's picked up 6 runs in that over. He goes to 24, and it's 146 for 6 off 46 at the end of the over.
Yeah, been incredibly entertaining. See, I like it. I like it when just ever so slightly ball dominates bat.
Yeah.
We've had the periods where batters have done well. Snater here now and Cox earlier, but it does make for for really entertaining cricket.
Yeah.
But it's been quick scoring generally as well. It felt like it certainly that period when Cox and Wesley were in. And then the bowlers have come back and then bowled maidens and squeezed, and just it's been a really, really good day of first-class cricket so far.
It has. It's been a good contest between bat and ball, possibly a little bit in favour of the ball, but as I say, I'm always quite interested when somebody comes out like Snater has, because he's made his mind up. I'm not going to hang around here, there's no point.
As Taylor, it is in, and that next ball, there's a half-hearted shout as it nips in sharply, but play high. But it's not. It's also the sort of day you wouldn't say, would you, that anyone's given away their wicket?
No,
at
absolutely
all.
not. No.
So that's always a sign, isn't it? Too, when you've had 6 out, 1 retire, but 6 actual wickets, and you would not say one batter has thrown it away.
No, definitely not.
So it's just been really good cricket. It's Taylor in once more over the wicket, pushed out into the offside.
It's such a fascinating contrast in the way that these two are playing. Isn't it? You got Simon Harmer, 45 deliveries now he's faced for his 8, and he's just applied himself, used his technique, played and missed a few times, but not really given a chance. And then you've got Snater, who's just thought, I'm not going to play like that. I'm going to get my runs, but I'm going to get them by putting the bowler under pressure. And he's 24 off 22 deliveries. And they're both doing the right thing because it suits their techniques.
Yeah, I like it. Harmer waits, in comes. Oh, is that one? Oh, he hasn't got a nick. I thought he might have. That ball again, jagging back in from Taylor. Roderick taking it, hasn't connected. He played at it. Again, it just shows you the nip that ball from Taylor has pitched outside the off stump, and then Roderick has taken it, moving sharply towards the leg side. So Harmer has weathered a weight storm from this end. He's now weathering the Taylor storm. It's in again, Taylor, half a shout. As,
every ball's testing at the moment.
He played forward, tried to just defend that one, Harmer. He always looks solid when he's playing that front foot defence. It's the big stride, but it's been tested.
Good bit of conversation going on between Tom Taylor and the umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. Every ball at the moment, light-hearted, but he's getting them in the bank, isn't he, Taylor? He's getting the little enquiries into the bank.
His wide elbows pumping as he runs in once more over the wicket, and just with a little bit of a skewed bat, squares him up a little bit, Harmer, as he plays that one into the offside. No run, so that's another maiden over. Harmer stays on 8 from 49 deliveries, and Essex are 146 for 6, effectively 7 after 48 overs.
Yeah, I've got a huge respect for Simon Harmer as a cricketer. I think you know, not just as a bowler, not just as a batter. He's also a brilliant slip fielder. Just one of those that catches them as though it's just easy, you know. And it isn't. He makes it look easy. And he's so calm as well, I think, at the crease. But he's having his work cut out just to hang around. And now we're going to see the resumption of the Duffy versus Snater battle. Duffy in, bowls, and absolutely, completely beat Snater with a ball that was outside off stump, bounced, left him a bit, good pace, and he just fished at it, didn't he? He might have got it down to third man for a couple, but he could easily have nicked it.
We mentioned that sometimes Duffy, you almost wonder when he's tried to bowl short when he's not quite got it right, but that length, that ball, he's getting lots of bounce anyway.
Yeah. He's big shoulders, isn't he? And this one, Snater, well, there's an awful lot of effort for very little outcome there from Snater. That's the definition of inefficiency, isn't it? Massive swing, clothed it, and it trickled up to mid-on. But you can't take your eyes off it. It's good fun. Something's going to happen.
Yes.
I think I'd have a... Yeah, we're going to. We're sending Brooks back from third slip to third man, and that's good, because he could easily get one up in the air here. Very, very easily. Setting a field for a catch at third man. Quite interesting. Duffy's in, bowls. Snater slightly discomforted by this one. Gets a middle of a bat on it, but kind of walking in behind it. And... this is where an 85-mile-an-hour Yorker is called for, isn't it? But it's easier said than done. But I can think of someone like Brett Lee or somebody who'd give him 4 short ones, and then you'd have one in the blocker, wouldn't you?
That last ball from him was 84.1.
Yeah,
just saw that come up.
Just get it right in that block hole. In he comes and bowls and decides to just go back of a length, and Snater just sort of fends that one away on the onside. It's all been success to Duffy so far in this over, so odds on a slashing boundary in the next couple of deliveries, I reckon.
Yeah, I don't think there's 4 dot balls, and Snater doesn't seem to be someone who embraces the dots.
Well, 4 dot balls and not one defensive shot.
You're right.
Swings, the ball's hit the bat or gone past. Here comes Duffy again in the sunshine. Bowls and there we go. It could be cool. That is brilliant from Brett D'Oliveira or Jacob Duffy or whoever set the field, because the man who had been sent back from third slip to third man, Ethan Brooks, comes in and takes a good diving catch going forward, and Shane Snater's cameo is over. He lived by the sword and he died by it, caught at third man, but it was a definite plan. Congratulations to Brett D'Oliveira for that. And Essex are 146 for 7.
That's the second time we've seen some really good captaincy, well, throughout, but when we saw the plans to Cox in bringing Roderick up to the stumps and the effect that had in discomforting him, and then on that occasion, don't you love that? If you're a captain, seeing you put your chess pieces in place and then it comes off beautifully, always makes you look like a genius. And he was well ahead of it there. That was a perfect field placement and the perfect delivery from Duffy as well, who had tested Snater. As you said, he wasn't playing any defensive shots. He was going on the attack. And that was absolutely brilliant all round.
I tell you what you hate, Mel, is if you do that and he drops it.
Yeah.
And it was a good catch because he had to dive forward. He's a good fielder, Ethan Brooks, and caught it and crucially held on to it as well. Michael Pepper's come out with a runner now, which is interesting. I thought he might. So there's a chat going on with the umpires. You don't see it that often. It's always a bit complicated. Any one of you can be run out, chaps, remember that. So you can't hang around outside your crease if you're the injured player, or if you're the runner and you're at square leg or whatever. You've got to have your wits about you, and the umpires have to have the wits about them as well. But that's the situation. So Michael Pepper has come out. He made 1 this morning before he was injured just before lunch. They took an early lunch while he was getting treatment. He came out after lunch and he faced 1 ball and decided that it was too bad, his injury. He's moving all right. It's an
All
odd one. It's a
right.
really odd one, isn't it?
I'd say only all right, because
Yeah.
there's still a pronounced limp. You can see that he's...
What do you do if you're Jacob Duffy, Mel? Do you aim for the
Yeah.
inside of the knee?
Well,
Or do you give him a snorter?
I'm a softie, so I'd pat him on the head and ask if he was
Here he
okay.
comes, Duffy, and he says, "Oh!" He gives him a snort. That was a really good over from Jacob Duffy. He's got 4 for 30 now in 14 overs. Fantastic effort by him. Probably, well, he certainly deserves those figures. You might say he's done even better than that, but that's a really, really good return for him. A disappointing start to his Worcestershire career at Headingley, when he was a bit sort of undercooked, fresh off the plane, hadn't played red ball cricket for ages, and first 2 balls he bowled went to the boundary, and that kind of set the tone. But that was good captaincy as well, and that was a good way to greet the returning Michael Pepper, who now limps off to square leg with the score on 146 for 7, because Tom Taylor is going to resume his little battle with Simon Harmer.
Yeah, he turns around the top of his mark, runs in over the wicket. It's a short ball, and this time it does get past the diving keeper. It was a long way out of Roderick's reach, and it goes all the way for 4. So that is the first bit of release that we've seen in this battle between Taylor and Harmer. A bit of release for Essex as well, because it brings up their 150. And the fact that Pepper, we didn't know if he was going to be able to come back out. At least he has. It's Harmer on strike now. He's on 12. It's Taylor runs in, back of a length, defended straight back to the bowler, no run. I said before, you know, if they've been able to keep them under 150, obviously they're not going to do now. What would make Worcestershire happy, do you reckon?
I don't know, 200? 200 would be, I think 200 would, 250 plus on this surface, I think
gosh,
pretty
really
decent
good
score,
score.
really.
Absolutely, more than decent. Here's Taylor. He's in a little shimmy down from Harmer, but again, just sensibly plays it out towards mid-off. Kashif doing the fielding.
You never know, and we always
Yes.
say, don't we?
Yes.
You're not going to get. We'll see both sides bowling it, etc., etc. But this is a pretty helpful surface for seam bowlers, I think, and there's good carry in it as well. Edges have gone to slip. They've carried. There'll be a bit of bounce in it. I mean, even Harmer you get a bit of bounce out of this pitch, I think. So I think it's a 200's a decent score. 250. Very decent.
Big step forward by Harmer on the next delivery outside the off stump, and it goes past easily.
It's not a minefield, is it? But it's
no, it's a fun
you'd rather
wicket.
bowl than bat, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's what I'd call a fun pitch, because there's just enough in it to keep it interesting all day.
I'll tell you what we haven't seen. We haven't seen many shots on the up, have we? We've seen half volleys have been put away.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen batters able to sort of hit through the line on the up.
Here's Taylor. This is a full delivery, and it's just pushed up towards mid-on where D'Oliveira does the fielding.
The other observation I'd make, Mel, and it'd be interesting to see what Don thinks about this, but the nicks today generally have gone quite wide, haven't they?
Very wide, because I was going to say...
They've gone to second slip, or keepers had to go quite a long way, and I always think that speaks of quite significant movement horizontally. Yeah.
Well, because quite a few actually went just to the outside of like third slip early on in the day, as Taylor runs in again, bowls to Harmer, who just pushes forward in defence, no run.
And I'm going to add one more thing at the end of that over. 150 for 7. Simon Harmer faced 54 deliveries, 55 deliveries for his 12. And I think that means he's played pretty well. And if you go back to one of the most famous blockers of all time who came from this part of the world, Trevor Bailey. Some of the innings that he played, but you know, you can't face that many balls and score that few runs without playing pretty well, because most people would nick more than that down to the boundary, you know. And Harmer, I mean, 50 odd for 12 on here is pretty good batting, I reckon. Anyway, here's Duffy to continue from the Graham Gooch end. His first ball of a new over to the injured Pepper, who gets an outside edge, and it runs away to cover point. They think about a single, but there's always a slight element of jeopardy when there's a runner, and Charlie Allison, the runner out at square leg, is a long way away at square leg, isn't he? A long way away, Pepper's runner, but there was no run on that occasion. 150 for 7. Duffy in again, bowls, and this one is worked away on the leg side by Pepper down to fine leg, and they go through for a single.
Frank, am I allowed, in the nicest possible way, we have a very significant guest here, and would it be possible that I could bring him onto the microphone, because he is a very, very...
No. yeah, I'll just finish the over. I'll finish the over. It's a long season. I'm happy to get another break as Duffy bowls, and Harmer misses this one as he attempts to work it away on the leg side. 151 for 7 then. If you're just joining us, 4 wickets in the morning session. Lunch 94 for 4. 2 at the beginning for Duffy. Then a partnership of 60 for the 3rd wicket, and then 2 just before lunch. The men out in the morning: Walter 1, Allison 19, Westley 28 and Cox 32. And since lunch, Critchley 19, Thane 7 and Snater 24. Duffy in, bowls, Harmer gets 4 down to 3rd man. A studied edge. He pushed forward, but he played it with soft hands. He kept it down, and it goes down to the boundary. So Harmer moves up to 12. So those 3 out since lunch. 2 wickets for Matthew Waite and 1 for Jacob Duffy. Altogether, the wicket takers, Duffy has taken 4 of them. He's in his 15th over. Tom Taylor 1 for 42. Ben Allison no wicket for 32, and Matthew Waite 2 wickets for 42. So 12 at the moment to Harmer, 2 to Pepper, the injured Michael Pepper, who's batting with a runner, and 151 for 7 in the 51st over as Duffy bowls, and Harmer is turned around by this, which again suggests a little bit of movement away, but he plays it nicely enough and keeps it down. It runs off an outside edge behind square on the offside. Its batting has been a challenge on this pitch, and it's been nip and tuck. Worcestershire might feel slightly on top, but it's not a pitch on which you would want to be giving any runs away whatsoever. You've got to make the opposition work for every run. There's Duffy in again, bowls, and Harmer is pushing back up the pitch. And the reason I say that is because I don't think this is going to be a particularly high-scoring game, and therefore the onus is on the field inside, not just to take wickets, but also to make sure they don't leak any unnecessary runs. That's the end of the over. 51 gone, 155 for 7, and I've been kicked out.
Somehow I think we've swapped mics somewhere along the line. But yes, Frank, you must be really pleased that your lads have bowled very well as a bowling unit.
Yeah, because that's exactly what they didn't do at Headingley. A couple of people bowled well, but then somebody came on, relief pressure, etc. Exactly what they didn't do. So yeah, you're absolutely right. You could probably do with swapping these over, couldn't you, to make life a bit easier?
Yeah, we'll do it in a minute. Not a problem. Not a problem. Thank you indeed, Frank Watson, BBC Hereford and Worcester. And we're going to bring in a guest, as I'm looking on here at the moment. It's going to be Taylor to continue as Taylor comes in from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and the ball is driven out there from Michael Pepper to mid-on, no run. I'm going to give the cans to our friend, and I'm going to introduce him, and he's going to tell me what he's doing these days at Essex County Cricket Club. He's a gentleman that I've known for over 10 years, and I can only describe him as he was a batsman at Wanstead Cricket Club, and he used to be quite annoying as Taylor comes in bowls, and this driven square of the wicket slightly in the air, but it's going to be safe as Michael Pepper gets 4 runs. Essex collect 4 runs, 159 for 7. But importantly, this particular gentleman is very well known within our cricketing fraternity. We often see him on TV because he has another role as well, and we'll come on to that as well. But he's a bit of a character. I enjoy him, always enjoy meeting up with him, and it is the ebullient is a good way to describe him, Arfan Akram. Good afternoon, sir.
Don, thank you so much.
I haven't turned you on. Say that again.
That's okay, Don. Thank you for a wonderful welcome and introduction, I think. Thank you for having me.
You know everyone. I thought I knew a fair amount of people, but you know everyone. Let's go back 10 years ago, around 2014.
Yeah.
You were involved in club cricket, sort of lower representative cricket. Club cricket conference, anything like that as well?
A little bit, MCC mainly, but yeah, quite a lot.
And then, you know, your own cricket career, you were getting older at Wanstead. You enjoyed that with your twin brother?
Yep. Less enjoyed it with him.
Taylor's in. This is a bit of a slap into the offside. Not quite executed correctly, where it goes down the wicket straight and there is no run. So come on then, tell me about your days at MCCU. You even got 100 against Kent.
Oh God, now memory lane.
What year was that?
That would have, showing me age now, that would have been 2000 and, I'm going to go 2004, I think that happened. 2004, yeah.
Played a bit of second team cricket?
Bit of Essex second team, a little bit of Derby and Kent as well. That was good fun, good fun.
Taylor on his way in, right arm over, passes umpire Shaughnessy. This is a forward defensive push into the offside no run. And then you became a little bit more in the administration of cricket. Yeah. Tell me.
Yeah, actually the journey started off coming back to Essex actually around about 2013 into 14. The now CEO was cricket operations. Did a nice
Dan
Feast did a nice review and wanted to really just to create a real understanding of the whole region from East Anglia down to Essex down to East London and get a real picture of cricket and its landscape then.
Taylor moving away from us bowls down the leg side. They try and get a single, but it's well fielded at short mid wicket where there is no run. End of the over, 159 for 7. So what was cricket like for you in then 2013-14?
Yeah, it was really interesting because as you know, cricket was very highly participated, but the reality is those people that were playing cricket in the region or the territory that Essex covered, shall we say, weren't either well representative, or at least their voice wasn't heard. There was quite a lot going on in regards of disparity and no real connection to the county, and effectively met with Dan, and he put a proposal forward to an issue to go out and then do a mapping exercise of all cricket that was played across that East London region.
In comes Duffy. Duffy with 4 wickets to his name. That's a good shot from Simon Harmer. Clips it off his leg. It's going to run away for 4 for the long boundary square on the leg side. Good shot from Harmer for 4.
Yeah.
So when you mentioned regions.
Yeah.
You introduce the regions.
Well, we in Essex celebrate the 3 E's. It sort of fits with it's East Anglia, Essex, and East London. It's a region. I mean, you look at today with Pepper and Thane,
Cambridgeshire.
Tom Wesley,
Cambridgeshire.
or Cambridgeshire, and we've had many other players. You could probably argue with Alistair Cook being Bedfordshire is probably a bit out of our region, but he was part of our pathways with his local cricket club, where he played, age group cricket, where his family lived. So that connection is really important. I guess what we never really did was go away and really understand the landscape, how it's connected, have a real clear vision, real clear pathways. So that was job number one. And then to celebrate the diversity amongst all three regions, from East Anglia, Central Essex, if you like, and East London. And that was a bit more of a complicated exercise.
Duffy in. This is played into the leg side, nice and straight, direct at Harmer, but he safely secures it into the leg side, no run. Am I, look, happy to be corrected, but when you talk about Cambridgeshire, Suffolk, and then you move across Essex into metropolitan Essex, East London, the word opportunity springs to mind,
yeah,
or lack of them. Tell me more.
Yeah, I'd obviously challenge.
Duffy in, and he bowls 2 slips and is a play and a miss, and there is no run.
I'd probably challenge the lack of opportunity. I think what we were starting to understand was everyone's circumstances are so different, and are there real clear programs and real clear understanding of what those challenges are, and then what implementations can we put in as the game to make sure that it is a cricket is for all, is to make sure that every single person who wants to play cricket is part of that cricket culture and that cricket community. And that's been the toughest, most enjoyable piece of work that my colleagues and I have been really lucky to help with.
Duffy in, and this is played on the front foot. He walks his shot, suggesting he didn't take a big enough stride in the first place, but he secures it and there is no run. You said toughest challenges.
Yeah.
Can you give me some more about tough challenges?
Yeah, happy to elaborate. I think we had a motto in our office, which I love, is with challenges come opportunities. So it's the mindset you have. You can always say we can't do that, or that's not possible, or that's impossible, and stop there. I'll let Duffy bowl this ball.
2 slips are waiting. Harmer's playing well, and there's a play and a miss, but you do play a miss on wickets like this. End of the over, 163 for 7.
We did an amazing consultation evening back in 2004 at then Frentford Cricket Club, which was previously Hainaut and Clayo Cricket Club. And if you look at the history of that club, from Ravi Bopara down to the Rollins family and so on and so forth, it produced a lot of good quality cricketers.
Many represented this county.
Many. You know, Rob and Adrian Rollins and Ravi Bopara and many others over the years come to mind. And the reason for that was an opportunity to engage with the diverse East London community and really listen. It was one of the, I'll reuse that word tough, it was one of the toughest evenings. 250 people from East London who passionately loved the game but never felt as if they had a connection or a voice, and weren't able to therefore educate the county on the challenges that they face, whether it was purely down to culture, whether it was access, whether it's Chelmsford's 32.4 miles away, and you don't care about us. And that was the beginning of, because that's when we started to develop a real network of cricket passionate people who all they wanted was the same opportunity, same access to opportunities, be it coaching, education, programs, funding.
Taylor starting a new over. Sorry, Waite starting a new over. It's played off the back foot into the offside at mid-off where there is no run.
Yeah, so that was the starting point when we started to formally calculate and understand every single participant that was playing cricket. And the reality is, in 2014, we had one member of staff, in his role, he was doing 1 day a week to cover East London. Now, allow me to put that into more context.
Say that again. One member of staff.
Correct.
Waits in, and this is, oh, that's hurting Pepper. That really is hurting Pepper. He's gone back and across. The ball's been bowled quite straight. He's just forced it into the leg side safely, but he's jumping around. It's really in pain out there, isn't he?
He's struggling, bless him. Yeah, he's such a strong character.
Just to break off a second about Pepper.
Yeah.
He went off injured. You're not 100%. You're waiting to hear news about him. But is Cox available to keep?
Good question. I actually genuinely don't know the answer to that.
Well,
it's not helpful.
Answer.
It's not. Well, we will soon find out what will happen. I'm hoping these two will bat for another 50 overs and see it till close of play.
2 runs, or are they leg byes? We have a look. I think O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, is going to signal leg byes. He does indeed. 2 important runs to the total, 165 for 7. Sorry, I diverse.
No, absolutely.
Your challenge,
Yeah.
those challenges.
There-
One person.
That was it. So one person on one day a week was covering East London. Now, if you think about it, it's something like 8% of the geographic landscape. If we look at the history of East London,
Weight in, forced off the back foot. They're going to take a single, well played, but it painfully well played by Pepper.
it has produced, former England captains. Johnny One Hit today, Douglas, England and Essex captains. I should say Graham Gooch, Nasser Hussain, and if you the 2017 County Championship winning side, 8 out of the 12 that were involved in the majority of the games all were born in Whips Cross Hospital, which, for the record, as was I, as was Graham Gooch, and as was David Beckham and Harry Kane. Just sadly, I didn't take any of their talent.
As Weight moves away from us in bright sunshine, short of a length, tickled, a little bit too straight, goes down to fine leg. Harmer would take a single, 167.
Yeah, so just to say, it's always produced players. There's a high volume because of his demographic landscape of cricket participation. Iconic historic cricket clubs, Ilford Cricket Club, talked about Wanstead Cricket Club, and so on and so forth. And what was really happening was there was no connection. So it was effectively crack on, play your cricket, and then if you've got an extremely talented player, someone like a Ravi Bopara, will show interest as Essex cricket. We changed the narrative, and our narrative was on the basis that we need to get a real understanding of every participant, playing, and secondly, not only playing, we need to understand their journey and their challenges, and where can we engage as a county.
As Weight comes in on the front foot, Pepper calls no, and there is no run. End of the over, 167 for 7.
So we then set up the East London Development Group, which was not necessarily your cricket administrators. It was anyone and everyone who impacts cricket. So the sports and leisure departments and local authority, the academic institutes in the area like your University of East London or New Vic colleges, your leisure providers, your ground maintenance local authority leads. And the reason for that was when you can put all the brains and people who influence and impact cricket in one room, and you can start really talking about how we're going to overcome, whether it's costs, quality of facilities, access to facilities, you've got a really strong intellectual body that can help you through it. And the second thing that helped us to do was to have a work skilled based governance group. So their job was, how can we make the game of cricket more accessible? Very, very important. How do we make sure that we are providing access to the need of the community? So not assuming that everyone wants to play Saturday afternoon. There will be evenings. We had taxi leagues on a Monday morning playing 5 a.m. at Hainault Rec when the sunlight came out. So again, let's recognise it. Let's acknowledge that's cricket. And in that amazing period of doing the research and insight and empowering with these communities, in 2018 we had 5 leagues playing cricket in East London of roughly 150 teams.
As Brooks comes in to the attack, change of bowling to replace the senior Jacob Duffy, and Brooks goes for 1 run in his first delivery. That's no phones in here, I'm pleased to say.
And if you look at that data now, and I will talk about the impact report 2024 a little bit later, but that figure from 150 teams over 5 leagues, in 2024, that has now gone to 18 known leagues and 400 teams playing.
Brooks in, the former Warwickshire man, goes for an LBW appeal. And the umpire are not so keen, and they've turned it down.
Yeah, so that's sort of like the journey. Now within that there's pillars and pathways. We had 4 pillars. It was education, pathway, I'm testing my knowledge now, education, pathway, facilities, and the other one was around...
Brooks is in, driven into the offside square of the wicket. They're going to take 1, they may take 2. They're going to take 2. 2 runs to Pepper, who stands still, but Harmer does the running, as does Pepper's filling in batsman or runner,
at 56, that is the man, Charlie Allison, who is at square leg. So he's just run 2 with Harmer for Pepper. Pepper facing 2 slips. This is played into the leg side no run.
Yeah, so and overarching that strategy were the 3 E's. So I spoke earlier on about East Anglia, Essex and East London. We've also got 3 really powerful words that we talk every single day about, and if nothing is related to the 3 words, we don't do it, which is excite, engage and enhance. So if what we're about to do doesn't excite a 5-year-old...
I use those 3 E's.
Do you? Well, there you go.
I'll tell you why later. Go on.
No, I'd love to. So we ask ourselves as honest questions. If what we're about to do doesn't excite the participant, don't do it. If it doesn't engage not just a participation but a new audience and future audience, don't do it. And thirdly, is it enhancing the experience? Are they having a good time? Are they going to come back to the game? And more important, are they going to tell their friends? And it's a great program. You should come and join and do it. And that is the sort of overarching.
Brooks in, played by Harmer up to mid-on, end of the over, no run score, 171 for 7.
Yeah, so that was sort of the journey we went on, and since, as I said to you, the stats are amazing, but actually I only deliberately talked about participation. Within that whole journey, and I'll stick to East London for the moment, we've had in the last 3 years through the ECB's Dream Big DESI Women's programme, we realised that one of the biggest barriers of young South Asian girls playing cricket was that there are no mentors and no role models, and there are no coaches and officials and so on and so forth. So we went, and through the trust and the confidence built in the community by going out to them and saying, we want you to own it and educate us. In the last 2 years, we've had over 300 South Asian women engaged in coaching pathways, officiating and various other opportunities.
There's an inside edge there from Waite, and it cannons off the pad of Michael Pepper, and there is no run.
And the knock-on benefit of that is 3 years ago our East London try list in the girls for our girls pathway was 2%. Last year was just over 30%. So by doing that engagement work, we're seeing the talent pathway impacted positively.
It's not just about money.
Oh yes.
Eh?
Yes.
And in comes Waite down the leg side, well taken by Roderick. He's kept wicket well all day, 171 for 7.
In all the doom and gloom that you read around cricket and all its negativity, I do not believe there has been a time where we've had more money in the game, where we've had more people engaged with the game, and more people are in multi-formats, whether it's through social media, attending fixtures, buying merchandise, watching it on platforms like YouTube or listening in on BBC Sport.
All in the air, but falls short of the mid-wicket fielder. No alarms there for Essex, 171 for 7.
So money is important. We should never deny the fact without resources you can't do what you want. But I still fail to believe that that's an excuse, because the passion within those cricket communities is a lot higher than when the weather's been good the last 3 weeks. I've had nothing but messages of people saying there's a 22nd, 23rd of March, there's a game of cricket going on in the local park, full on 11 aside on the non-turf pitch. You can't tell me they're just
marginally cold.
Just 4 or 5 layers cold, I'd say.
As Waite comes in, this is driven close face of the bat out to mid-on, slightly not quite executed, but understandably so, because Pepper cannot move his feet properly because of his injury.
Yeah.
You talked about money, you talked about facilities, and
Yeah.
you just said there were in early March a group of 22 people were playing a game of cricket because there's the desire.
Yeah.
Desire, money, but can I come on to something which, for me, I'm going to ask the question.
Yeah.
This is a play and miss outside off stump through to the keeper. Okay. Going back years, there were playing fields, they were sold off. So inner city, inner London, East End might not have facilities.
Yeah.
So how do you're not going to click your fingers and buy some facilities. What happens if you don't have facilities? As
weight is in, and this is played into the offside end of the over, no run.
Okay, so there's a number of answers to that. First and foremost is societal changes. People have changed. People's habits have changed. We're seeing more and more people playing shorter format, especially again in inner cities. So for us, we have to remind ourselves that cricket is no longer green outfield, white clothes, and a whole day. Right? So that's really, really important.
With a nice tea.
With a nice tea, of course, and that is a starting point. Our fastest growing and internationally accepted now by the International Cricket Council, the fastest growing format of cricket is tape ball cricket.
Yeah.
And it's equivalent for jumpers for goalposts. Yeah. We've all gone to local park with our you'd have done it with Reese, have a little kick about. We've never accepted that in cricket. We've just said, oh, it's just a...
You can't.
Yeah, you can't do that.
But
and
you can.
You can. And you and I know people are doing longer shift work. So especially in low socioeconomic families, whether it's Uber drivers or taxi drivers, or work in Uber, or work in factories or restaurants. One of my favourite programs, which I have witnessed with my own eyes, is you go in the summer, and I urge you, Leighton Asda on a Saturday night, midnight for 3 a.m. There will be 150 people using trolleys as stumps playing cricket in the Asda car park.
As Brooks starts his second over, a play and a miss, good delivery, did bounce a little bit outside off stump against Harmer. Well bowled, sir. Got a bit of bounce with the ball as old as it is, 57th over.
And then the second thing I say to you is the traditional structure of club cricket, membership subs and so on and so forth. Well, I've used the stat earlier on. We've gone from 150 teams in 5 leagues to over 400 teams over 18 leagues. Well, how's that happen? Because people listen to each other and they genuinely go, actually, if I want to get a game of cricket, I can't afford it. Is there a local wealthy entrepreneur businessman?
2 slips waiting, Brooks is in, played off the back foot by Harmer into the leg side, no run.
Yeah, so that's another one. And then you brilliant point around facilities. Facilities haven't increased, let's be brutally honest.
Well, they've certainly deteriorated or been sold or
correct
changed.
So we've been working vigorously with the local authority, and I have to be honest, I give a lot of credit to the England Welsh Cricket Board on this. We've done a few things. One is the installation of non-turf pitches, NTPs, AstroTurf pitches, whatever you want to call a strip that's put in the middle of a park field. They've been groundbreaking, and they've also changed.
Brook is in. This is pulled into the leg side. That's going to run away over the quick square here at Chelmsford to the boundary square at deep mid wicket. That's 4 runs to Harmer and Essex 175.
And the advance of the technology of those has meant that this consistency in bounce, you can have young kids and adults playing in the same fixture. They cause low risk. The other one, which is a pilot,
and possibly doesn't cost quite as much with
correct
kit.
Correct.
Because that's often a barrier.
Yeah, well said. I think it's a one-off cost to install it, and the maintenance is incredibly low. Even my capabilities can maintain a non-turf pitch.
Brook is in from the Graham Gooch end, playing a miss, good delivery, squares up Harmer there, but delicious delivery, well bowled, sir. But just a couple of times we've seen Brooks from a high action just get the ball to bounce a little bit.
Yes, believe it or not, it's Charlie Allison back.
Sorry, Charlie
no, that's right. But you're absolutely
65.
right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's definitely got that nip and bounce, hasn't he? Which is
Tall
helped. Tall boy. Used his skills quite brilliantly. And then the second part is a pilot project that we been working with the England Welsh Cricket Board in London Borough of Redbridge.
Allison in. Nice and straight, squares Harmer up, but there is no run.
Yeah, so that's been a groundbreaking project for us, and I respect the governing body and the local authority, London Borough Redbridge and Vision Redbridge, for understanding that there is more cricket, substantially more cricket played in that one borough than in any other district in the whole country. So much so, in one road, on Forest Road, there's something like 24 cricket squares across that one road. So they've realised that we need to protect and support the game. So over the last 18 months, and there'll be some more formal information going out. We've installed in excess of 40 hybrid pitches. The irony is there's a game of cricket going on a hybrid pitch in front of us today, and that has given two things. It's aid to the community by engaging and connecting and working with the county. We've understood the challenges you've had on these park sites, and we're willing to invest in excess of £800,000 onto these sites, which again is remarkable, but it's all done on research and insight. If we went to the ECB and said, oh, we want this money, they'll tell us rightly where to go. But that 10 years of work in the relationship and trust has been phenomenal.
Weight in. This is clipped off Harmer's thigh pad, where he will take the single. Good little shot there from Harmer. Harmer's batting very sensibly here. He's on 28 not out of 75 balls.
And then you asked a really good question. I guess it's over related to sustainability. So you can't give anyone and everyone access to these sites. There's got to be a minimum criteria and a requirement. And that's probably been the best piece of exercise, is developing that criteria.
In comes Wade, bowls, and this is bounces again. And I have to say, Pepper plays and misses, but he was rather surprised by the bounce then.
It was. There's two examples I use of that. We worked very, very closely with the access to the local cricket league, the Pyramid League, the Hammer Foundation, Essex Cricket League, and we looked at their criteria, and then we looked at all the key minimum safeguarding criteria. So safe hands, club mark, a governance structure, development plan, and a skill set committee, bank statement.
As Waite moves away from us, bowls. This is gone for an LBW, and he's being given. That's an important decision there, as Michael Pepper probably just got a little bit over on his leg stump, and he's been adjudged LBW to the bowling of Waite. Waite now has 2 for 45, supported his team well. So Michael Pepper, he's definedly dismissed. He has been LBW, quite a few LBWs in this innings so far, and it's off the bowling of Waite. And he departs for 10. And the score, well, 177 for 8. And Michael Pepper gets a generous applause. He walks off with Charlie Allison, who has been his runner, and to the crease. Well, it won't be Sam Cook, I think it is
Cussin.
Is it Cussin?
Yeah,
Cussin Rajitha, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Sri Lankan, first Sri Lankan to play for Essex.
Correct, and we're really excited to have him. He's a excellent cricketer. He's a good bowler. Averages under 30 in international Test cricket, and to average under 30 in Sri Lankan conditions, where sometimes only one bowler gets selected, says a lot about him as his skill set, and obviously having worked very closely with our DOC.
Well, that's right. The DOC, as in Director of Cricket, there's the former Sri Lankan coach, Chris Silverwood, who I asked him, he says he just loves bowling. He loves bowling overs. He said he's a big, wholehearted bowler.
We more or less had to, I think it's fair to say, I can say this, had to just slow him down the last 3 days. Just he was desperate every day to get out and bowl, but you know, it can't be a criticism, can it? A 31-year-old who just wants to run in and bowl. It's a great attitude, and Chelmsford's, you get reward for that. Well,
he's going to be facing his first ball here at Chelmsford. Bat aloft, and it's an LBW shout, and it's not been given out. He survives that with the number 65 on his back. So good luck to him in his 2025 cricket season.
Do you know, funny you mentioned one of the sites we're putting investment is Hainault Rec. Yes. Hainault Rec also holds the Sri Lankan Festival of Cricket. It's the 64 old boys school that come down over a day and Sunday, and there are in excess of 5,000 Sri Lankans from all over the UK come down. And oh my God, it is one amazing day. Not good for the diet, but it's an amazing.
Have to tap into
curries.
That,
yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
As Waite comes in, ball doesn't get as far forward as perhaps, it just kept a little low, but he securely, safely plays it out to the offside, no run.
But even that's a really good example of the relationship that Essex Cricket, the community, has with its wider partners, the Sri Lankan community, and for them to have the trust to bring that project to our territory is amazing. We actually had the former Sri Lankan Cricket World Cup winning captain turn up to that event last year. Ratatunga.
Really?
Yeah, it was really good.
Wait in, this is driven into the offside. That's going to go down off an open-faced bat all the way down to third man. Very well fielded by the backward point, who certainly saves 2. I think that's 2 runs to the Sri Lankan. His first runs down to third man in his Essex career. 179 for 8.
Yeah, and just to go back to the first point around sustainability and growth, I think where we are is in such a special space within our network and engagement within the diverse communities. As I mentioned early on, for us it's been a driver not just with the boys pathway, but actually the girls pathway. We've also, through our, I should have mentioned this, in 2018 we were really fortunate to be asked to develop the first ever urban hub, which is effectively money from ECB, money from Sport England. Leighton Hub.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's in about £2 million worth of investment, and yeah, and that investment has enabled us to have over 100,000 footfall, and we've ran in excess of 20 hours of programs in the winter targeting boys and girls from low socioeconomic areas, those that can't afford quality facilities, and those that can't afford effectively quality coaching, and it's been amazing.
Well, good to hear that, and I'm going to ask you a loaded question in a minute about, you mentioned 2013, 2014, 10 years later, are we getting better off? And there's another wicket to fall, and it's Simon Harmer's just gone for 28. Just going to go to a quick update. We're going to, and that's another wicket, this time to Allison.
Where Essex have had a difficult start to their county championship match against Worcestershire, not helped by injuries to Michael Pepper, who did come back in with a runner, John Copley, but he's now out.
Yes, he is out, and along with him is the stoic Simon Harmer, who has batted very well for 28. He's been caught behind off the bowling of the returning to Essex Ben Allison, brother of Charlie, but Essex are still struggling a little bit. 178 for 9 here at Chelmsford.
The commentary continues on the BBC Sport website, and at 1 then.
There, that was, I think, looking at the timing of that, that was a very short half-time in the football. Colchester, a hosting crew. Colchester is somewhere up. They could, you know, they're just a couple of points off the playoff.
They're doing very well.
Yeah, they have. They have.
I've just quickly checked that my beloved Leyton Orient, unfortunately, are 2-0 down at half-time at home to Barnsley, so that's not good.
So does that mean that's the last time you'll be checking?
No, we'll 3-2.
3-2.
I back the boys.
So I asked the question, this is really important in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
We've had the ICEC report, which you gave evidence, which you know a lot about. But 10 years on, 2024, 2025, are things moving in the right direction?
Yeah, excellent question.
As Allison comes in and there's a play and a miss by Porter, and there is no run.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest. All of it's out there now, all the information, all the evidence, the response, the way the club has reacted, which I'm really proud of, because I get asked a very important question as a South Asian, Pakistani, Muslim, what was I still doing here? And for me, the key point was the leadership of the organisation had a real clear, emotional response. And for me, that was the trigger. They were adamant that these weren't the value.
Clean bowl, Porter. Hasn't really upset the scorers there. Porter's been bowled for naught, and Essex have been bowled out for a 179. Quite a difficult day for Essex. Many congratulations to Worcestershire, because I think they have bowled pretty well. More importantly, I think they've bowled well as a unit. They've bowled in partnerships with gentlemen at the other end, and I think that's really important. No one's really got away. Taylor had a short spell this morning where he kept bowling fairly full. Essex kept driving him, but at the other end they kept picking up wickets. So well done to Worcestershire on their endeavours, having won an important toss. Just a quick review on this. Walter made 1, Allison was 19, Wesley 28, Cox 32, Critchley 19, Pepper 10 over a long period of time, Thane was 7, Harmer made 28, a spirited but a resilient knock in many respects, Snater 24 at just under a run a ball, Rajitha was not out 2 on his debut, and Porter was bowled by Allison for 0, didn't really inconvenience the scorers. As regards the wickets, Duffy claimed 4 for 39. Bowled beautifully all day. Taylor, listen, he bowled quite nicely. Had 1 for 46. Allison chipped in with 2 towards the end, 2 for 37. Waite bowled economically and actually bowled very straight throughout the day, 3 for 47. Brooks with just the 1 over for 4. So Essex have been bowled out for 179. Well, they haven't got a batting bonus point there, but we're talking to Arfan Akram here, who's involved with Essex County Cricket Club. He's been involved in the community, he's involved in the MCC, he's involved in everywhere. Nobody doesn't know Arfan Akram. He's a very, very ebullient, charismatic, enthusiastic, and he's an important man in the community. Can I ask you another quick question?
Please, Don. Yeah.
I often see you with the international touring teams. Come on.
Rumour
I
has
see you
it.
abroad. I see you at Lord's, Trent Bridge and everywhere. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's really good fun. I got offered the opportunity about just before the World Cup in 2019 to work in the World Cup. Really lucky to have worked with Pakistan as their team liaison officer, which fundamentally is all the stuff behind the scenes, making sure all the plans are in place, any changes and amendments, the logistics and operations, and stuff like that. I'm responsible for that, and I've been so lucky. You know, I said Pakistan 2020 COVID hit, and I managed to work with Pakistan during that behind closed doors series in 21. Worked with both Pakistan and Sri Lanka during their bilateral series. 22 worked with South Africa. It was a brilliant series. They played T20s, ODIs and Test match, that famous win they had at Lord's where Rabada got a fifer. And then the small matter, and this is probably where your audiences might boo me now, but I worked with Australia in 2023 for both the World Test Championship and the Ashes, the famous Ashes. And then last year in 24 I worked with Australia and Pakistan, who came over for white ball series. So yeah, very, very fortunate. Really
Rumours have it.
Oh, rumours.
Rumours have it that you've got a wardrobe full of tracksuits.
Maybe not full. I do have a rule that I try to keep one kit, just one set, because they're really good, the touring teams. They give you 4 or 5 sets, and the rest I actually donate to the guys in the community. Now the slight problem is I'm not tall, I'm 5'5", right? So I'm restricted in who can actually take any of my kit, but I don't have enough space to keep it all, to be honest, Don.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Well, listen, just going back to 10 years, you're never going to be totally pleased, but are you comfortable where things are going?
Yeah, you're right, and I don't think you should ever be totally pleased, because then you take your eye off the ball. I'm a big believer in that. You're forever looking at positive changes, you're forever looking at positives, full stop. But what I will say, and what I will add, which is really, really important for me, is the team. If you look at the community team when I started, we were a really, really small team, and now we are in excess of 20 odd staff, and I mean it's growing as well in all different variations of role. That for me is an intent from the cricket club to say that we are Essex Cricket in the community, we're embedded in the community. Look at our schools programme. My colleague Chloe has done a phenomenal job with Ian and Pramila and everybody else, from taking that to a relatively small portfolio to over 100 schools and more engaged in all the various programmes. If you look at our ability programme, Brad, my colleague Bragg and Pat have done an unbelievable programme. We're one of the strongest. Every year I see Brad in his wheelchair turn up with a trophy and getting some award, but again that should be celebrated. I think for me, if you look at our assessments, trials, pathways, the diversity in the boys and girls can only be celebrated. It's fantastic. So I would say not only are we going in the right direction, we're also can say it's our network, the people in all of those regions, be it Southend, Colchester, Ilford, Basildon, wherever, they're connected to the club. I'm a firm believer, today with so many people turning up for day one of a county championship game, people are your biggest asset, and if they feel as if you as an organisation don't share the same values as you, the individuals at the top or within the organisation, they're not going to come and support. And then the second one are your players. Don't forget, in that change rooms, we've got class players. They don't want to join you if you're not sharing the same core values as them. So we're in an excellent place in that sense. Lots and lots of hard work still to do, but that's amazing because our community, because we're so well connected, they keep empowering us, challenging us in good ways to develop opportunities to keep being better and better and better. And as far as we never take our eye off the ball, we're definitely going in the right direction.
I always believe, as a philosophy, that good people breed good environments.
Yeah.
Whether it was Tenderscarter with Essex as a young captain, Silverwood, and indeed, if I use that same analogy, you in the environment that you find yourself, I look upon you and wish you very well. Really, I take my hat off to you. I've seen you, we've met socially abroad.
Yep.
You talk about being lucky. I had a career here. I had a career as a schoolmaster. I'm doing this, I take tours. I pinch myself to the extent when I go abroad. I love touring. I love scratching the surface of wherever I visit and meeting locals, going out, whether it's Australia, South Africa, India, Sri Lanka, wherever. And, you learn very quickly when I go to watch how cricket is captured, or cricket is taught, or cricket thrives in different countries. And you're absolutely right. In different communities, it holds a different feel or a different event. And long as we encourage, present opportunities, and one of my other things for me is, most importantly, the next generation, the next lot. We've got to make sure kids, however they play it, they still play a type of cricket.
Yeah, well summed up. They are priority. Fundamentally, if we keep thinking about the future, keep making sure that all of those axes and barriers we talked earlier on around facilities and money and whatnot, if we keep having those conversations, we will minimise, we'll never eradicate it, let's be brutally honest, but we'll minimise all of those risks to the game, and we will always forever in our planning have those risks in the forefront, and the more we do that, the more we engage with good people, the more we create more opportunities and access to the game, and without sounding cheesy, but excite, engage and enhance anyone's experience within the game. Honestly, Don, we're going to be in a great place, and this game will thrive well before you and well after you and me.
And last bit then, just going to mention the Impact Report. Now, it's a nice glossy blue magazine. It's obviously being distributed courtesy of Essex County Cricket Club. But what is it?
Well, actually, I'm pleased you mentioned it's a glossy document, because you can very easily hide in the headlines of that. But actually, what's so pleasing about this, it's actually a teaser. It's a teaser document to say, by the way, this is what we're doing. However, there's more information. Come and contact us and come and engage with us. What I'm really proud of this document isn't us promoting it. It's the community that are going out to their networks and going, I'm proud to be part of Essex Cricket. This is what we do. But again, we're not taking our eye off the ball. 2025 is already going to be a much bigger, more impactful and more exciting year. But of course, to all of our members that come down to Chelmsford, we can also get an electronic version if everybody contacts us via yourselves. Please have a look, because it gives you a reality, a picture of where we are. But we've got such an amazing team that the benchmark has been set, and they're already exciting in what they're going to deliver in 25.
Well, Arfan Akram, Wanstead, MCC, scored a century once, but more importantly, today he's a huge popular character of the community that he lives within in East London, but has a major role to play with the future of cricket in certain areas, and in particular here at Essex County Cricket Club. Hey, listen, Arfan, thank you so much for coming in and for your time.
Thank you so much for having me, Don, and everyone listening. Obviously, any questions, get in touch with Essex Cricket. We're genuinely only happy to keep engaging.
Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a lovely half an hour with Arfan, and hopefully, I mean, I've learned things. I'm sure many people, many cricket followers, will learn a lot about the different communities that cricket serves, and indeed the how they rely on certain people, and Arfan is most definitely one of those. So thank you to him. As for the cricket, well, join us in about 5-10 minutes, because it's definitely going to be an interesting time, because Essex are going to be without Sam Cooke. And well, my word, if there's ever a wicket we would want Sam Cooke to bowl on, he bowled on a flat one here against Surrey. He bowled on a flat one against Nottingham up at Trent Bridge. My word, he gets a green one and he's asked to sit out. So, well, Essex have got the pricely sum of 100, I think it was 179, all out against Worcestershire, who stuck them in at 11 o'clock this morning, and it was a very, very difficult time. 21 for 2, and then they put on a 60-run partnership, did Wesley and Cox, and looked good, the pair of them, but then they lost a couple of wickets again. Duffy bowled well, 4 for 39 his day's work. Bowled very nicely indeed. I thought Waite bowled nicely and bowled economically, bowled straight. And then you had support bowlers in Taylor, 13 overs, 1 for 46. Allison, 12.4 overs, 2 for 37. They bowled well as a unit. What can Essex do? Well, join us in about 5 minutes, just under 5 minutes, because we will have Mel Farrell, and to start us off it will be BBC Hereford and Worcester's Frank Watson to call the action. See you shortly.
Welcome back to the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, Chelmsford, where play is about to get underway in session 3, day 1 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Essex and Worcestershire. Essex having been dismissed in 58.4 overs for 179. Jacob Duffy taking 4 for 39. Matthew Waite 3 for 47, Ben Allison 2 for 37, and Tom Taylor 1 for 46. And Worcestershire about to begin their response to that, their first innings. Essex without Sam Cook, who presumably would in most ways have been the leader of this attack, although his partner in crime, Jamie Porter, is very much out there. And Cook, who has been left out of this game at the recommendation of the England selectors, is replaced by a debutant, Sri Lankan, Kasan Rajitha, who was presumably be taking the new ball. But the first over of the innings is going to be bowled by Jamie Porter, who comes in now from the Graham Gooch end and bowls the first ball of the innings to Gareth Roderick, who plays it out on the offside, and there is no run. So top scorer in that Essex innings was Jordan Cox, who made 32 and now finds himself keeping wicket in the absence of Michael Pepper, who suffered an injury while batting and ended up batting with a runner. Cox, who wasn't going to keep until at least the second half of the season, that was the understanding, I think. Porter is in and bowls, and Roderick pushes out on the offside and there's no run, but forced into action, and a very capable wicket-keeper he is indeed. So good for Essex that they have another keeper in their ranks. Alongside me is Mel Farrell. Mel, good afternoon to you, and it's been a fascinating day's cricket, and I must say I'd rather be bowling than batting on that pitch.
Nothing like stating the obvious.
There's Porter in again, bowls, and Roderick outside edge down into the gully area. Tumbling stop by Charlie Allison at backward point, and there's no run. And Michael Pepper was hit on the knee, we are told. We're getting the inside details now, and will be continued assessed by the medical team. Yeah, he was hit on the knee and he was in real trouble. Played a couple of balls after being hit, and then went down, and then went off early for lunch, and then came out after lunch, faced one more ball, and then retired. As in comes Porter and bowls, and this one's driven by Roderick up to mid-on, and there's no run. And eventually came back out and batted with a runner, but was clearly in trouble, and eventually was out LBW for 10. But no, I wasn't suggesting, Mel, that it's a bad pitch, just that I'd rather be bowling than batting. I mean, it's pretty green, it's a hybrid pitch, it's done a bit all day. And Porter is in now to bowl to Roderick, who is forward and pushing up to mid-on, and there's no run. And it's difficult to obviously make a full assessment of a pitch until you've seen both attacks on it. What struck me was one thing you said, Mel, which was that other than Snater, who came out all guns blazing, and I suppose Cox, who played a little bit the same in the morning session, Wesley got a bit of a flyer, but other than that, batting was difficult. There weren't many runs on offer. Worcestershire bowled well. Porter is in and bowls, and Roderick is pushing this out on the offside off the back foot. Allison is again the field at the end of a maiden first over of the innings. But as you said, we couldn't think of batsmen that really contributed to their own downfall. They were got out, and that's always a sign that the bowlers are on top, really, I think, isn't it? Yeah, and anybody who tried to hang around, like Simon Harmer, hung around, but then, you know, couldn't go on, really.
Well, he hung around, but it was really hard work.
Hard work,
he was tested the whole way through. He's got good defensive technique, and he needed it as well. Yeah, no one gave away their wicket, as Snater obviously was much more aggressive, but also it was a great bit of captaincy that got him out in dropping third slip back down to the deep third boundary. So definitely tells you something when you don't have anyone really giving away their wickets at all. It just shows you how much assistance and good bowling there was as well, because you can have a helpful pitch, but they made the most of it. As we see, Snater it is, who is going to open the bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's in now, over the wicket. First ball left well alone outside the off stump by Libby. God, he's got a healthy moustache.
He has.
Shane Snater.
He has.
Now, he's the one I was saying, because he was at the Under-19s World Cup, and when he filled out a survey ahead of that tournament, he said his walkout song, so thinking of wrestling basically, turns, runs in again, orange soles visible, is in and they straight down the leg side, full delivery, flicked away, it's down towards deep backward square leg. They'll get a single. He's off the mark now, Libby. Yes, Night Boat to Cairo by Madness. Are you familiar with that tune?
Yeah, I am.
Were you a bit of a scar boy back in the day,
I like
Frank?
Madness. I think Madness had a pretty universal appeal in the UK in the late 70s, early 80s.
Snater in again to Roderick now, who definitively leaves that ball again outside the off stump. Well, I just thought that was unusual for sort of an 18, 19-year-old to be picking as his walkout song.
Yeah, very, very much so. Maybe a bit of parental influence there or something, I don't know.
If it's your walkout song and it's Madness, do you walk or do you do that sort of scar thing where you did that high-armed kind of...
Absolutely,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that. We should have walkout songs in cricket. Here he is again, Snater, a full ball, just defended up towards mid-on.
Cricketing hero Suggs. That was low down on the questionnaire.
Well, he's a big Michael Jordan fan, so he obviously likes his basketball.
Yeah, well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
But you're right, because it's not one you would normally associate with a 19-year-old.
I love a bit of retro.
Not 19 anymore, but...
Well, not much off it. Here he is now, bowling, and that one was a tighter leave, and that's come back in that ball. Just whistles over the off stump of Roderick. Jeez, he's zoning in with each ball, Snater.
Well, these two have opened the innings quite a few times now for Worcestershire over the last couple of years. They've become quite a regular opening partnership.
Here's Snater again, a leave, but a more comfortable leave by Roderick to finish the over. Just the single coming from it, 1 for none now.
And they'll have the right temperament out there. They'll keep each other going. They enjoy batting together. Just looking at Rajitha, I thought we might see him take the new ball. It's a shame they couldn't find him an Essex cap, isn't it?
Where is he?
Maybe they didn't have one the right size. He's got a cap of 2 colours, isn't he?
Where is he? I'm looking
He's
for
at
him.
mid-on.
Oh right,
Sunglasses
yes.
on his head, and he's got his cap is blue at the front and red at the back.
Oh.
Maybe they haven't got one to fit him. Here comes Jamie Porter from the Graham Gooch end, outside the off stump to Jake Libby, who leaves that alone.
Well, it will be interesting because, I mean, Jacob Duffy, who's bowled brilliantly today, obviously struggles where you were watching him at Yorkshire.
At Headingley,
yeah, and then I was at Edgbaston the first week when Vishwa Fernando played his first game for Warwickshire, and he did open the bowling, but he struggles. It was quite expensive, and it took him a while to really get...
As Porter is in and bowls, edged by Libby, bounces short of third slip. It wasn't a chance, but it was encouragement. First edge of the innings, bouncing just in front of Matt Critchley at third slip. If you're Essex and you get nicks, you want them to go to second, because Simon Harmer catches for fun. One of the best slip catchers in the country, in the championship. Number 11 waiting with his hands on his knees as Porter is in again and bowls, and that's slightly over pitched, and Roderick drives and takes a single to the debutant Rajitha, who's at mid-on. He picks up, shies at the stumps. It would have been close if he'd have hit. I reckon he might have been in, but it was a slightly risky one to take early on. But they do like to keep things rotating, keep things moving. You don't want to be a sitting duck on a pitch like this and let them bowl at you. You've got to try and impose yourself a little bit. Not easy though. Porter in once more, bowls, and Roderick is very correctly forward and pushing up to Rajitha.
Well, we saw
at mid-on.
We saw Allison and Wesley come out very positively after Walter was out very early, and then we saw Allison, I think, hit 4 boundaries and then was gone. Wesley,
he got a flyer.
He got a flyer, and then he slowed down as Cox came in and took on the mantle of being aggressor.
Exactly. Yeah. Jamie Porter in once more, bowls, and Roderick is forward, pushing out on the onside.
And then we saw Snater come in, and as you pointed out, when he was batting, it looked very much like he'd decided after talking to the others that you may as well try and get some runs on the board.
Yeah,
so
I think if a player like Snater might well feel, I am more likely to stay in playing how I normally play than I am just trying to hang around, I think. And there's some merit in that view, I think. There's Porter in once more and bowls. That's left alone by Roderick outside the off stump, and it's the end of a very tidy over from Jamie Porter. Just the 1 run coming from it. Worcestershire are 2 without loss from 3 overs. This is in response to Essex's 179. If you were listening to the chat before tea between Don Topley and our guest Arfan Akram, you will have enjoyed that insight into community cricket here at Essex. Very, very important how county clubs like Essex and Worcestershire, who are very, very much aware of their position in the community, how they interact with the local community. Thanks to Arfan for that.
Here's Snater to continue. He's in first ball. He's just played down towards mid-on where it is fielded, and they don't get a run for a ball. It is Rajitha.
With his cap. I think it's Rajitha.
Rajitha, I think it is.
Yeah.
Of course, there's...
Well, let's say that, and then nobody will know that.
Well, it's a...
No, you never quite know, do you? But I think it's like Muralith the Thuran, wasn't it? So
Snater in again, and that's nicely driven. Managed to pick the gap through the covers, and that's 4 runs. Lovely shot from Jake Libby. That'll perhaps settle the nerves a little bit as well, if there are indeed any.
That's the Libby shot, isn't it? If there is a trademark for Jake Libby that you associate with him, it's that punch off the back foot, I think. Just waited for the error in length from Snater. There haven't been many free gifts early on.
Snater runs in, bowls, and that's come off the outside edge, but as we saw this morning, they're coming off and going quite wide, so nothing the slips fielders can do about that one as it rolls away for another boundary. So Libby now getting the benefit from the fact that the nicks are just going wide of the slips cordon. Saw that a lot, didn't we, earlier?
Soft enough hands to keep it down, I suppose, but a moral victory for the bowler and a good comeback from Snater after being punched through the covers off the previous delivery. This next hour could go a long way towards shaping the outcome of this game, I think.
Indeed. Snater in again. Oh, this time there's a big shout. Umpire immediately shakes his head. Maybe height, because it was coming back in. Might have been height. He's not the tallest of batters, is he, Jake Libby?
Don't think we're going to see a replay. But umpire O'Shaughnessy He's one of those umpires. We had him at Headingley as well. That he gives an indication pretty quickly with a shake of the head, and that always helps.
Yeah. Yeah, you feel they're very comfortable. Here is Snater, and it goes for another drive, does Libby, but plays and misses. Interesting with Cox there as well. Of course, he fractured the thumb on his right hand on that New Zealand tour, just at a point where he's about to play for England. So it might be worthwhile just keeping an eye on how he goes as well, keeping much earlier than he had originally planned. Snater turns, runs in past the umpire, bowls, and this time it's a more measured shot as Libby just plays that behind point. They get a single, and in the end it's a bit of an expensive over. 9 runs coming off that one, so 11 for none. Roderick still yet to score. He's faced 13 balls. Libby's on a run of ball 11, so he's been the more productive so far, but it's really fascinating session, I think, because just to see how they play this, because if they can go in with none down, or even maybe just one down, Worcestershire will be so happy.
Jamie Porter in, bowls. Roderick plays this defensively down on the onside, almost with one hand, and there is no run.
Talking about keeping, I mean, I just thought Roderick was really, really good today. So impressive with the gloves. Does that affect you when you go out to bat? As
he says not.
Really?
Yeah, he. I mean, I opened and kept in league cricket quite a bit, but that's different, isn't it? It's just one day. Porter bowls, Roderick drives to mid-off, and there's no run. He likes to open after he's kept, because he says he feels. Sorry, that was Libby, wasn't it? He feels that his eye is in, you know, and he's attuned to the light and the pace of the pitch and all that kind of thing. So I can see the argument there. If you've been keeping for a day and a half, I'm not so sure, because physically there's bound to be an effect. But he likes it. And comes Porter again and bowls, and Libby pushes into the covers.
Is there any?
Take a single. He's an addict. I mean, I said he played every game last year. He then got on the plane, flew out to Cape Town, and started playing cricket straight away.
He did that the previous year, because I remember we had that conversation.
Every week until the week before the season started, and he came back. And I said to him after the first game at Taunton, the first day, "You not ever need a rest?" And he said, "No, while I can, I want to do it."
We had this conversation a year ago.
Yeah, he is an addict. Porter in, bowls to him, and he's on the back foot playing this one up to mid-off. So he played every possible game that he could in the winter, and he came back and he started straight away. He almost not had a weekend off really since last season.
Well, but if he did that the previous year, then that's almost like 2 years.
Yeah, five seasons on the trot almost.
Wow.
He just loves it. He's like you. He's the cricketing equivalent of your commentary. Porter is in and bowls, and that is his first runs, and they are beautifully gathered, because it's a first proper half volley that Jamie Pauls has bowled, and Gareth Roderick just leaned into it and drove it straight down the ground for not too much flamboyance about it, made sure he found the gap, and that takes the score on to 16 without loss, and he's off the mark.
I can't believe you've insulted him like that.
He may not consider it an insult.
Well, I do.
So it's him I've insulted, not you. Okay.
Him.
Porter is in and bowls, and Roderick is forward and pushes out on the offside. And that's the end of the over. A good over, but an over that was rather more securely negotiated by the Worcestershire batsman than the one before, which saw Libby edge a couple and play and miss. But so far, 4 overs negotiated, replying to Essex's 179. Worcestershire, okay, 16 without loss.
And just see Rajitha now, he's just doing a few sort of little high kicks, as if he was at the Moulin Rouge. So maybe
He's cold, though, isn't he?
He's got hands in
cold,
pockets.
Hands in pockets.
It has cooled down out there as Snater continues his spell. First ball just pushed into the offside by Libby, no run.
I'm intrigued by his cap, you know, because I think it is an Essex cap, but it's blue at the front and red at the back. So whether they have one, I don't know. It's odd, isn't it? Maybe he couldn't find an ordinary one to fit him, or
It's
debutant cap or something like that. I don't know.
down on the ground doing some back stretches at the moment, so might not be too long. Expect to see him first change as here comes Snater in bowled. That is gone. He's got a wicket. It's a big thick edge and it's taken at third slip quite comfortably, but well taken as well on his knees, and that is the first one to
Matt
fall.
Critchley, I think.
Critchley doing a good job. Libby departs for 12. The first wicket falls for Worcestershire there, 16 for 1. So the wickets continuing to fall here at Chelmsford. Think it might have been a slightly slower ball, perhaps.
It bounced, I think. It was a good delivery. I was saying earlier that, and it was Matt Critchley who took good sharp catch. I was saying earlier that I thought the next hour would shape the game, and I just think that it's one of those pitches. You know, when you talk to a player and you say, "What was it like?" and he says, "Well, you just felt that sooner or later there was one with your name on it." I think it's a bit like that, really, isn't it? You can occupy the crease and you can hang around, but you've got to play pretty well, and you've got to be lucky enough to maybe miss the really good ones, or you know, get those nicks that go to ground rather than in the air. I mean, it was sharp, but it was a nice height for the catch, and Critchley took it. He's a very good slip catcher, Critchley. They've got a good cordon in there, Essex. Harmer and Critchley at 2 and 3, I think, are particularly good. And Jake Libby, who had played and missed in the previous over and edged a couple down on this occasion, couldn't keep it down, and he's gone. But I suspect it's one of those where the experienced batter sits down in the pavilion, takes his pads off and thinks, well, you know what, I couldn't really do a lot about that. I don't think he'd be kicking himself for playing at it. I think he probably had to play at it, and that was a good bit of bowling, good bit of catching, and good use of the conditions by Snater.
Kashif Ali is the new batter at the crease. He comes in, takes his guard as Snater continues his over. He's in bowls, and that's a play and miss first up. So it's difficult out there. He went for the drive, did Kashif Ali. Didn't miss it by much, and they're all clapping out there. We saw this when Worcestershire were in, up and about, enjoying this. So now a test for Kashif Ali, who I have to say I've loved watching since he came in. I was up at Yorkshire at Headingley when he came in, played a brilliant innings, 93 in that last game of the 2023 season, and he's gone on since. In now, defends the next ball into the leg side. Yeah, here's just a real find, of course, coming through SACA, the South Asian Cricket Academy, which has done a brilliant job of turning out first-class players. And he has relished his opportunity at Worcestershire. It's lovely to watch, Kashif Ali. Really pleasing on the eye. He's there now, high backlift. Snater's in, it's a Yorker, and he does well. He jams that one out towards mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, well, he's not been in vintage form this season, Kashif. He started the season with 200s, one in either innings at Edgbaston last year in the Championship. Missed a bit of cricket at various times, and it's been a bit in and out this year so far. That's a good delivery.
Yeah, plays and misses at the next one, but it was a wonderful delivery. I think that's actually might have missed the inside edge. It came in, and that's a wonderful over by Snater. Wicket maiden. I think that did miss the inside edge.
Yes, I mean, it's going both ways, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And bouncing and carrying, and it's very, very testing batting conditions at the moment. Yeah, Kashif, he's got 150 this season. That was in the second innings at Taunton, when he got in and was probably disappointed to have got himself out. But other than that, he hasn't found any real form yet. And Worcestershire, well, as a batting unit, they haven't really fired other than in that very long defensive rearguard that saved the game at Taunton. Here comes Rajitha, the Sri Lankan, for his first bowl in county cricket. He's in and he bowls, and his first ball goes past the outside edge of Gareth Roderick. Bat kind of high stepping, bouncy approach, and my first impression is a kind of slingy sort of action, and that was a real beauty.
It was
not bad for your first ball. For your first ball in county cricket.
Oh, he got good bounce. He had the line just right. He had to play at it.
And he comes again now down the hill and bowls. And that one has also bounced quite sharply, and it's hit Gareth Roderick a painful blow on the bottom hand, and he's dropped the injuries that he's suffered. Certainly a couple of years ago he had quite a considerable number of bits of tape and plaster and stuff on his hands, but he's okay, and he faces up again now against Rajitha, who bowls, and turned him round with the next one, which gets an outside edge and runs away. This is a very impressive start from Kaswan Rajitha, who Chris Silverwood has said loves to bowl. Well, I'm not surprised he loves to bowl.
On this pitch like too.
But to bowl.
First three deliveries, all
really
been different. They've all challenged the batter in a very different way.
Absolutely right.
But it's been something to watch.
And he comes again and bowls, and this time Roderick does locate the middle of the bat, pushes it out on the offside. I think he wants a new bat. I'm not sure what he's signalled for, but I think it's a new bat, as he pushed that one out on the offside. So a good start from Rajitha, 4 slips. This is the sort of pitch, and I said it at Headingley as well, in some ways it's quite similar to the pitch at Headingley. That one flattened out a bit in the sort of day 2 really, but this one offering a lot of help. Rajitha bowls, better from Roderick, good footwork, pushes that back up the pitch. And I said at Headingley, and it's very similar today, if you're in the slips, there are some days where you stand there and you think nothing's coming here, it's not going to be, and it goes on, and then there are other days where you think you better be ready, boy, because this is coming.
Yeah.
And I liken it to a fisherman watching his float. Some days you go fishing and you don't get any bites, and other days you know the fish are feeding, and this is one of those. They're feeding all right. Here's Rajitha in, bowls, and Roderick turns this on the leg side. Good from the batsman, because I thought he would have been disconcerted by those first 3 balls, but he got a bat on each of the last 3. Worcester physio coming out to see him, so it's not a bat he wants, it's probably a bit of spray or a bit of tape on the finger, and he's getting that attention now at the end of the over. 16 for 1. If you're just joining us earlier today, Essex put into bat 179 all out. Top scorer was Jordan Cox with 32. There were 3 other scores in the 20s, but no other major contributions, as Jacob Duffy took 4 for 39 for Worcestershire. And Kashif's having a bat. He says, well, if you don't want another bat, I will. And he's got a few coming out. And he has decided he'd like a different one, maybe pick the wrong one up. They've got so many bats now. I was talking the other day, just not missing any play by the way, I was talking the other day about Phil Neal, who told me that Duncan Fernley made him a bat, one of those Magnum bats that you'll remember, Don, and they were big and thick, and it lasted for 4 years. It went back in the winter, got glued up, stripped down, etc. Lasted for 4 years. I said that to Ethan Brooks the other day, and I said, how many bats have you got, Ethan? And he said 12. He's got 12. He carries, well, he doesn't carry 12 around with him, he carries about 4, but 12.
Snater is into bowl to Kashif Ali, defends on the offside, no run.
And they're 500 quid each?
I know. There's this great video that came out around, it was 2023, was just before the Ashes, where they blindfolded Steve Smith, and they had like
He still got
dozen
runs
of his
against England.
He had about a dozen of his bats, and they blindfolded him. This break off, as Frank would say. The Snater is in, and it's nicely defended into the covers by Kashifali. Half thought about a run, decided against it. But they blindfolded him, and then they put like post-it notes on his bats because he numbers them. And they handed him a bat, and he just felt it, shadow batted a bit, and he got every single one. He knew every single one exactly which bat it was, with almost
Amazing.
no hesitation.
That's like you when you do a blind taste of gin or something, isn't it?
You're right. Snater in. That's
Oh,
a
that's a
lovely
great shot.
He gets it this time. Beautiful cover drive, splits the fielders, but I think it's going to pull up. Actually, it is.
The wrong bat.
It's got the wrong bat, because that has come to a full stop about 2 meters maybe inside the rope. So Kashifali.
They should have kept that heavy. That was a lovely shot, though, wasn't it?
It was a lovely shot. He gets 3 runs for it. He's off the mark.
That's amazing about Steve Smith, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it could only be Steve Smith, couldn't it? Just incredible.
He's he is a little bit of a freak that way.
Yeah.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was really interesting video to watch, actually. Amazing stuff. Here's Snater, who turns around top of his mark. Hair bouncing as he runs in. Bowls at Nick, and it's taken. Brilliant take at third slip.
Critchley again.
It's Critchley. It's his second. It was different to the last one. He was falling forward. But Snater, he strikes again. It's his second wicket, and it's Roderick this time, who's been under assault really since he's been out there. He departs for 4. And Worcestershire 2 down now with 19 on the board. Just pushed at that one, perhaps with hard hands, and he turns and walks off to get that hand seen to, no doubt.
Yeah, it's another very good piece of bowling. Shane Snater's asking a lot of questions, and Matt Critchley is a very good slip fielder, as I've said before, as is Simon Harmer alongside him, and both the Worcestershire openers are back in the pavilion with a score on 19. Now this is crucial now for Worcestershire. This is danger time. They've collapsed in previous innings when they've had good starts. Not that they've had a good start here, but the middle order has folded, and the new batsman is Rob Jones, who is making his first appearance of the season, having struggled a little bit in pre-season and towards the end of last season. Did get 100 in the week in a second team game, but he has my sympathy, because it's not a very nice time to come out, is it?
Yeah, a tough time when you're in form. I think it'd be tough. But Snater in now to Jones, and immediately that ball, they've all gone up. He's played and missed. Slips fielders were very excited for a second. It is not easy out there. It is not easy at all. Shane Snater's walking back. He's got a big grin on his face underneath that almost moustache that is of Merv Hughes thickness, not as long. But it's almost as healthy as Don Topley's moustache, who has replaced Frank here in the press box. Here's Snater again, and he's pushed at that one. Jones whistles past. He took a couple of steps down the pitch. Good bounce as well. And what an over again from Snater. He has been outstanding. And after 8 overs, 19 for 2. 2 new batters out there. Openers removed. Welcome back, Don Topley.
Thank you, Mel. Good to have you here. It's been, again, entertaining championship stuff. Essex lost 2 wickets for 21. And that was Jacob Oram. But it's at the other end, it's Shane Snater who's got 2 wickets. Both caught by Matt Critchley. Got a little bit chillier, hasn't it, here at Chelmsford?
It certainly has got a little bit chillier. It doesn't seem to be bothering the Sri Lankan Rajitha, though.
Rajitha on the way in, 4 slips waiting. This is slightly squared up the Worcester batsman that is Kashif Ali.
He's really tall, isn't he?
The
I
Sri
think.
Lankan.
Yes.
Quite tall.
Rajitha.
Yeah, I looked him straight in the eye.
Oh, do you? How tall are you?
6'3.5".
That it's all about the half. It's all about the half.
In he comes down the slope at Chelmsford, and again, this is going to run down to the Tom Pearce stand. I think he's going to be pulling it up. He does. Charlie Allison fields well. There was the pair of them went down there. Noah Thane went down with him, but Thane wasn't required. It was all Allison fielded well in front of the Tom Pearce stand. 2 runs, 21 for 2.
Of course,
Smiling he was.
He was.
This morning. When I met him, I said, I hope I interview you tonight. And this is a leg bind. No, it's not. It's turned down sensibly as the England 12th man. Does a bit of fielding, and there is no run. Yeah, it's got a sideways on action. It's got a heavy bowling action. He uses his front arm and follows through. Quite tall, slim build, but he's got an economic, repeatable action. In he comes. Head still, bowls outside off stump, playing a miss. Few oohs and ahs.
Including from me.
Including you, yes, yes. So you're in the hotel tonight?
Well, I hope so. Unless I get locked in at Chelmsford and end up sleeping in the stands. No.
Listen, you turned it down, but there's always a bed at the top.
I know. Well, I'd already had a place booked, so it was a very generous offer.
Kaz is his nickname to his Essex teammates. Bowls and is played off the back foot very smartly and sensibly, where they take a single. 22 for 2.
Of course, he's got 55 test wickets under his belt in 18 matches for Sri Lanka. So he comes into this with some proper pedigree, does Rajitha. Here for 5 games, I believe. They've got him 4.
4 slips waiting. All crouched. Leg down the leg side, which goes through to the temporary wicket keeper, which is Jordan Cox. They were, I think it was Frank said that he was going to keep in the latter part of the season, but he's having to do the job because of the injury to Michael Pepper's knee.
So he's out. Who was out there fielding?
Ollie actually told me of it. Jamal Richards,
right,
who is a young seamer who's coming back from a stress fracture or a hot spot in his back, and he swings the ball, slightly accentuated low arm, but listen, I quite like what I've seen of Jamal Richards as a bowler. Snater.
In comes Snater, first ball full, just played out into the covers, no run. Just for Snater, I was just going to say, well, brilliant. 2 for 13 off 4.1 overs. Oh, great start for him. No wonder he's got a smile on his face. Just young, still just 20 years of age. But do you know what? When I came off just before tea, I met an Essex legend. Would you believe? I'll tell you who it is after this ball from Snater as he runs in past the umpire, bowls, and just defended straight back to the bowler by Kashif Ali. I met a lovely gentleman called Jeff Smith.
Jeff Smith?
Now that's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who is, I believe, the oldest living Essex player.
How old is Jeff Smith?
He's just turned 90.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so that was, and he was wonderful as well.
Was he in there?
Yes.
Yeah, he was,
he
next
was.
door to us.
Snater in, bowls, defended, again out towards extra cover, no run for Kashif Ali.
Today? Does he live abroad?
Well, I don't know that he lives abroad. He was certainly here. He's been watching the game.
Has he?
But yeah, he was a lovely man. Not
Yeah.
not long turned 90, and he was pretty sharp, I can tell you.
Really good. No, it's always good to see older players here. Some years they have a players' reunion day. Some years they don't.
Here's Snater. Bowls right arm over and nicely defended by Kashifali, again towards extra cover. Yes, really is.
So he would have been playing, call
In
it
the
50s.
50s and 60s.
Yeah. After the war. Blimey, I must bring something in for you tomorrow.
Oh?
Yeah, I must. I try and remind myself up early.
Well, I've got to come in early to look
You
at the
have-
pitch,
yeah,
according
yeah,
to
yeah,
you.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at the square.
Okay. Snater runs in, bowls, and this one is left alone by Kashifali as he raises the bat well and truly over his head. Came back in, it was well high as far as the stumps being in danger.
How good is your eyesight?
Well, I've got contact lenses in, so it's not bad when my contact lenses are in.
Keep them in.
Okay.
If you look at the television, which we have, can you see? What? No. Okay, don't look at television. Look out on the. Look at the umpire. Look at Steve O'Shaughnessy, who is a fantastic chap. Can you see him as the bowler goes past him?
I can. In comes Snater, left alone by Kashifali.
Have you noticed the little white marks beside the umpire?
No.
Can you see where I'm looking at? Look, not the crease, about 2 meters
Yes,
back behind the stumps.
Yeah.
Why are they there?
Well, actually, you're right. Why are they there? I don't know.
I don't know. So we're going to ask that very question tomorrow morning, Mel.
Yeah, that's I
Right, they're at
hadn't
both
noticed that.
ends.
Yeah.
Yeah, so are you going to give me credit for noticing that?
Yeah, I will.
From this far away?
Well, my eyesight's definitely good enough to see that. Thank
There are
goodness.
2 parallel lines to the crease. As our Sri Lankan runs in, short of a length, played with an open face bat into backward point. There is no run, 22 for 2.
I did mention, a couple of the overseas bowlers like Jacob Duffy, like Vishwa Fernando, another Sri Lankan, did struggle in their first games this season in just their particularly opening spells, just to try and get the feel of the lines, the lengths, the pace of the. Also, maybe a bit ring rusty.
As Kasan Rajaja bowls, what a beautiful delivery. That has him all ends up. That's a gorgeous delivery. A peach, a Jaffa. What other fruit can we allocate to a very good delivery?
Well,
it was a grape of a ball.
As long as I mean, I have a thing. There are some things I like. I like a Jaffa. I can't stand a seed.
Okay. And here comes another good delivery, probably outside of off stump, going wider, but it's played and missed, no run.
So I don't mind a fruit. Like I don't mind a peach or a Jaffa, but I can't stand a seed or a nut. I cannot stand. You won't ever hear me call a good ball either of those things, and I don't know why. I like seeds and nuts, good protein.
I've always assumed that kind of a language is very much Australian, funny enough.
I'm not very Australian.
Down there. And this time he's got a leading edge. He's bowled straight. He can't believe it. Kasun Rajitha. Yeah, has bowled a good delivery there. Leading edge going out on the offside. Survived it. The 2 Worcestershire batsmen are having a torrid time now, actually, as the ball has just got a little older. The lacquers come off. Essex are buffing up the ball, maybe a little bit of movement, bit of swing. Rajitha's in, and a nick there, his first Essex wicket. He's so pleased. It probably wasn't the best delivery he's bowled so far, short and wide, and the batsman has got a nick onto it as he attempted the cut, and Jones has gone. Jones in his first game of the season has gone for naught in his 7 balls. So Rajitha's got his first wicket for Essex. He's up and running, and Essex have got Worcester in a little bit of trouble at 22 for 3.
Yeah, he'll be really annoyed at himself there. That ball was outside the off stump and nipping away, and kind of chased it a bit, just threw his hand out at Rob Jones. Not the nicks that we have tended to see in this match so far. This one taking a slash at a wider one. And we did say it was going to be interesting to see how Worcestershire's batters coped on this pitch. At the moment, it's all Essex's bowler, but Rajitha, he's been threatening to do that since his very first ball. You saw it, first 3 balls from him were absolute corkers. And be very happy to have made his mark, got his first wicket very early on.
Well, he certainly was pumped up in his celebration, punching the, towards his hamstring and groin, and he was very pleased with his endeavours. We're going to have an update any moment for BBC Essex.
United players are being clapped off the pitch. They huffed and they puffed. They had a
sounds to me Colchester's players have been clapped off the pitch. So Colchester might have done well. Rajitha on his way in. 4 slips outside off stump. Left alone. End of a very eventful oval. 22 for 3.
Versus South, historic derby here at Roots Hall.
22 for 3 off 11 overs.
Colchester. Now, in Roman times, is that the one that was known as Camelodunum?
Yes, it is. Well done. Gosh, blimey.
Just,
yes.
Yeah. I know a few things.
Very, very famous town.
It was.
A very historic town.
I've never been there. I've always wanted to go.
We used to have a cricket week there every year. Colchester used to take the game to the people. Very important it was, actually. We used to play at Ilford, Southend. We actually had 9 out grounds that Essex used to play at. Porter, you're going to commentate because Porter's changed end.
He's changed end, coming in from the Sir Alistair Cook end now. He's in, he bowls. First ball defended. Straight back down the bowler, past the bowler, I should say. No run. It's Adam Hose who is the new batter in. He's at the non-strikers end. Kashif Ali on strike.
Might have an update now. Yep. Yes, Victoria, it's been a brilliant start. Worcestershire are 22 for 3, and Snater's got 2 of those, and the Sri Lankan debutant Rajitha has got his wicket last. It was Jones who was caught. Cox, the part-time wicket-keeper for the injured Michael Pepper, he was dismissed for naught. 22 for 3, and Essex are bowling nicely.
And Jamie Porter back. He's got an interesting start to his run-up. He starts with a little skip. He's in now. Over the wicket, defended nicely by Kashif Ali. He starts with a bit of a skip, and he's another one, well, Frank and I were talking about it. It looks like the first 2 or 3 steps are a bit hard going. He's on sand, and then he's on cement, and the speed picks up. So Dom Toppers is replaced once more by Frank Watson. And Jamie Porter, he's in again over the wicket. And there's another shout. Kashif Ali tries to drive that one. It's hurt him. It's actually hit him high. It's hit him on the hip, and he gives it a good rub and walks away. And I can hear a very passionate Essex fan just in front of us on the balcony here on what used to be the river end. And Porter starts his run in again. Bowls, Kashifali brings his bat down. He has a very high back lift, defends that one quite straight again. Hello, Frank. Welcome back.
Hello. Yeah, welcome back. Not so good from a Worcestershire point of view, is it?
Well,
my football team have got hammered at home today. I've just been told by the gleeful Trevor Owens on BBC Hereford and Worcester.
Oh.
Just rubbing it in, but yeah, it's a struggle out there, isn't it, for the batters?
Porter, there's another nick and he's gone. Kashifali. Well, it's nicking and it's catching, and they're doing a brilliant job in the slips, Gordon. They are sharp. They know the ball could come to them at any moment. The wickets continue to fall. Kashifali departs for 6. And Worcestershire now 22 for 4 as the lights come on here at Chelmsford. It's torrid.
Yeah, it's Jamie Porter, who usually bowls at this end, I think, when Sam Cook bowls at that Graham Gooch end. And it was another one nipped away. And it was a really good, sharp, low catch. And, well, Worcestershire, not for the first, not for the second, not for the third time this season, falling away, and they're in real trouble now. 22 for 4, and Kashif, if anything, had looked as secure as anybody up to that point, but getting an edge and another really, really smart catch in the slips. Just waiting for confirmation of who actually took that catch. It's the last ball of the over. Jamie Porter's first wicket. Snater's taken 2. Noah Thane it was who took the catch, but they've been really sharp in that slip cordon, and Thane gets into the action. Porter gets his first wicket. Snater has 2. Rajita's taken 1. And Worcestershire in a bit of disarray, replying to Essex's 179 all out, are 22 for 4.
Wow.
Brett Oliveira, the new batsman, nursing a somewhat painful thumb, which he dislocated last week. Rajitha starts a new over, bowling from the Gooch end to Adam Hose, tall right-hander who pushes that out on the offside. And when you're a side that's started the season in disappointing fashion, like Worcestershire, with the bat, just the one really long innings, the second innings at Taunton, which became very, very, very flat, and they batted 200 overs in that last innings to save the game. But other than that, they've not batted well. Rajitha bowls, and a rare loose delivery which Adam Hose hammers through the covers, just throws his hands through it and smashes it for 4.
A little bit of really mayonnaise on it as well.
Good shot, yeah. Hose is off the mark. But what I was going to say is, when you've struggled, what you really want as a side, as a coach, as a batting unit, is to turn up and play on a flat one, isn't it? And I think even though they enjoyed bowling on it, they knew that it wasn't going to be easy, and yet again they are right up against it as Rajitha is in again and bowls, and Hose is slightly turned around by this, pushing it up to mid on. The lights are on now here at Chelmsford. We've been lucky with the weather from what we can see across the country. There's a sort of west-east divide, I think, isn't there, rain-wise, and the games in the west have struggled. We've been uninterrupted. Is getting a little bit gloomier, and the lights are now on here.
Temperatures dropped as well, very much so, which again, if you're batting, lights are on, clouds have thickened, wind, the temperatures dropped, not fun.
Rajitha in again, bowls, left alone by Hose this time,
and when you
the off stump,
and also when you're a team that has not been batting well, having these kinds of conditions against this kind of attack is
perfect storm.
Yeah,
almost,
it is, isn't it? But
we
shall see.
You just got to battle. You've got to battle. You earn the right, don't you? As a batter, you've got to get stuck in. And stranger things have happened than a recovery. but it's hard work. Rajitha bowls, Hose cut in the air for 4, down to third man, but not far wide of Charlie Allison at backward point.
That was in the air for a while.
Almost as though Hose has decided to play a bit like Cox did, I think, which is, you know, if it's there with this field, I'm gonna hit it. He's only got one man in front of the wicket on the offside. He's only got one man in a sort of run-saving position on the leg side, man out at deep backward square. But I think he's thinking, you know, if it's up there, I'm gonna give it some. That's the Adam Hose philosophy, and it may well be the right one. Rajitha is in and bowls, and he's just steering this one down on the offside, and Allison fields at backward point. So the end of the over, it brought 2 boundaries. Worcestershire are 30 for 4. Hose has 8. D'Oliveira yet to receive a delivery, as I say, nursing a quite painful thumb that he dislocated up at Headingley last weekend in diving to try and take a catch, and it was he lay on the ground and was clearly in a lot of pain, but the Worcestershire physio managed to get the thumb back in very quickly, which apparently is half the battle. If you can get it back in quickly, that minimises the sort of residual bruising. So he's able to play in this game, but he's not fully fit, and well, there have been fewer situations that have been more difficult than this, I would say, for Worcestershire in recent years, as Porter starts a new over.
Doesn't get any easier as Porter is in. First ball, oh, it's another play and a miss this time from D'Oliveira. Just pushed a little bit at that one outside the off stump.
Didn't need to play. He decided to go on the walk, I think, to try and upset Porter's length. And I can understand exactly that policy, because Jamie Porter will just settle in and just bowl, and sooner or later you'll nick one. So you've got to try and disturb him. But as it was, Brett D'Oliveira got on the walk and then probably played at a ball that he didn't need to play at.
Now Porter starts his run up again. He's in, he's over the wicket, and that time it's a slightly fuller ball, and D'Oliveira deals with it by playing it into the covers. No run. But yeah, it is that what approach you take as a batter. You've talked about it before, in that feeling that one's going to have your name on it sooner rather than later. And perhaps that's the kind of way that Hose is looking at. There's Porter. He's on his way in again. Bowls left well alone this time. Not tempted at all, D'Oliveira.
It takes a good technique and patience and application and luck to survive in these circumstances. The alternative approach is to do what Cox did and say, well, if it's up, I'm going to hit it. He hit a straight 6, didn't he, to get off the mark? But sooner or later, you've got to accept, if you're going to do that, that you're probably going to get a nick to one as well.
Here's Porter, bowls. It's a fuller delivery and played straight back to the bowler, who picks it up with his right hand. No run on the bounce. It's interesting, we were talking about the quirks of the run-up, and I was noting before that Jamie Porter, he does a little skip, and then for the first 3 steps he looks like he's running on sand, Frank. He is one of the ones who it looks like it's a bit harder for him to get going.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
And then he's into a nice rhythm.
Yes, he's in now. Bowls, that's left alone again by D'Oliveira.
Yeah, he's a good... I mean, there have been bowlers that are less productive than Jamie Porter who've enjoyed England recognition over the years. I think Porter and his partner in crime, Sam Cooke, have been unlucky to be overlooked, and they're just such consistent performers, and in these conditions there aren't many you'd rather have bowling.
He's in again, Porter. And this has come off the outside portion of the bat, but it's managed to get behind the fielder at point, and D'Oliveira will get 2 from that one.
And he's off the mark.
He's off the mark, he is too. So 32 for 4, much needed runs, because it's been, really has been a storm they've had to weather, as did Essex's batters early on today.
It hasn't got any easier, has it, at any stage, I don't think.
Sometimes you see that when it's been, really hard in the first. How often do you see it? And the next team comes in and it's like they're playing on different pitches, and it's not like that at all.
It hasn't had bright sun on it, and it's not wet. It's not going to dry out. It's hard. It's just very green. There's a lot of live grass on it. Here's Rajita in to bowl, and Hose is pushing up to mid-on, and there's no run. And I don't think either that we're in a situation where you're saying this is I'm not for a minute saying this is a bad pitch. This is should be reported or anything like that. It's the same for both sides. I just think there is a feeling now that we need pitches that give you results. Rajitha in again, bowls. Hose leaves outside the off stump, and maybe because April was so dry in the first 2 rounds, first round in particular, produced a lot of runs. Some counties, directors of cricket grounds and whatever have said, and certainly we were told at Headingley by the groundsman, I have deliberately left a lot of grass on it to try and make it a bit more of an even contest. Headingley being so flat, it still, allowed Yorkshire to score a lot of runs. Worcestershire didn't bat very well on it, but it did offer help to the seamers. Rajitha here bowls. Hose turns this nicely through mid-wicket. He'll get 2 runs as the substitute fielder is in pursuit. Substitute is number 87. I'll look him up. Don't worry, John. And the result is that you get a pitch that you can't be certain how it's going to play. The Worcestershire players looked at it yesterday and thought, well, this looked hard, it looked green. They chose to bowl when they won the toss, and it helped them throughout. This one left alone outside the off stump, and it allowed them to dismiss Essex for 179. But there's also the realisation that you've got a bat on it, and this is a high class attack. Snater, I think, is probably, out of all the bowlers, maybe Snater and Duffy have been the 2 that have just got more or less everything in the right place.
And all that.
And it's tricky. It's really tricky to survive. Rajitha in again, bowls, and he's nicely forward to this one. Gets it in the middle.
And all that stuff I said about Snater and Madness, and I've got it all mixed up, of course, because it's actually Noah Thane, but I'm owning up to it.
It's still the same argument.
Same argument.
Yeah.
And I just say that because we have had a couple of tweets, but not saying that. People are quite intrigued by the Madness thing.
Yeah.
So.
Noah Thane. Well, he is from this part of the world, isn't he? So I suppose that's a stronger link, isn't it?
Yes.
As Rajitha bowls and hoses again forward and plays up to mid on the end of the over. Well negotiated, that over by Adam Hose. He's on 10. D'Oliveira is 2, and it's 34 for 4.
So Stephen Mann tweeted to say, "Oi, Wolves fan, it's our tune. Love from the Albion."
No, that's a different argument.
Oh, now I'm confused.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, that Stephen Mann's response is to another response from Kyle Ferguson, who refers to another Scar tune and says
The Liquidator.
The Liquidator, which is what they play at West Bromwich Albion when the teams come out to bat. And Stephen Mann is reminding Kyle, who is a Wolves fan, Stephen being an Albion fan, as this one's turned on the leg side by D'Oliveira and there's no run, that Albion use the Liquidator and they claim it as their tune rather than Wolves. So that's a Worcestershire-based contretemps between those two. Worcestershire / West Midlands football-based little discussion. But it's Noah Thane anyway.
We've
Noah
Thane.
That anyway. He's doing a bit of loosening up. He might have a bowl in a minute. He caught a good catch a few minutes ago. Jamie Porter is in, and D'Oliveira pushes into the covers and quickly scampers through for a single, as this one is steered wide of the fielder at mid-off, who is Tom Westley, And you know what they say, and it's never been truer. The best way to stay in on this pitch is to get up the other end. And that's exactly what D'Oliveira has done, and I don't blame him. And he's not trying to drop his mate in it, but sometimes, well, you've got to keep the board ticking over, but yeah, get up the other end and see if you can learn from watching your partner deal with it. It's tough. 4 slips, and first slip is the one that's been least called into action this today, not just this session but this game, because the ball's deviated quite a lot. That one defended by Hose. Second, third and even fourth, the slippers who've picked up the catches in this innings. And you look down the card, all the 4 batsmen that have been out caught behind the wicket, either by the keeper or by the slips. Porter in again, bowls, and Hose plays and misses at that, and that tells its own story, I think. If you know, there's enough ways to get out. You don't want to get out LBW. You don't want to get out smashing it and getting caught in the ring or something on this pitch, because you take all those other ways of getting out of the equation. It's bad enough just trying to stop yourself from dicking it. I think it's a very difficult game when you play like this. Porter is in, bowls, left alone by Hose. Leaving becomes a huge skill, doesn't it, in these conditions? And this is where I think, you know, the old argument with Bazball and Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley and the way they play comes into consideration, because if you're going to survive playing conventionally, shall we say, in these conditions, you have to be able to leave the ball. It's not easy at all. It's Porter bowls, and that's edged down to third man by Hose. They'll get 2 runs as Charlie Allison is in pursuit. Melinda leaves us to go off to other duties. Don Topley will be coming in back alongside me. I've got to nip off very briefly at around about 5:30 to do a quick update, but I'll only have one more after that, and we'll settle in. 37 for 4. Hose goes to 12. D'Oliveira has 3. And Shane Snater's going to come on and have a bowl now at the Graham Gooch end. And I suspect, Don, you wouldn't have minded having a bowl on this yourself, would you?
No, yeah, quite nice, and I'm sure Sam Cook would have enjoyed it, and I think he would have been...
He would have probably been, well...
bowled nicely on it. Would have been awkward. Yeah, absolutely.
He'd have had to bowl well to be better than Snater, though, because I think Snater... I mean, Duffy bowled well. They've all bowled well, but I think Snater in particular, just for about 4 or 5 overs, was looking like he could get a wicket every delivery. He's
interesting bowler, because he does have the ability to bowl some magic balls, of which Snater running in from the Gooch end, and there's an LBW shout, but Rob White, the umpire, isn't interested. Essex have got their hands aloft on their heads, on there a few teapots out there, but what did it look like to you?
Don't know, just having a look now. I thought he might have got a bat on it. Outside the line, isn't he? So yeah, fuss about nothing really. Snater might get in trouble with the match referee for taking as long as he... I mean, that, you know, that exaggerated hands on the knees and head down. They're very intolerant these days, aren't they, the referees, about things like that. He just...
Schoolmastering come out there?
Maybe, I don't know. I just think, you know, if you do it for that long, you are telling everybody in the ground you think the umpire's made a mistake, and that's what the match referees don't like. I can understand his disappointment.
Snater in, driven back past the bowler. Yes, it's going to go away for 4. Nicely timed up to the boundary. The sight screen behind the bowler, and that's a good looking shot. And 4 more to Worcestershire brings them to 41 for 4. You've got your final. Yeah, I've got 1 more to do for BBC Essex, and I do believe Colchester drew this afternoon, missed a penalty as well.
Essex will get some reaction on on air to our featured matches very shortly. You can see Danny Cowley speaking to BBC Neil Kelly, so that one's not far away.
LBW shout again, and there is
Let's get a roundup of the rest of the day's sports news with James.
not out.
BBC Essex Sports.
Thanks, Victoria. It's been day one of Essex County Championship match as they've been taking on Worcester this afternoon. Don Topley has been keeping an eye on proceedings.
It's been an enthralling day's play so far. Essex, well, they were bowled out for 179, I think it was, but in reply, Essex have got Worcestershire 41 for 4. Snater has 2 wicket, Rajitha the South African, and the last one was Porter. Porter's in on the action. Worcestershire are 41 for 4.
Thanks very much, Don. You can keep up to date with all the...
Very short, brief update there for the end of the Saturday afternoon programme, which seen a lot of football. And of course, Saturday we would normally have that, but today's Good Friday with all the various sport and in particular football. So Slater in, driven almost Yorker length. He shies at the stumps. They're looking for an overthrow as well. He hits the stumps. Good all-round cricket. Sensibly the batsman had driven the ball back at the bowler Snater. He'd moved off the wicket. He was running down the side. Snater picked it up, shied, hit the stumps, but he was back in his crease. Good all-round cricket. No run, dot ball. Snater being ever aggressive there and fairly. 2 wickets to his name, as I said in the bulletin. Snater 5.5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 17. Porter 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 11. A lot of the public. There's been a good crowd attendance today. As Snater bowls, played into the offside. They look for a quick single. They call each other's through and get the single. End of the over. So 42 for 4. The attendance today, which has been presented to me by the marketing department and communications department here at Essex, I think, if I remember rightly, the attendance today is just going to get that up, and as we do, we welcome 5 Live Extra to join us here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground here in Chelmsford for an intriguing day. Essex have not had their own way. Essex were bowled out earlier in the day, having been asked to bat. Yeah, it was a difficult day for Essex as a batting team, as Porter now, with Worcestershire 42 for 4. Porter bowls, played into the offside, and it's fielded well in the covers. There is no run. So this Worcestershire's reply, Libby was caught at third slip off the bowling of Snater for 12, 16 for 1. Roderick was caught Critchley again, bowled Snater, the same bowler, for 4, 19 for 2. Jones was caught Cox, caught behind. Cox has taken over the gloves from Pepper because Pepper got injured whilst he was batting off the bowling of the Sri Lankan Rajitha. This time Porter bowls through to the keeper. Good looking delivery there. 22 for 3, and then Kelsey for Ali was caught. Thane bowled Porter for 6, 22 for 4. So certainly Essex have made an impression with the ball, but with the bat it was a difficult day, having been asked to bat by Worcestershire. And a quick look at the scorecard will suggest what happened with Essex's 179 all out. Porter in. This is played down to the vacant third man. That's actually well played by the captain D'Oliveira, and it is going to run away for a long part of the boundary here at Chelmsford for 4. So the score moves to 46 for 4. D'Oliveira 12, Hose 12 also. In the 179 all out, only notable scores really. The top score was Jordan Cox for 32. There were 2 28s by Wesley and Harmer. Other than that, not many other really did contribute, but the bowler of the day for me was Jacob Duffy, the New Zealander, who bowled 16 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 39. Porter back in. This is played again. Again, Porter will be frustrated as it runs down to the third man, where it only runs down this time for 2. So Porter will have conceded 6 runs down in that third man quarter, and to the benefit of Worcestershire and indeed D'Oliveira. Brett D'Oliveira, who fielded well, who won the important toss this morning. And we've got, well, we brought you the coverage today, BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, with Frank Watson, Mel Farrell and Don Topley. 4 slips waiting. Porter bowling up the hill for a change. There's a play and a miss, as the batsman there, Brett D'Oliveira, has been beaten outside on the back foot of outside off stump. Good bit of bowling here. We've seen some serious bowling. The quartet that was the Worcestershire bowlers bowled nicely. They bowled well together and in partnerships. Good credit to them, because you know that's come on the back of 2 hard fixtures for Worcestershire. This time D'Oliveira comes forward. There's oohs and ahs as the ball is squeezed between bat and pad, but it comes back to Porter for conclude the 18th over of this innings, and replies to Essex's 179. Worcester are 48 for 7. We're going to invite Mel Farrell into the commentator's seat. She's been here all day, enjoyed her company and enjoyed the cricket indeed. It's been a good day of Division 1 tight cricket. Worcestershire have come here after a couple of bad games in terms of no luck and whatever, but Worcestershire have shown a bit of spirit today.
Yeah, they have. It's just the sort of day that it's a bowler's day, isn't it? I mean, we've seen 14 wickets so far. That tells you everything that you need to know. As we see Snater in, and does a good bit of work. The ball was defended back to him, and he just stuck his right boot out there and stopped it from going any further.
He's played for the Netherlands. Netherlands are known for their good first touches in football, and I have to say that was a splendid first touch as he controlled it. And the ball never got away like on a piece of string, as they say in football. 4 slips waiting.
As Snater starts his run up, he's in. Bowls to Hose, who just turns this around the corner. There's a fielder down in the deep. That fine leg comes running in, keeps it to a single.
5 Sport listeners were here for the Essex game against Surrey, opening game of the season, and we were here for quite a while, and it was a fairly flat, benign wicket, I have to say. I think this one is one that lots of bowlers would like to take around with them. It's got a hint of green across it, and it's got a little bit more carry than we're used to.
Snater in, bowls, and that is played well by D'Oliveira. Just dribbles out in front of him on the leg side, no run. Yeah.
Bit of cloud cover, and the lights are on.
A bit of cloud cover. It's all clouds now.
We started in bright sunshine, and
we did.
It was a little warmer.
It is. I've got my Mac on now. I was just going to pull my jumper out, actually.
We've got the windows open. Been a good crowd. The crowd today, I think, was 1,700.
Snater bowls, and that's come off the pad and just gone in front of square leg. You can hear the shout there from the Essex players. Interested for half a moment. You'd be shouting for everything, wouldn't you, when the bowling conditions are like this?
Greg Stevens has contacted us. He's playing club cricket tomorrow. The East Anglian Premier League starts tomorrow, but the Essex Premier League club season doesn't start till next week.
Snater in, bowls wide, short, cut away, 4 runs. A rare loose delivery, and D'Oliveira played it completely dismissively. Lovely shot, made the most of it. Again, just easing the pressure, which really does feel a bit tense. It feels like anything could happen, any ball, that another wicket could be just around the corner. That was well played by D'Oliveira. Takes Worcestershire to 53 for 4. That has actually brought up the 50. There you go, it has too. A bit of relief. Here's Snater again, left alone outside the off stump by D'Oliveira. That's the end of the over. 5 runs coming from it, I do believe. And 53 for 4. Hose on 13, D'Oliveira 18. So partnership starting to come together, but it's just not going to be easy at all for however many overs we do have played today. It's saying minimum remaining 18. Will we get 18 in, Toppers?
Harman might bowl a couple. The lights are on, obviously overcast. I would imagine Worcestershire won't want to face 18 if they're invited to disappear. I'm sure they will, but Porter's got the ball in his hand. He's not express quick. He's in the late 70s, early 80s miles per hour, and he's going to fancy bowling with the lights on as well. So here we go. Porter away from us from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and this hits, I think, the batsman on the box where there is no run. So the lights are on quite, you can see how much the artificial has sort of taken over. But, you know, we're in the business of entertainment. It's good that the lads, both sides, are still out there fighting. Absolutely. I think it's important, isn't it?
Yeah, it is important. I know that's been a bit controversial in the opening rounds.
Porter in, bowled, and this is fairly well pitched up, driven into the offside where Shane Snater fields at mid-on.
And, of course, it's really important on the first day, whatever the umpire's decision is, when the light meters start coming out, because then that sets the precedent for the entire match. So just keep an eye on that. You can see the shadows now on the grounds from the lights. So it gives you an idea just how much darker it's got.
Porter pass umpire O'Shaughnessy bowls a decent delivery that carries through. Well bowled, sir. He's had a great start to the season. He's missing, and it's quite a, it's an awkward one really, because Porter's missing his mate Sam Cook. There's rumours that he's going to be in the squad for the Zimbabwe Test next month. And, you know, it's like fish and chips, salt and pepper, Cook and Porter. As Porter runs away from us. He's at the crease, and it's a slight outside edge, but kept low with soft hands from Adam Hose. And he goes out to backward point where Charlie Allison does the fielding, and there is no run.
Wasn't it the mustard and onions?
Yeah, correct.
That was the other one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was always my favourite, that one. Well, what did they call it? The hot dog?
That was a Durham.
Yeah, Durham. Didn't they call it the hot dog or something?
Phil Mustard and Graham Onions.
Yeah, when they played, I'm sure they called it the hot dog.
Porter in, and a play and a miss outside off stump through to the keeper where there is no run. We don't know about Pepper yet.
Yeah,
Michael Pepper. I thought I'd add that one in just for the moment. Pepper was injured when he was batting, and he came back out after tea for one ball, and unfortunately he couldn't cope, so he went off and retired hurt. But he did come back at the fall of a wicket, and he manfully kept going, but he's not out there at the moment. It's Jordan Cox keeping wicket. Into the offside, quick single there. Adam Hose, the tall batsman, that takes a quick, sensible single into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. 54 for 4. Lots of the Essex boys have got their hands in their pockets because they're suggesting it is cold, and I tend to think the temperature's certainly gone down. And I've made the schoolboy error of leaving my coat in Dakar.
I have got a selection. I've got 2 jumpers. I've got a thermal.
Not my size though.
No, I've got 2 jumpers. I've got a thermal, all of it, just in case, because I never ever
layers.
trust it.
That's the true art of a lady, isn't it? With layers.
Yeah, sometimes there can never be enough.
Yeah.
But I just went outside after coming off before, and yeah, it's a lot cooler out there now than it was this morning. As Snater begins his quite lengthy run up, he's in, bowls to Hose, who plays and misses. It's perilous.
That's a good ball.
It's a really good ball. It just enough movement, not extravagant, but just enough to make the batter play.
There's a few of the locals, the regular locals on top of this river stand that, wishing their team all the luck. 4 slips awaiting.
Well, they can smell another wicket, can't they? Snater, he's in. Down the pitch comes Hose. That's a lovely shot. He just took a couple of steps down and straight as a die with the drive. Just on the offside, 4 runs, and that was a really lovely shot by Hose. He doesn't want to be dictated to, even though things are really difficult.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Straight-legged. He's a tallish man, is Adam Hose. Probably didn't brace it or lean into it with his body weight over his front foot. He probably played it slightly straight-legged.
He's there now as Snater is in and takes a big stride forward and leaves it with a little bit of an extravagant bat movement. But I think Hose, he's shown, well, both of them have real application. You can see just how watchful Hose in particular, I think, has been, knowing what they have to weather. It's just not easy out there on toppers.
No, that's right. You've got to keep fighting.
He waits again. A Snater is in.
Shot.
This time
That's a good shot.
He just whips his hand through that ball. It goes through the covers. That's another 4 runs. So positive stuff from Hose. I might have been a little bit over-pitched.
I thought it had a little bit of width.
Did it? Yeah, it was width rather than the length.
Hose does like to look. If there's a little bit of width, he'll throw the kitchen sink at it. And that was fast hands, and it's whipped it, well, it's played it through the offside, and it's raced across the outfield for 4.
And strike again as Snater is in. This time he drives up to mid-on, no run. But it is just moving that scoreboard along a bit, and it really is perhaps crucial for Worcestershire just to have these 2 bat to stumps and give them a chance of coming back in the morning and hoping that conditions have eased slightly. Snater is into Hose. Again, he's just shuffling forwards, leaves that one alone. And that is the end of the over from Snater, 62 for 4. Hose has moved on to 22. D'Oliveira on 18. And I'm going to leave you again, Toppers, because Frank's done his update and he's done.
Thank you, Mel. Marvellous. Thank you very much for popping in there. Yeah, 1 or 2 are leaving. Well, we've had a good attendance today of 1,728, which is good to see. Fridays is always well attended here at Chelmsford. I actually think Fridays are always better than Saturdays and even Sundays. So
same everywhere. We've talked about this in our last 2 games. Same everywhere. I think a lot of people who are involved in cricket, club cricket and so on, they come on a Friday, but they're at league cricket or club cricket on a Saturday or whatever.
Football's still on?
Football's still on. It feels like a Saturday today in some ways because of all the football.
Yeah.
He says, having come back, having listened to lots of interviews with lots of managers from teams that have been interviewed on Hereford and Worcester, and having to wait, and apologies for my lengthy absence.
Porter, here he goes. He's moving away from us, from the Sir Alistair Cook end past umpire Shaughnessy, and Porter does the fielding as he drags Brett D'Oliveira on the front foot, and there is no run. You're listening to Frank Watson, Don Topley, Mel Farrell here at Chelmsford for the Division 1 encounter between Worcestershire and Essex here in Chelmsford, and we're delighted to bring the ball-by-ball action, and including on national radio. So in comes Porter. Porter oohs and ahs, plays it into the offside, does D'Oliveira, gets away with it.
They're not with us anymore, Don.
Aren't they? Five Sports Extra, they disappeared,
have left
have they?
us, but they...
Where else are they playing today?
I'll have
Do you know?
Yeah, I do.
There's been a bit of rain,
There's been a bit
hasn't
of
there?
rain in the west particularly. So yeah, I can find out about the other games. In fact, as I go through the next over, I'll report on them. Where they actually playing? They're actually playing here and at Lords.
So that's Middlesex and
at Canterbury, Middlesex and Glamorgan.
Okay. Porter passing the umpire, bowls outside off stump, bounces, moves away. D'Oliveira, I think, starts to play with it. I'm going to give him a little bit of credit here. He may at the last moment have just come inside of the ball.
Yeah. So Glamorgan, Middlesex are 30 without loss in reply to Glamorgan's first innings 199 at Lords, and at Canterbury, Gloucestershire are 310 for 5. No other games in progress.
Porter on his way in, bowls. This is pad to bat into the leg side, and there is one run to Brett D'Oliveira. Umpire doesn't signal leg byes.
Somerset 94 for 6 when rain stopped play at Southampton against Hampshire. Warwickshire only got in 9 overs at Edgbaston, 34 for 2 before rain stopped play. Yorkshire 295 for 8 at Chester Street. Bad light stopped play there. Bad light stopped play at Derby. Derbyshire 216 for 4. Rain at Old Trafford. Lancashire 61 for 3. So you've heard all the scores now.
Porter in, plays back to Porter. Does Adam Hose. We traditionally, I'm looking for the flags. There doesn't seem to be any flags up today. Oh, there is. It's a flag. The wind is in a slightly different direction today. I tend to think it's a little bit of an easterlies coming from this way. Normally we come over the executive boxes at Fine Leg, and we've got a slightly different wind today. Porter in, played into the offside, which goes to backward point, no run.
And Sports Extra are back with us, Don, because they've come off at Hove. So welcome back to listeners to 5 Sports Extra. And we've still got plenty of cricket left here at
15 overs.
Chelmsford, 15 overs. Whether we'll get them all, Don, I don't know. The lights are shining brightly.
Yeah.
No imminent difficulties, I wouldn't imagine. But it's fascinating stuff.
Thane is
Noah
loosening up.
Thane is loosening up. He's done that 2 or 3 times because he's yet to have a bowl. The only 3 bowlers used by Essex so far, and they've all taken wickets. Porter 9 overs 2 maidens 1 for 19. Snater 8 overs 2 maidens 2 for 31, bowled beautifully at the beginning. And Rajitha, the Kasun Rajitha, the Sri Lankan debutant, who is just coming back into the attack at the Graham Gooch end, and he so far has 1 for 13. He's in now and bowls. Make that 1 for 17 because his first ball, a loosener, is short and wide outside the off stump, and the Worcestershire skipper Brett D'Oliveira is up on his toes and cracking it away behind square for a boundary, which takes the Worcestershire score on to 67 for 4.
He's a new name to county cricket, but he's got a little bit of test class about him. We saw him bowl very nicely earlier. He's got an economic robotic action, and he is very much a sideways on bowler. Swings it away and can nip it back a little bit.
Comes in a bit now. Rajitha, tall man, bowls outside the off stump. D'Oliveira leaves that one alone. Through it goes to Jamie Cox, who's keeping for Essex in the absence of Michael Pepper. Pepper injured while batting, took a blow on the knee, tried to carry on, went off for treatment, came back out after lunch, faced one ball, went back off, came back in later with a runner, eventually out for 10, and is not keeping wicket. as Regita bowls, and Oliveira tucks this one off his pads down to long leg, and they go through for a single that takes the score on to 68 for 4, and Oliveira moves to 24. Adam Hose is 22. The 4 men out for Worcestershire in this innings: Libby for 12, Roderick for 4, Jones without scoring, and Kashi for 6. And this is all, remember, in response to Essex's first innings 179 all out, in which Jacob Duffy took 4 for 39 and Matthew Waite 3 for 47. Here is Regitha again. Bowls, and Hose on the back foot plays defensively back up the pitch to the bowler. 46 so far added for this 5th wicket by D'Oliveira and Hose. And not for the first time today, some sirens audible. We're quite close to Chelmsford city centre, as you all know if you've been to this ground, and there are those sirens again. You might be able to hear them on our effects mic.
We call that Parkway.
Here's Regitha again, bowls, and Hose drives. Good looking shot straight to Westley, the captain of Essex, at mid-off though, and although he can't hold on to it, they don't risk a single. This pitch here at Chelmsford, a hybrid surface, very green, lot of grass on it, and it has offered serious assistance to the seam bowlers throughout the day. Top score of the day so far, 32 from Jordan Cox. Regitha bowls, Hose leaves outside the off stump. Cox tumbles to his right to take, and that is the end of the over. 68 for 4, Worcestershire, and limping along slightly. These two have steadied the ship a little, but batting has been a really tricky occupation all day.
Kassan Regitha, who was born 1993 in Matara on the south coast of Sri Lanka, went and educated at St Servatius College. Now St Servatius College was one of those schools who were devastated by the tsunami, Boxing Day tsunami back in the day, and
I've got a good story about that tsunami, don't I? I don't know if I've told it to you before.
Well, we partnered two of the schools, and one of them was St Servatius College, the Royal Hospital School.
When I ran the cricket at Repton,
yes,
we were on the bus on the way to the airport to tour Sri Lanka when we heard about the tsunami.
Yes.
And we, after a couple of hours of umming and ahhing, called the tour off. Literally that very day we were supposed to go, and we eventually went 1 year later, and we were the first tour back in Sri Lanka following the tour. But yeah, we were nearly on the way on the very day of it.
Thane with his first ball, short and wide, and it's been dispatched to the boundary. That's his loosener. And
50 partnership.
Skipper will suggest he won't want any more looseners. 50 partnership, that's an important 50 partnership, to be honest. And Brett D'Oliveira does, as most smaller men in size, when they bat, Brett D'Oliveira loves a cut. And he was, that was wrapped up in Easter paper, gift wrapped. Delicious that was. Thane, second ball, in, outside, off stump. He runs it down to the vacant backward point. They take a single, and a single alone. That brings the score to 73 for 4.
Yeah, just going back to that tsunami, Don, and you're talking about the south of the island. Harrow School were actually playing at Goole, weren't they? And they sat on the roof of the pavilion to avoid the water. And it was when we heard that we actually decided that enough was enough, and we shouldn't go. It was just extraordinary.
Thane moving away from us into his stride, passes the umpire. Bowl short of a length, played on the leg side, and well played to Worcestershire because they've taken a very good single. I don't know about the calling, I think it was a nod, and both batsmen went. Good cricket from Worcestershire.
Yeah,
great place to tour Sri Lanka, isn't it?
It was
for
wonderful. We didn't
tour?
actually, when we did go, we didn't go down to Galle because they hadn't recovered enough, but we went to
Right.
Kandy and Colombo, and yeah, wonderful, absolutely wonderful tour. Very good cricket.
Sigiriya Rock?
Very good cricket, yeah. Yeah, went there. Mahaweli Reach, best
Yes.
hotel I've ever stayed in, I think.
Yes, stayed there, yes. As Thane bowls, short of a length, goes back and across as the skipper, D'Oliveira, and he plays it back down the ground, and there
Yeah,
is no run.
New Year in the Mahaweli Reach.
Yes.
It
Kandy.
was just extraordinary, absolutely
Yes.
fantastic.
Yes.
And we played at Royal College, of course, which is the
Yes.
test ground, and
Yes.
yeah, it was fantastic. Excellent tour, and really good cricket as well.
Asagiri. Is that the test ground in Kandy, or was? Which they don't play anymore, outside off stump and through to the keeper, Uzanaz, because they have the one, Asagiri, which is in Kandy.
Yeah, and then
But
they built the new one in
Palakaleli.
55 days or something like that.
Palakaleli.
Yeah, amazing.
And it's about 20 minutes outside Kandy, brand new ground. Yeah, absolutely. They're lovely people out in Sri Lanka.
Brilliant.
As Thane runs in, bowls outside off stump with a carry there, but D'Oliveira was more experienced there. He didn't have to play the ball. So end of the over, the first over from Thane. 24 overs are gone, 74 for 4, and that is in reply to Essex's 179 all out.
Yeah, really good partnership between D'Oliveira and Hose. Came together at 22 for 4, and it was really tricky, and it still is. But they've battled well, and they've applied themselves well, they've left well, and so far so good. But usually when you say something like that, it brings a wicket, so I'll curb my enthusiasm. What I will say is that the Essex catching has been perfect, really.
Today,
Cox has taken one, but Thane took a really short one. Critchley's taken 2 at third slip, and
having
backed
watched
up
them,
the bowlers really well.
having watched them this season, the word I'd put after your comment is today.
Yeah, well,
They've
there you
dropped
go.
4 in the other games.
Interesting. Here's Rajitha bowls, and Hose plays that defensively up to mid on. I sat and watched the Worcestershire slip cord and practicing yesterday afternoon here at the ground for a good 20 minutes, half an hour. 4 of them all in a line, catching 95% of what came their way. But there were a couple. One went down today, one maybe didn't carry. It's very different taking nicks when you know they're coming from actually standing there at slip. Although today, as I said earlier, I'll just break off as Riji bowls again, and this turned on the leg side by Hose for a single. Today is a day where if you're in the slips, you are actually expecting it to come, because it's been that kind of day. The ball's gone past the bat on countless occasions. There's been a lot of nicks. Some have carried, some haven't, some have gone to third man. But it's a day when we've had at least 3 slips all day, I think, all day, and that tells its own story. 74 for 4, slightly gloomy, floodlights on. Rajitha down the hill, right arm over, bowls to Hose down the leg side. Hose flicks at it, it runs down to fine leg for 4 leg byes. All contributions gratefully accepted as far as Worcestershire are concerned. 78 for 4 with that boundary. And Kasan Rajitha just struggling a little bit with his line, this tall Sri Lankan. It was his introduction into the attack, reintroduction into the attack, that prompted Don Topley and myself, Frank Watson, to start discussing Sri Lankan cricket and our visits there. He's the first Sri Lankan ever to represent Essex. Moves in now and bowls again, short and wide, and Hose throws the kitchen sink at that. Had he hit it, I think it might have gone all the way over backward point. That was one of his T20 repertoire. As it was, he missed it, and Jordan Cox dived to his right and took it goalkeeper style in front of Paul Walter at first slip.
One of the I'm trying to work out, since I watched him bowl, or saw him bowl in the nets this morning, or to omit, and watched him bowl live in the last hour.
He's in now and bowls, and oh, that was a good sharp delivery which nipped back and hit Hose on the inside thigh, but dropped down on the offside. Good pace on that one, and a good little bit of seam movement from Rajitha.
Trying to work out who he resembles, which action.
No.
And I
Yeah.
remembered,
Okay,
I found him, all right?
Go on.
There was a bowler that played for Lancashire and England
Yeah.
that eventually came down and finished his career at Essex.
Okay.
Saj Mahmood.
Oh, yeah, Saj Mahmood, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I can see that. Over pitch this time. Beautiful shot from Adam Hose. Possibly the shot of the innings through
well
mid-wicket.
fielded.
Good bit of fielding by Wesley, I think. Is it? No, yeah, Wesley running back from mid-on. Dives and flicks it back inside the rope, so they only get 3. Actually, it was Snater. But a very, very good shot from Adam Hose, which will please him. Takes him on to 26. D'Oliveira has 29, and Worcestershire fighting back are 82 for 4.
Well, Essex put on a good partnership. Their best partnership was worth 60 as a
for the
third wicket, wasn't it? And yeah, as you're saying, the umpires have got together. You're not missing any action. But I'll just go back. Saj Mahmood played for Lancashire, did very well for them. Was a stalwart in their team, and he played for England. Went on an Ashes tour. Can't remember which Ashes, but went to Australia. It was one that we probably didn't win. But anyway, he joined Essex late in his career, and his action is not too dissimilar, I promise you. If you get an opportunity to look him up, that's what, for me, Kasun Rajitha resembles in terms of it's a nice looking bowling action. As Thane runs away from us, he bowls. This is manipulated, shovelled into the leg side where they look for 2, but Snater stops the 2, and they rotate the strike, which brings D'Oliveira on to face Thane. Thane coming, he's on the pathway here at Essex. He came through Cambridgeshire. He has a younger brother, and Cambridgeshire is also where Tom Wesley heralded from. Michael Pepper too. So there's a Cambridgeshire influence in this Essex side. As Thane comes in, this is an LBW shout, but to be fair to Thane, he went up, but quickly said no, but the continued appeal came from the 3 slips and the keeper. He ran off and protected Essex's score because they didn't get a leg by. Good thinking from Noah Thane, who last year sported a bit of an 80s mullet, and this year has become a bit more of a skinhead. Thane turns away from us into his run. At the crease, bowls nice and straight. Brett D'Oliveira comes forward, and there is no run. The 3 slips, Paul Walter at first, Harmer at second, and Matt Critchley, I think it is, at third. All of their hands almost in their pockets. Hand warmers, maybe. That's how you used to do it. Taking the field in a cold April. Thane, right arm over, bowls, driven down the ground to Wesley at mid-off, and there is no run. Porter applauding his young bowler. Senior bowler in the team today with no Sam Cook. Controversial that, but he would have bowled damn well on this. And I did see Sam this morning here when they were out there, and I said, "You're not playing, and there's a wicket that's got a little bit in it." He went, "I know. This is Yorker length, and it's dug out, and 12th man picks up the ball, shies to the keeper, Jordan Cox, who top scored in Essex's innings. I think he got 30 something. He was looking really good till he was one of the wickets that fell to the keeper Roderick, who had an impact in the game. And when I say it had an impact in the game, his impact was that he came up to the stumps when Jordan Cox was came up to the stumps when Jordan Cox was sort of running around down the wicket to the bowlers. No ball there. Steve O'Shaughnessy goes to check the front line again. Noah Thane had a little bit of a no ball problem up at Trent Bridge earlier this week, or late last week. He's just bowled his first of the afternoon. It's a penalty of 2 runs, and you have to re-bowl the ball. Thane, off he goes into his run-up, bowls, and this is played into the offside, out to deep backward point, where there's a man on the boundary for Adam Hose, and he will keep strike at the end of the over from Noah Thane. 26 gone, 85 for 4. And this partnership is worth 63, so probably the most productive partnership of this match. Beware Essex, well played Worcestershire. A lot of the crowd have gone. It's certainly gotten a little bit colder on this Good Friday, which has seen a tremendous amount of sport, football, all over the place. Again, sport will be on tomorrow, I'm sure. We will be, and we will be bringing ball by ball commentary with the same team that we have: Mel Farrell, Frank Watson and Don Topley. So 3 slips are waiting for the Sri Lankan to undertake a new over.
Sorry Don, quick comfort break. After all that waiting, here's Rajitha bowls, and that'll be more runs for Worcestershire. Down to fine leg. Hose just gets a bat on it, flicks it down to the boundary, and he goes to 32, and it's 90 for 4, and a good fight back led for Worcestershire by this 5th wicket pair. Excuse my breath, I just had to charge up the steps outside, a couple of flights up here.
Last time you did that, you had an ECG.
Oh, absolutely. Don't joke, Don. Don't joke. In comes Rajitha again. In bowls, and wide this time, and Hose tries to cut it. Didn't bounce as much as he might have expected, and skidded through quite low to Jordan Cox. So 90 for 4, and biggest partnership of the innings,
of the match.
Some considerable margin indeed of the match, and central to Worcestershire's hopes of building a substantial total after that pretty disappointing start to the innings in the face of excellent Essex bowling. Rajitha bowls, that's short and wide, and Hose dispatches it with a minimum of fuss and a maximum of power. Just slashes it away behind square, never even thinking about running. That was always going to be a boundary. And Hose moves on to 36, and the total to 94 for 4. And fair play to these two, because when they first came together, batting was a very difficult task indeed. Rajitha bowls better this time, straighter, and just back of a length, and Hose in behind it, pushes out on the offside. If you're just joining us, earlier today Worcestershire winning the toss and choosing to bowl, and dismissing Essex for 179. Pick of the bowlers, Jacob Duffy, the Kiwi, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 39. Top score, Jordan Cox with 32. Here's Kasun Rajitha, the Sri Lankan, in again, bowling to Hose, who drives on the onside for a single. Other contributions in that Essex innings of note: Westley made 28, Snater 24, and Harmer a diligent 28. But batting was never easy. Matthew Waite 3 for 47, Ben Allison 2 for 37 on his return to Chelmsford, also successful, and a wicket for Tom Taylor. So 179 all out, but Worcestershire slumping in reply to 22 for 4 at one stage. Regitha is in again and bowls to D'Oliveira, who leaves that alone, and it comes back sharply at him, went over the top of the stumps, I think. Regitha holds his hand up in disbelief, but it is the end of the over. So Worcestershire, as I say, 22 for 4. Shane Snater picked up the first 2 wickets, bowled beautifully in his opening spell, but a recovery fashioned by this pair of D'Oliveira and Hose, and it's currently 95 for 4, and we're going to see Noah Thane continuing from our commentary end, the Alistair Cook end, and he will be bowling to Adam Hose.
Now, tonight, with 10 overs left, Frank,
Yeah.
do you request the interview, or does
I've already
Alan
requested the interview.
Do you
I
nominate a player, or does
Yeah,
the
I've
coach
nominated.
do it?
I've asked for a player, and I haven't yet had a reply from Alan
Oh, right.
Richardson. But I've asked if I can speak to Jacob Duffy.
Very
That's
good.
what I usually do.
Bold,
Whether I
bold
will or
nicely.
not, I don't know.
Noah Thane again bowls. There's an LBW shout, but O'Shaughnessy isn't interested. I would suggest that might be going down. We might get a chance to have a look on the replay, but they get a leg by. So Thane, let's have a look. Angling it from wide of the crease. Okay, I can understand why that wasn't given. Looking at it from both angles, probably going down, and he didn't bowl it from tight, close to the stumps. Noah Thane, tallish man, growing a bit of stubble as he comes in. There's down the leg side, well taken Cox. That would have been easily a white ball wide. Got a little bit lighter, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think it has too.
Oh, the cloud has lifted in terms of it's a bit more high cloud now. I think we're going to be all right. We might.
Jamal Richards, that's who that
Yes,
sub is,
it
isn't
is.
it?
Yeah. Bowls. He's a bowler.
Yeah.
Just come back from a hot spot in his back. Probably not available for selection yet. This is an interested appeal from Noah Thane, but the umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, who has been kept busy, says not out.
Just come back from a hot spot. It's like, Mel, just come back from a hot spot. That's what I thought you were going to say. I thought, just come back from a hot spot, a nice winter abroad or something.
Oh,
But
listen,
he's had a back injury. You call it a hot spot now.
I would like her air miles. I really would.
Yeah.
South Africa, Australia, Jersey, Italy. I don't know.
Edgbaston.
Thane away from us, gets to the crease, and the ball there, which reluctantly Brett D'Oliveira doesn't come forward to. I don't think it was short, but he seemed to suggest it was just keeping a little bit low. And listen, he's batted quite well for you. He's played responsibly each time, hasn't he?
Well, particularly a brilliant 100 at Taunton in very difficult circumstances.
With Waite, wasn't it?
With Matthew Waite, both played exceptionally well. Yeah.
As Thane right arm over to the crease. It's got quick arm action. This is driven. This is a little bit too leg side-ish. It goes to deep square leg that is very much on the boundary and in front of the pavilion. And one more run to D'Oliveira and to Worcestershire, 97 for 4.
Yeah, played very well. He's a big part of the side, Brett D'Oliveira, not just because of batting.
In comes Thane to Hose. Hose forces off the back foot. Tall, stands tall, and plays it out with a straight bat out to back deep backward point where there is one run. He keeps the strike. Score moves to 98 for 4.
Yeah, not just because of his batting. He bowls a little bit as well, of course, but good fielder. But his captaincy and his energy and his leadership, he's absolutely vital. And I think they're going off for bad light. You said the light got a bit better,
I
but
thought
it would
it got
appear
bet-
that they're
better.
going off, and I reckon if they do go off, that's probably going to be the end of it. I really do. They've obviously taken a light meter reading. Surprised everybody, I think, because it doesn't look as dark as it did a few minutes ago,
No.
Don. But they appear to be going off with Worcestershire 98 for 4.
Right, well, you're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester on an enthralling first day's play here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground here in central Chelmsford. It's been great to watch it. Worcestershire came here on the back of 2 challenging performances. Essex were pretty pleased with the way they've played, but they lost the toss and Worcester put them in, and they were skittled out for 197. Not many points there for Essex, more points for Worcestershire as they got their 3 bowling points, and Essex got the 1 for their bowling this afternoon or this evening. So really from all of us, with nothing much happening, I think, is there anything more you would like to say?
No, I think we've kind of covered the events of the day in the last few minutes before the break. The 81 is the current deficit. I think that's worth mentioning. These 2 have added 76 so far for the 5th wicket, and if we don't get any more play, Worcestershire will begin tomorrow 81 runs in arrears, feeling a bit better than they did about 90 minutes ago, I would suggest, when they were in real trouble at 22 for 4. Good partnership, biggest of the game so far. Don't think there's any suggestion that the pitch has really got any easier. Maybe the ball's just softened a little bit. They've applied themselves well, and well, I can't see the light improving, Don. That's my only worry here. I think
right.
it could well be the end of proceedings. If it is, we'll be back tomorrow.
Any
at
plans
11.
for this evening?
Not as yet.
Right.
I'll wait and see what happens when we get back to.
Are you in Chelmsford or out of Chelmsford?
We're at Brentwood.
Brentwood,
at
okay.
Holiday Inn on the.
Well,
on
the only way is Essex.
Yeah.
You could get yourself a tan overnight.
It's Ben Allison country, isn't it? I think.
Yes, he played for Brentwood.
And it's
he did.
It's okay actually. It's quite
nice part of
not
the
a
world,
bad- not a-
Brentwood. Right, from Mel, Frank, and indeed myself, we're going to say a good evening. We will come back on if there's any form of any play, but other than that, may we wish you all a very good evening.